Chapter 0 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. Introduction. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, J. Fenimore Cooper. Cooperstown. H&E Finney, 1838. Entered according to Act of Congress in the year 1838 by J. Fenimore Cooper in the Clerk's Office of the Southern District of the State of New York. Introduction. This little work has been written in consequence of its authors having had many occasions to observe the manner in which principles that are of the last importance to the happiness of the community are getting to be confounded in the popular mind. Notions that are impracticable, and if wished persevered in, cannot fail to produce disorganization, if not revolution, are widely prevalent, and while many seemed disposed to complain, few show a disposition to correct them. In those instances in which efforts are made to resist or to advance the innovations of the times, the writers take the extremes of the disputed points, the one side looking as far behind it over ground that can never be retrod, as the other looks ahead in the idle hope of substituting a fancied perfection for the ills of life. It is the intention of this book to make a commencement towards a more just discrimination between truth and prejudice. With what success the task has been accomplished, the honest reader will judge for himself. The Americans are obnoxious to the charge of tolerating gross personalities, a state of things that encourages bodies of men in their errors, while it oppresses individuals, and which never produced good of any sort at the very time they are nationally irritable on the subject of common failings. This is reversing the case as it exists in most civilized countries where personalities excite disgust and society is deemed fair game. This weakness in the American character might easily be accounted for, but the object being rather to amend than to explain, the body of the work is referred to for examples. Power always has most to apprehend from its own illusions. Monarchs have incurred more hazards from the follies of their own that have grown up under the adulation of parasites than from the machinations of their enemies. And in a democracy, the delusion that would elsewhere be poured into the ears of a prince is poured into those of the people. It is hoped that this work, while free from the spirit of partisanship, will be thought to be exempt from this imputation. The writer believes himself to be as good a Democrat as there is in America, but his democracy is not of the impracticable school. He prefers a democracy to any other system on account of its comparative advantages, and not on account of its perfection. He knows it has evils, great and increasing evils, and evils peculiar to itself, but he believes that monarchy and aristocracy have more. It will be very apparent to all who read this book that he is not a believer in the scheme of raising men very far above their natural propensities. A long absence from home has in a certain degree put the writer in the situation of a foreigner in his own country, a situation probably much better for noting peculiarities than that of one who never left it. Two things have struck him painfully on his return: a disposition in the majority to carry out the opinions of the system to extremes, and a disposition in the minority to abandon all to the current of the day with the hope that this current will lead in the end to radical changes. 15 years since, all complaints against the institutions were virtually silenced, whereas now it is rare to hear them praised except by the mass, or by those who wish to profit by the favors of the mass. In the midst of these conflicting opinions, the voice of simple, honest, and what in a country like this ought to be fearless truth is nearly smothered, the one party effecting its ends by fulsome, false, and meretricious eulogisms in which it does not itself believe, and the other giving utterance to its discontent in useless and unmanly complaints. It has been the aim of the writer to avoid both these errors also. No attempt has been made to write very profound treatises on any of the subjects of this little book. The limits and objects of the work forbade it, the intention being rather to present to the reader those opinions that are suited to the actual condition of the country than to dwell on principles more general. A work the size of this might be written on the subject of instruction alone, but it has been the intention to present reasons and facts to the reader that are peculiarly American, rather than to exhaust the subjects. Had a suitable compound offered, the title of this book would have been something like Anti-Cant, for such a term expresses the intention of the writer, better perhaps than the one he has actually chosen. The work is written more in the spirit of censure than of praise, for its aim is correction, and virtues bring their own reward, while errors are dangerous. This is the end of Chapter 0. Chapter 1 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Government. Man is known to exist in no part of the world without certain rules for the regulation of his intercourse with those around him. It is a first necessity of his weakness that laws founded on the immutable principles of natural justice should be framed in order to protect the feeble against the violence of the strong, the honest from the schemes of the dishonest, the temperate and industrious from the waste and indolence of the dissolute and idle. These laws, though varying with circumstances, possess a common character, being formed on the consciousness of right, which God has bestowed in order that men may judge between good and evil. Governments have many names, which names in all cases are dependent on some one of the leading features of the institutions. It is usual, however, to divide governments into despotisms, limited monarchies, and republics, but these terms are too vague to answer the objects of definitions, since many aristocracies have existed under the designation of monarchies, and many monarchies have been styled republics. A despotism is a government of absolute power, in which the entire authority is in the possession of the prince. The term despot, as applied to a sovereign, however, is not properly one of reproach. It merely signifies a ruler who is irresponsible for his acts, and who governs without any legal restraint on his will. The word tyrant had originally the same meaning, though in a measure both have become so far corrupted as to convey an idea of abuses. A limited monarchy is a government in which the will of the sovereign is restrained by certain provisions of the state that cannot lawfully be violated. In its true signification, the word monarch means any prince at the head of a state. Monarchs are known by different titles, such as emperors, kings, princes, grand dukes, dukes, etc., etc. But it is not now common to apply the term to any below the rank of kings. The title of sovereign is of more general use, though properly meaning the same thing as that of a monarch. A republic is a government in which the pervading acknowledged principle is the right of the community as opposed to the right of a sovereign. In other words, the term implies the sovereignty of the people in lieu of that of a monarch. Thus, nations which have possessed kings, dukes, and princes at their heads have been termed republics because they have reserved the right to elect the monarchs, as was formerly the case in Poland, Venice, Genoa, and in many other of the Italian states in particular. Even Napoleon continued to style France a republic after he had assumed the imperial diadem, and because his elevation to the throne was sanctioned by the votes of the French nation. The term in his case, however, was evidently misapplied, for the crown was made hereditary in his family, while the polity of a republic supposes a new election on the death of the last ruler, if not oftener. In the case of Napoleon, the people elected a dynasty rather than a prince. In a republic, the chief of the state is always elective. Perhaps this fact is the most accurate technical distinction between a monarchy and this form of government, though the pervading principle of the first is the right of the sovereign and of the last the right of the community. The term republic, republica, res, a thing, publico, public, public things, means the public things or the common weal. Hence the term commonwealth, the word wealth in this particular sense meaning prosperity in general and not riches in particular. If these theoretical distinctions were rigidly respected, it would be easy to infer the real character of a government from its name. But nothing can be less alike than governments ordinarily are in their action and in their professions. Thus, despotism can scarcely be said to exist in truth in any part of Christendom, monarchs being compelled to govern according to established laws, which laws are formed on principles reasonably just, while they are restrained in the exercise of their will by an opinion that has been created by the advanced intelligence of the age. Some kings are monarchs only in name, the power having essentially passed into the hands of a few of their nominal subjects, and on the other hand some princes who by the constitutional principles of the system are deemed to be but a part of the state, effectually control it by means of bribes, rewards, and political combinations, submitting to little more restraint than the nominal despots. Just at this time, Prussia is an instance of the first of these truths, England of the second, and France of the last. Prussia, though a despotism in theory, is governed as mildly and, apart from political justice, as equitably and legally as any other country. The will of the sovereign is never made to interfere arbitrarily with the administration of law, and the law itself proceeds from the principles that properly influence all legislation, though it can only receive its authority from the will of the king. That country furnishes a proof of the progress of opinion as well as of its power to check abuses. It was only the great-grandfather of the present sovereign who caused tall men to marry tall women at his command in order to gratify a silly desire to possess a regiment of the tallest troops in the world. The influence of opinion on governments has been greatly aided by the wars and revolutions of the last and of the present century, in which privileges have been diminished, and the rights as well as, what is perhaps of more importance, the knowledge of their rights among the people have been greatly augmented. England, which is called a monarchy, is in fact a complicated but efficient aristocracy. Scarcely one of the powers that is distributed to the king by the Constitution, and which were in truth exercised by his predecessors, is possessed by the present monarch in fact. By the Constitution, the King of England is supposed to form a balance between the nobles and the people, whereas in truth his utmost influence is limited to holding a balance between parties, and this only in cases of a nearly equal force between contending factions. The extent of the authority of the King of England at the present day amounts to little more than the influence which he is permitted to use in minor cases, the aristocracy having devised expedients to control him on all occasions that are deemed of moment. as the mode in which this change has been effected illustrates the manner in which governments are made to take one character while they profess to belong to another. A brief exposition will aid the reader in understanding the subject. The King of England can do no wrong, but the ministers are responsible to Parliament. As the country has no written constitution, and laws enacted by the King, Lords, and Commons have the force of constitutional provisions, a system has been established by taking advantage of the necessities of different sovereigns by which no executive act is legal that is not sanctioned by at least one responsible minister. It follows the monarch can do nothing to which his Parliament is seriously opposed, since no minister will incur the risk of its displeasure. It is true that the nominal assent of the king is necessary to the enactment of a law, but the ministers being responsible for the consequences if it is withheld, and the Parliament alone being the judge of these consequences, as well as of the criminals, while it has an active jealousy of its own power, no instance of the exercise of this authority has occurred for more than a century. The right to withhold supplies has been the most efficient agent of the Parliament in subduing the authority of the Crown. By the theory of the British Constitution, the King can declare war. Formerly, this prerogative was exercised by different warlike sovereigns for personal motives. Now the right exists only in name, for no minister would consent to give the declaration the legal forms with the certainty of being impeached and punished unless acting in accordance with the wishes of Parliament. Although Parliament exercises this authority in all cases of importance, the ministers are permitted to perform most minor acts of authority unquestioned, so long as they have a party in the legislature to sustain them. This party, however, is necessary to their remaining in the ministry, and it follows that the majority of Parliament controls the very appointment of ministers, the only important political function that the king can now, even in theory, exercise without the intervention of a responsible minister. Were he, however, to appoint a minister in opposition to the wishes of Parliament, that body would refuse the required laws. The first requisite, therefore, on the formation of a new ministry is to enquire who can meet Parliament, as it is termed, or in other words, what ministers will be agreeable to a majority of the legislature. Thus, while the King of England says who shall be his ministers, the Parliament says who they shall not be, and in this instance, supported as it is by a control of all legislation, the negative power is found to be stronger than the affirmative. In reality, the ministers of Great Britain are appointed by the Parliament of the country, and not by the king, and this is virtually neutralizing, if not directly annihilating, all the available authority of the latter. In theory, the government of France and that of Great Britain have the same general character. In practice, however, owing to the greater political advancement of the last of these two countries, France today is not far from the point where England stood a century since. Then the King of England ruled through his Parliament, whereas now the Parliament rules through the King. On the other hand, with much of the machinery of a free state, the King of the French governs himself. A dread of the people's getting the ascendancy causes the aristocracy to lend itself to the power of the crown, which not only dictates the law, but in many cases proves to be stronger than the law itself. Of the three countries, perhaps legality is more respected in Prussia and Austria, both despotisms in theory, than in France, which has the profession of a limited monarchy. The difference is owing to the security of the first two governments and the insecurity of the last. These facts show the necessity of distinguishing between names and things in government, as well as in other matters. The institutions of no country are rigidly respected in practice, owing to the cupidity and passions of men, and vigilance in the protection of principles is even more necessary in a democracy than in a monarchy, as their violation is more certain to affect the interests of the people under such a form of government than under any other. A violation of the principles of a democracy is at the loss of the people, while in a monarchy it is usually their gain. This is the end of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Republics. Republics have been as liable to frauds and to departures from their professions as any other polities, though no government can properly be determined a republic at all in which the predominant authority of a single hereditary leader is acknowledged. In all republics there must be more or less of direct representation, however much its influence is lessened by the duration and by the magnitude of the trusts. Poland was formerly termed a republic because the kingly office was elective and on account of the power of the Diet. At any time any member of this body could defeat a law by exclaiming in Latin, "Veto, I forbid it," from which usage the word veto has been adopted as a substantive in most of the languages of Christendom to express the same power in the different executive rulers, which it is now common to term the veto power. The exercise of this right was found so inconvenient in practice that at length, in cases of gravity, the nobles of the Diet would draw their swords and menace the dissenting member with death unless he withdrew his veto. As a negative authority often has the efficiency of that which is affirmative, it is scarcely possible to conceive of a system in which the will of a majority was less consulted than in this. The Republic of Venice was a hereditary aristocracy, as in a great measure was that of ancient Rome. The term, in its true signification, perhaps infers a free government, for it means a representation of the general interests of the state. But as in practice, this representation became confined purely to the interests of the state, and the state itself was under the control of a few who did not fail to turn their authority to their private advantage. The system has oftener resulted in abuses than even that of monarchies. The profession of a free government in which the facts do not frankly concur usually tends to gross wrongs in order to conceal and protect the frauds. In Venice, such was the jealousy and tyranny of the state that a secret council existed with an authority that was almost despotic, while it was inquisitorial, and which was removed from the usual responsibility of opinion by an expedient that was devised to protect its members from the ordinary liabilities of common censure. This council consisted of 3 nobles who held their office for a limited period and who were appointed by drawing lots, each person concealing the fact of the lots having fallen on himself until he met his associates at an appointed place. It is an extraordinary fact that the same expedient was devised to conceal the murderers in the well-known case of Morgan, who fell a victim to the exaggeration and weakness of some of the members of the Masonic fraternity. By examining the different republics of ancient and modern times, it would be found that most of them had little more than the profession of liberty, though all substituted in them the right of the community for that of a monarch as a primary principle. This feature, then, must be taken as the distinction between this form of government and that of kingdoms, or of the sovereignties in which one rules or is supposed to rule. Republics may be aristocratical or democratical, and they may so nearly approach both as to render it a matter of doubt as to which class they properly belong, for the political combinations of communities, in a practical sense, are so numerous as almost to defeat accurate general definitions. This is the end of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Republic of the United States of America. The government of the United States differs from all others that have preceded it, though some imitations have been attempted in the southern parts of this continent. Its novelty, no less than its complicated nature, arising from its double system, has given birth to many errors in relation to its principles and its action, even among its own citizens, as well as among strangers. The polity of the United States is that of a confederated republic, but the power of the federal government acting in most instances on the body of the community without the intervention of the several states, it has been better styled a union. This word, which is original as applied to a political system, was first given to this form of confederation and is intended to express the greater intimacy of the relations of the parties than those of all previous examples. It exists in the Constitution, however, only as it is used in setting forth the motives for substituting that instrument for the old Articles of Confederation, the Constitution being silent as to the particular polity of the country, except that it recognizes the general term of a republic. The word Constitution, of itself, properly implies a more identified form of government than that which is usually understood to exist under a confederation, the first inferring a social compact, fundamental and predominant, the last a league between independent sovereignties. These distinctions have a certain weight, though they are rather arbitrary than logical, since men may create any degree of allegiance or of liability they may deem expedient under any form or modes of government. To deny this is to deny to bodies of human beings the right of self-government, a gift of nature. Though possessing a common end, governments are in reality subject to no laws but those of their own establishing. The government of the United States was formed by the several states of the Union as they existed at the period when the Constitution was adopted, and one of its leading principles is that all power which is not granted to the federal authority remain in the states themselves, or what is virtually the same thing, in the people of the states. This principle follows as a necessary consequence from the nature of the grants to the federal government, but it has been clearly expressed in a clause of the instrument that was introduced by way of amendment in 1801. This feature distinguishes this federal government from all the federal governments that have gone before it, as it was the general and ancient rule that liberty existed as a concession from authority, whereas here we find authority existing as a concession from the ruled. Something like the same principle exists in the government of the several states, and it once existed in the ancient democracies, though in no other known system perhaps as clearly and as unequivocally as in this, since it is a general maxim that governments should have all power, however much they may restrain themselves in its exercise. In the conflict of parties, the question by whom the federal government was formed has been agitated with more seriousness than the point at issue merited, since the fact admitted that the power which framed it did not exceed its authority. it is much more essential to know what was done than to ascertain who did it. The notion that the people of the United States, in the popular signification of the word, framed the government is contrary to fact, and leads to a wrong interpretation of many of the distinctive features of the system. The Constitution of the United States was formed by a convention composed of delegates elected by the different states in modes prescribed by their several laws and usages. These delegates voted by states and not as individuals, and the instrument was referred back to conventions in the respective states for approval or ratification. It is a governing principle of political maxims that the power to ratify is the power that possesses the authority in the last resort. Thus, treaties between independent sovereignties are never valid until ratified by the high treaty-making powers of the respective countries. As the several states of this union first acted through delegates of their own appointing, and then ratified their acts in conventions, also chosen by constituencies of their own selection, it is not easy to establish anything more plainly than the fact that the Constitution of the United States was framed by the states then in existence as communities, and not by the body of the people of the Union, or by the body of the people of the states, as has sometimes been contended. In favor of the latter opinion, it is maintained that the several states were an identified nation previously to the formation of the government, and the preamble of the Constitution itself has been quoted to prove that the compact was formed by the people as distinct from the states. This preamble commences by saying that we, the people of the United States, for reasons that are then set forth, have framed the instrument that follows. But in respecting a form of phraseology, it, of necessity, neither establishes a fact nor sets up a principle, and when we come to examine the collateral circumstances, we are irresistibly led to regard it merely as a naked and vague profession. That these several states were virtually parts of one entire nation previously to the formation of any separate general government proves nothing in the premises, as the very circumstance that a polity distinct from that of Great Britain was established by our ancestors, who were members of the great community that was then united in one entire nation, sufficiently shows that these parts can separate and act independently of each other. Such a circumstance might be, and probably it was, a strong motive for forming a more identified government, but it cannot properly be quoted as authority for or against any of its provisions. The latter are a mere question of fact. As such, their construction must depend on their intention, as explained in language. The term people, like most other substantives, has its general and its specific significations. In its general signification, the people of a country means the population of a country, as the population of a country includes the women and children. Nothing can be clearer than that the people, in this signification, did not form the American Constitution. The specific significations of this word are numerous, as rich, poor, wise, silly, good, and bad people. In a political sense, the people means those who are vested with political rights, and in this particular instance, the people vested with political rights were the constituencies of the several states under their various laws, modifications, and constitutions, which is but another name for the governments of the states themselves. We the people, as used in the preamble of the Constitution, means merely we, the constituencies of the several states. It follows that the Constitution of the United States was formed by the states and not by the people of the entire country as contended. the term used in the preamble being used in contradistinction to the old divine right of sovereigns, and as a mode of expressing the general republican character of the government. The states, by a prescribed majority, can also amend the Constitution, altering any of its provisions with the exception of that which guarantees the equal representation of the states in the Senate. It might be shown that states possessing a minority of all the people of the Union can alter the Constitution, a fact in itself which proves that the government of the United States, though a republic, is not necessarily a popular government in the broadest meaning of the word. The Constitution leaves the real character of the institutions of the country, with the exception that it prohibits monarchies, to be settled by the several states themselves. On the other hand, too much importance is attached to what is called the reserved sovereignties of the several states. A community can hardly be termed sovereign at all which has parted with all the great powers of sovereignty, such as the control of foreign relations, the authority to make war and peace, to regulate commerce, to coin money, keep fleets and armies, with all the other powers that have been ceded by the states to the federal government. But admitting that the rights reserved are sovereign in their ordinary nature, they are scarcely so in the conditions under which they are enjoyed, since by an amendment to the Constitution, a state may be deprived of most of them without its own consent. A community so situated can scarcely be deemed sovereign or even independent. The habit of drawing particular inferences from general theories in matters as purely practical as those of government is at all times dangerous, and the safest mode of construing the Constitution of the United States is by looking only at the instrument itself, without adverting to other systems, except as they may serve to give proper signification of the terms of that instrument, as these terms were understood at the time it was framed. Many popular errors exist on the subject of the influence of the federal Constitution on the rights and liberties of the citizen. The rights and liberties of the citizen to a great degree depend on the political institutions of the several states and not on those of the Union. Many of these errors have arisen from mistaking the meaning of the language of the Constitution. Thus, when the Constitution says that no laws shall be passed abridging the rights of the citizen in any particular thing, it refers to the power which under that particular Constitution has the authority to pass a law at all. This power under the government of the United States is Congress, and no other. An example will better show the distinction. In Article 6 of the amendments to the Constitution, we find the following clause. In all criminal prosecution, the accused shall enjoy the right of a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury, etc., etc., etc. It is not the meaning of this provision of the Constitution that under the laws of the several states the citizen shall be entitled to a public trial by jury, but that these privileges shall be assured to those who are accused of crimes against the laws of the United States. It is true that similar privileges as they are deemed essential to the liberties of their citizens are assured to them by the constitutions of the several states, but this has been done by voluntary acts of their own, every state having full power, so far as the Constitution of the United States has any control over it, to cause its accused to be tried in secret or without the intervention of juries, as the people of that particular state may see fit. There is nothing in the Constitution of the United States to prevent all the states, or any particular state, from possessing an established religion, from putting the press under the control of censors, from laying restrictions and penalties on the rights of speech, or from imposing most of the political and civil restraints on the citizen that are imposed under any other form of government. The guarantees for the liberties of the citizens given by the Constitution of the United States are very limited, except as against the action of the government of the Union alone. Congress may not pass any law establishing a religion or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, but the provisions of the Constitution relating to these subjects have no reference to the rights of the states. This distinction is very essential to a correct understanding of the institutions of the country, as many are misled on the subject. Some of the states, for example, are rigid in enforcing respect for the Sabbath, and a popular notion has prevailed that their laws are unconstitutional, since the federal compact guarantees liberty of conscience. This guarantee, like most of the others of the same nature, is only against the acts of Congress, and not against the acts of the states themselves. A state may pass any law it please to restrain the abuses of the Sabbath, provided it do not infringe on the provisions of its own Constitution, or invade a right conceded to the United States. It cannot stop the mail, for instance, or the passage of troops in the service of the federal government, but it may stop all who are not thus constitutionally protected by the superior power of the Union. This reading of the Constitution is in conformity with all the rules of construction, but that it is right can be shown from the language of the instrument itself. In Article 1st, Section 9th, Clause 3rd, we find this provision: "No bill of attainder or ex post facto law shall be passed." In Article 1st, Section 10, Clause 1st, which section is composed entirely of restraints on the power of the states, we find this provision: "No state shall pass any bill of attainder, ex post facto law," etc., etc. Had the provision of Clause 3rd, Section 9 been intended to limit the powers of the states, Clause 1st, Section 10 would clearly have been unnecessary. The latter provision, therefore, is one of the few instances in which the power of the states themselves is positively restrained by the Constitution of the United States. Although several states have conceded to the United States most of the higher attributes of sovereignty, they have reserved to themselves nearly all of the functions that render governments free, or otherwise. In declaring war, regulating commerce, keeping armies and navies, coining money, which are all high acts of sovereignty, despotisms and democracies are alike, all forms of government equally controlling these interests, and usually in the same manner. The characters of institutions depend on the repositories of power, in the last resort. In despotisms, the monarch is this repository. In aristocracies, the few. In democracies, the many. By the Constitution of the United States, its government is composed of different representations, which are chosen, more or less directly, by the constituencies of the several states. As there is no common rule for the construction of these constituencies, their narrowness or width must depend on the fundamental laws of the states themselves. It follows that the federal government has no fixed character so far as the nature of its constituency is concerned, but one that may constantly vary and which has materially varied since the commencement of the government, though as yet its changes have always been in the direction of popular rights. The only distinctive restriction imposed by the Constitution of the United States on the character of the states' governments is contained in Article 4th, Section 4th, Clause 1st, which guarantees to each state a republican form of government. No monarchy, therefore, can exist in this country, as existed formerly and now exists in the Confederation of Germany. But a republican form of government is not necessarily a free government. Aristocracies are oftener republics than anything else, and they have been among the most oppressive governments the world has ever known. No state can grant any title of nobility, but titles of nobility are oftener the consequence than the cause of narrow governments. Neither Venice, Poland, Genoa, Bern, a canton of Switzerland, nor most of the other narrow aristocracies of Europe had any titular nobles, though some of these countries were afflicted by governments of great oppression. Any state of this union, by altering its own constitution, may place the power of its own government, and by consequence its representation in the government of the United States, in any dozen families, making it perpetual and hereditary. The only guarantee against such an act is to be found in the discretion of the people of the several states, none of whom would probably part with power for such a purpose, and the check which the other states might hold over any one of their body by amending the Constitution. As this instrument now exists, however, there can be no reasonable doubts of the power of anyone or of all the states to so alter their polities. By considering these facts, we learn the true nature of the government, which may be said to have both a theoretical character and one in fact. In theory, this character is vague, and with the immaterial exception of the exclusion of a monarchy and the maintenance of the representative form, one altogether dependent on the policy of the states, by which it may be made a representative aristocracy, a representative democracy, or a union of the two. The government, in fact, is a near approach to that of a representative democracy, though it is not without a slight infusion from a few mild aristocracies. So long as slavery exists in the country, or were it better to say so long as the African race exists, some portion of this aristocratic infusion will probably remain. Stress is laid on the foregoing distinctions because the government of the Union is a compact between separate communities, and popular misconceptions on the nature of the institutions in a nation so much controlled by popular opinion not only lead to injustice, but may lead to dissension. It is the duty of every citizen to acquire just notions of the terms of the bargain before he pretends to a right to enforce them. This is the end of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Distinctive American Principles. Distinctive American principles as properly refer to the institutions of the states as to those of the Union. A correct notion of the first cannot be formed without keeping the latter constantly in view. The leading distinctive principle of this country is connected with the fact that all political power is strictly a trust, granted by the constituent to the representative. These representatives possess different duties, and as the greatest check that is imposed on them while in the exercise of their offices exists in the manner in which the functions are balanced by each other. It is of the last importance that neither class trespass on the trusts that are not especially committed to its keeping. The machinery of the state being the same in appearance in this country and in that from which we are derived, inconsiderate commentators are apt to confound their principles. In England, the institutions have been the result of those circumstances to which time has accidentally given birth. The power of the king was derived from violence. The monarch, before the Act of Succession in the reign of Queen Anne, claimed the throne in virtue of the conquest by William in 1060. In America, the institutions are the result of deliberate consultation, mutual concessions, and design. In England, the people may have gained by diminishing the power of the king, who first obtained it by force, but in America, to assail the rightful authority of the executive is attacking a system framed by the constituencies of the states, who are virtually the people for their own benefit. No assault can be made on any branch of this government while in the exercise of its constitutional duties without assaulting the right of the body of the nation, which is the foundation of the whole polity. In countries in which executive power is hereditary and clothed with high prerogatives, it may be struggling for liberty to strive to diminish its influence. But in this republic, in which the executive is elective, has no absolute authority in framing the laws, serves for a short period, is responsible, and has been created by the people through the states for their own purposes, it is assailing the rights of that people to attempt in any manner to impede its legal and just action. It is a general law in politics that the power most to be distrusted is that which, possessing the greatest force, is the least responsible. Under the constitutional monarchies of Europe, as they exist in theory at least, the king, besides uniting in his single person all the authority of the executive, which includes a power to make war, create peers, and unconditionally to name to all employments, has an equal influence in enacting laws, his veto being absolute. But in America, the executive, besides being elective, is stripped of most of these high sources of influence, and is obliged to keep constantly in view the justice and legality of his acts, both on account of his direct responsibilities and on account of the force of public opinion. In this country, there is far more to apprehend from Congress than from the executive, as is seen in the following reasons. Congress is composed of many, while the executive is one. Bodies of men notoriously acting with less personal responsibility than individuals. Congress has power to enact laws, which it becomes the duty of the executive to see enforced, and the really legislative authority of a country is always its greatest authority. From the decisions and constructions of the executive, the citizen can always appeal to the courts for protection, but no appeal can lie from the acts of Congress, except on the ground of unconstitutionality. The executive has direct personal responsibilities under the laws of the land for any abuses of his authority. But the member of Congress, unless guilty of open corruption, is almost beyond personal liabilities. It follows that the legislature of this country, by the intention of the Constitution, wields the highest authority under the least responsibility, and that it is the power most to be distrusted. Still, all who possess trusts are to be diligently watched, for there is no protection against abuses without responsibility, nor any real responsibility without vigilance. Political partisans who are too apt to mistake the impulses of their own hostilities and friendships for truth have laid down many false principles on the subject of the duties of the executive. When a law is passed, it goes to the executive for execution through the executive agents, and at need to the courts for interpretation. It would seem that there is no discretion vested in the executive concerning the constitutionality of a law. If he distrusts the constitutionality of any law, he can set forth his objections by resorting to the veto. But it is clearly the intention of the system that the whole legislative power, in the last resort, shall abide in Congress, while it is necessary to the regular action of the government that none of its agents, but those who are especially appointed for that purpose, shall pretend to interpret the Constitution in practice. The citizen is differently situated. If he conceive himself oppressed by an unconstitutional law, it is his inalienable privilege to raise the question before the courts, where a final interpretation can be had. By this interpretation, the executive and all his agents are equally bound to abide. This obligation arises from the necessity of things as well as from the nature of the institutions. There must be somewhere a power to decide on the constitutionality of laws, and this power is vested in the Supreme Court of the United States on final appeal. When called on to approve a law, even though its principles should have been already pronounced on by the courts, the executive is independent. He is now a legislator and can disregard all other constructions of the Constitution but those dictated by his own sense of right. In this character, to the extent of his veto power, he is superior to the courts, which have cognizance of no more than each case as it is presented for their consideration. The President may approve of a law that the court has decided to be unconstitutional in principle, or he may veto a law that the court has decided to be constitutional in principle. The legislator himself is compelled to submit to the interpretation of the court, however different his own views of the law may have been in passing it. But as soon as he comes to act again as a legislator, he becomes invested with all his own high duties and rights. The court cannot make the Constitution in any case. It only interprets the law. One court may decide differently from another, and instances often occur in which the same judges see reason to change their own decisions, and it would be to the last degree inexpedient to give the court an authority beyond the necessity of the circumstances. Although the court can render a law null, its power does not extend beyond the law already passed. Congress may reenact it as often as it please, and the court will still exercise its reason in rejecting it. This is the balance of the Constitution, which invites inquiry. The constituencies of the states holding a legal authority to render that constitutional which the courts have declared to be unconstitutional, or vice versa, by amendments to the instrument itself, the supremacy of the court being merely temporary, conditional, and growing out of expediency and necessity. It has been said that it is a vital principle of this government that each of its branches should confine itself to the particular duties assigned to it by the Constitution and in no manner exceed them. Many grave abuses have already arisen from losing sight of this truth, and there is danger that the whole system will be perverted from its intention, if not destroyed, unless they are seasonably corrected. Of these, the most prevalent, the one most injurious to the public service, that which has been introduced the most on foreign and the least on American principles, is the practice of using the time and influence of the legislatures for the purpose of acting on the public mind with a view to affect the elections. This usage has already gained so much footing as seriously to impede the course of legislation. This is one of the cases in which it is necessary to discriminate between the distinctive principles of our own government and those of the government of the country from which we are derived. In England, by the mode in which the power of the executive has been curtailed, it is necessary that the ministerial contests should be conducted in the legislative bodies. But in this country such a course cannot be imitated without the legislators assuming an authority that does not belong to them, and without dispossessing the people, in some measure, of their rights. He who will examine the Constitution for the powers of Congress will find no authority to pass resolutions on or to waste the time, which is the property of the public, in discussing the matters on which, after all, Congress has no power to decide. This is the test of legislative authority. Congress cannot properly even discuss a subject that Congress cannot legally control, unless it be to ascertain its own powers. In cases that do not admit of question, this is one of the grossest abuses of the institutions and ought to be classed with the usurpations of other systems. There is a feeling connected with this subject that it behooves every upright citizen cautiously to watch. He may be opposed to the executive, for instance, as a party man, and yet have an immediate representative in Congress of his own particular way of thinking. And it is a weakness of humanity under such circumstances for one to connect himself most directly with his own immediate candidate and to look on his political opponent with distrust. The jealousy created by this feeling induces unreflecting men to imagine that curbing their particular representatives in manners of this nature is curtailing their own rights, and disposes them to defend what is inherently wrong on personal motives. Political systems ought to be, and usually are, framed on certain great and governing principles. These principles cannot be perverted or lost sight of without perverting or rendering nugatory the system itself. And under a popular government in an age like this, far more is to be apprehended from indirect attacks on the institutions than from those which are direct. It is usual to excuse these departures from the right on the plea of human propensities, but human institutions are framed expressly to curb such propensities, and no truth is more salutary than that which is contained in the homely saying that lawmakers should not be law-breakers. It is the duty of the citizen to judge all political acts on the great principles of the government, and not according to his own political partialities or prejudices. His own particular representative is no more a representative of the people than the representative of any other man, and one branch of the government is no more representative than another. All are to be kept within their respective spheres, and it may be laid down as a governing maxim of the institutions that the representative who exceeds his trust trespasses on the rights of the people. All comparisons between the powers of the British Parliament and those of Congress are more than useless, since they are bodies differently constituted, while one is absolute and the other is merely a special trustee for limited and defined objects. In estimating the powers of Congress, there is a rule that may be safely confided in, and which has been already hinted at. The powers of Congress are express and limited. That body, therefore, can have no right to pass resolutions other than those which will affect their own police, or in a moral sense, even to make speeches, except on subjects on which they have a right to pass laws. The instant they exceed these limits, they exceed the bounds of their delegated authority. By applying this simple test to their proceedings, any citizen may, in ordinary cases, ascertain how far the representatives of the nation abuse their trusts. Liberty is not a matter of words, but a positive and important condition of society. Its great safeguards, after placing its foundations on a popular base, is in the checks and balances imposed on the public servants, and all its real friends ought to know that the most insidious attacks are made on it by those who are the largest trustees of authority in their efforts to increase their power. The government of the United States has three branches: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. These several branches are independent of each other, though the first is intended to act as a check on the second, no law or resolution being legal that is not first submitted to the President for his approval. This check, however, does not render the first an integral part of the legislature, as laws and resolutions may be passed without his approval by votes of 2/3. In most constitutional monarchies, the legislatures, being originally secondary powers, were intended as checks on the action of the Crown, which was possessed of the greatest and, by consequence, of the most dangerous authority, whereas the case is reversed in America, the executive using his veto as a check on Congress. Such is the intention of the Constitution, though the tactics of party and the bitterness of opposition have endeavored to interpret the instrument differently by appealing to the ancient prejudices derived from England. This is the end of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Powers of the Executive. The President sees the laws faithfully executed. In order to render this power efficient, he appoints to office and removes all officers but the judges, and those whom they are authorized by Congress to appoint, who form an independent portion of the government. As this has been a disputed authority, it may be well to explain it more distinctly. The President nominates to the Senate, and with its advice and consent appoints all the officers of the government, with the exception of those whose appointment Congress has authority to vest by law in the heads of departments or in the courts of justice. The functionaries appointed by the courts of law are not removable, either directly or indirectly, by the President, that branch of the government being independent and not executing, but merely interpreting the laws. Although the President cannot remove the officers who are appointed by the heads of departments, he can remove those heads of departments themselves, thereby securing a prompt and proper execution of their duties. In this manner, all the executive agents are subject to the supervisory power of the President, as there can be no just doubt was the intention of the Constitution. The right of the President to remove from office has been disputed, but on insufficient grounds, unless the Constitution shall be so interpreted as to give him this power. All officers must hold their places until removed by death or impeachment, as it is clear no other branch of the state, separately or in connection with a second, possesses this authority. A brief examination of the instrument will demonstrate this truth, the reader bearing in mind that there is now question only of those officers who are appointed by the executive, and not of those who are appointed by the courts of law or the heads of departments. The language of the Constitution is as follows. He, the President, shall have power by and with the advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators concur, and he shall nominate, and by and with the advice and consent of the Senate appoint ambassadors, etc., etc., and all the other officers of the government with the exceptions already named. From this phraseology it has been contended that as the Senate has a voice in appointing, it ought to have a voice in removing from office. The Constitution leaving the latter authority entirely to construction. In addition to the paragraph just quoted, we find that he, the President, shall commission all officers of the United States. All the direct provisions of the Constitution on this subject are contained in the 2 parts of sections. The pretension on behalf of the Senate's voice in removal is made under an erroneous notion of its power in appointments. The Senate in no manner appoints to office. This is proved by the language of the Constitution, which reads, by taking away the parenthetical part of the sentence, he, the President, shall appoint, etc., etc. In no other way can grammar be made of the sentence. The President, therefore, and not the Senate, appoints to office, and by construction the President decides on the removal. The contest of the Senate in the cases of treaties and offices is a bestowal of authority on the President alone, by which consent he receives a complete power to act in the premises as he shall judge expedient. Thus a treaty is not ratified because the Senate approves of it, nor a citizen appointed to office because the Senate consents to his appointment. The authority granted in both cases being given to the President, and not to the instrument in the case of a treaty, or to the individual in the case of an appointment. The President may refuse to ratify a treaty, which is the consummation of such a compact, or to commission an officer, which is his authority to act, after having received the consent of the Senate in both cases. The power of the Senate is merely a negative power in appointments and in treaties, its dissent defeating the intention of the President, but its assent in no manner obliging him to adhere to his first resolution. Or it would be better still to say, the Senate has the power to complete the authority of the President. In some countries, a parent negatives the marriage of the child. This is a similar case in principle, for when the father consents, he does not marry, but permits his child to perform the affirmative act. The powers of the President are threefold in the cases of appointments. He nominates, he appoints, and he commissions. To nominate is to propose or name, to appoint is to determine in the mind, or in this case to settle on consultation, and to commission is to empower. The last act is the one by which the nominee receives his authority, and it would seem to be a just construction that that authority which appoints and empowers should have the right to withdraw its commission. They who object to this reasoning say that the power to commission is merely a ministerial power. No part of the Constitution can be thus limited in its signification. All the powers of the executive named in the instrument are strictly executive powers, and are to be construed solely on the great principles that regulate all executive authority. This is in conformity with the letter and spirit of the Constitution, which has instituted this high office not as a ministerial, but as an executive office. The distinction between an executive and a ministerial function is great and manifest. The last is positive and limited by the provisions of the law to be executed. The first has a wide discretion, and is always to be interpreted on as liberal and broad principles as the nature of the case will allow, it being the intention that high political considerations should have their due weight on the acts of such an agent. But a quotation from the Constitution itself will show our meaning. The section which contains the power of the President to commission is in these words: He, the President, shall from time to time give to Congress information of the state of the Union, and recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient. He may, on extraordinary occasions, convene both houses, or either of them, and in case of disagreement between them, with respect to the time of adjournment, he may adjourn them to such time as he may think proper. He shall receive ambassadors and other public ministers. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed, and he shall commission, empower, in an executive sense, all officers of the United States. Each and all of these high functions are executive and are to be discharged on the great principles of executive power. Thus, the President is not obliged to receive ambassadors and other public ministers, as they shall present themselves like a mere minister of state when the act is contrary to the interests and character of the nation. But he is the depository of that discretionary authority to receive or to reject them, which by the usages of nations and in the necessity of things must somewhere abide in all governments. Under the Confederation, this power resided in Congress. Under the Constitution, it is in the President. Were this function merely a ministerial function, the President would have no power to decline receiving a foreign agent, and the country would be destitute of a necessary means to protect the interests and dignity of the state. On the same principle, the right to commission or empower, as an executive right in the absence of any specific fundamental law to the contrary, infers the right to withdraw that commission, or in other words, to remove from office. All the different powers of the President confirm this construction. He is commanded to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, a duty that can be discharged in no other manner than by displacing unworthy agents and entrusting the authority to worthier. He nominates or originates the appointment with the consent of the Senate. He settles the matter in his own mind, or appoints, and according to the true and technical signification of the word, he commissions or empowers, unless it be intended that all offices shall be held during good behavior, he removes. That the Constitution did not intend that officers should be irremovable is to be inferred from the fact that duties are assigned to the President that can be discharged in no other manner than by displacing delinquents, from the general usages of government, and from the fact that certain officers are named in the way of expectations as those who are to hold their trusts during good behavior. An example will show the necessity of this power's existing in the President. A collector is commanded to perform certain acts, which he neglects to do to the great injury of the country. The executive is ordered by the Constitution to take care that this, as well as other laws, be faithfully executed. He admonishes the delinquent who pertinaciously adheres to his illegal course. In what manner is the President to enforce the law? Impeachment is not in his power in the first place, and in the next place it does not enforce the law, but punishes the offender. He may, in some cases, order the law officers of the government to prosecute for penalties, perhaps, but the law officers may also refuse to do their duties, and thus the whole intention of the institutions would be set at naught. Errors have arisen on these subjects by misconceiving the meaning of the terms. Nominate, appoint, and commission are to be construed in their broadest significations, in an instrument as dignified and comprehensive as a constitution, and with strict reference to the general character of the functions with which they are connected, functions that are purely executive and in no manner ministerial. This is the only statesmanlike view of the question, though the practice of permitting common law lawyers to expound the great national compact has had the effect to narrow and degrade the instrument, favoring the views of political factions and not unfrequently disturbing the country without a commensurate object. The practice of the government has always been in conformity with this reasoning, though it is believed that no commentator has ever given a sufficiently broad signification to the power to commission. If this power be strictly executive, as it is just to deem it, it must be taken like the power to receive ambassadors, or as a duty vested with high executive discretion. The President has consequently the same authority to withhold or to withdraw a commission, in the one case as in the other, to receive or to decline receiving a foreign minister. It follows that all the affirmative power in making treaties, in appointing to office, and in removing is in the President alone. The advice and consent of the Senate not authorizing the several acts, but merely completing the right of the executive to perform these high functions himself. The President of the United States, besides his civil duties, is the military commander-in-chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and at all times of the militia of the several states whenever the latter is called into the field. He is the representative of the constituencies of the states under a peculiar modification and for the purposes set forth in the Constitution. He has no prerogative, which implies an inalienable and exclusive right or privilege, for his functions take the character of duties, and the states can legally, under prescribed forms, not only modify those duties, but they can altogether destroy the office at will. As a rule, there is far more danger that the President of the United States will render the office less efficient than was intended, than he will exercise an authority dangerous to the liberties of the country. Some of his powers, perhaps, are too imitative and are unnecessary, that of dismissing military officers, for instance, but it is a greater evil to attempt reducing them, except in conformity with the provisions of the Constitution, than to endure them. Even these questionable points of power, have been seldom abused, and as a whole, the history of the country shows 10 instances of presidents evading responsibility to 1 of their abusing power. A recent case is that of the executives assenting to an indirect law recognizing the independence of Texas, a measure that is purely diplomatic and international, and which, of course, ought to be regulated by treaty and in no other manner. A step of this gravity, if referred to the proper authority, would have required the sanction of a 2/3 vote in the Senate, and consequently a deliberation and prudence that might do better justice, and possibly avoid a war. This is the end of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On equality. Equality in a social sense may be divided into that of condition and that of rights. Equality of condition is incompatible with civilization, and is found only to exist in those communities that are but slightly removed from the savage state. In practice, it can only mean a common misery. Equality of rights is a peculiar feature of democracies. These rights are properly divided into civil and political, though even these definitions are not to be taken as absolute or as literally exact. Under the monarchies of the Old World there exist privileged classes, possessed of exclusive rights. For a long period the nobles were exempted from taxes and many other charges, advantages that are still enjoyed by them in certain countries. In England, even, the nobles are entitled to hereditary advantages that are denied to those who are of inferior birth. All these distinctions are done away with in principle in countries where there exists a professed equality of rights, though there is probably no community that does not make some distinctions between the political privileges of men. If this be true, there is strictly no equality of political rights anywhere, although there may be, and is, a nearer approach to an equality of civil rights. By political rights we understand the suffrage, eligibility to office, and a condition of things that admits of no distinction between men unless on principles that are common to all. Thus, though a man is not qualified to vote until he has reached the age of 21, the regulation does not affect political equality, since all are equally subjected to the rule, and all become electors on attaining the same age. With an equality of civil rights, all men are equal before the law, all classes of the community being liable equally to taxation, military service, jury duties, and to the other impositions attendant on civilization, and no one being exempted from its control, except on general rules which are dependent on the good of all, instead of the exemptions belonging to the immunities of individuals, estates, or families. An equality of civil rights may be briefly defined to be an absence of privileges. The distinction between the equality of civil and of political rights is material, one implying mere equality before the administration of the law, the other equality in the power to frame it. An equality of civil rights is never absolute, but we are to understand the term, such as an equality, only as is compatible with general justice and the relations between the different members of families. Thus, women nowhere possess precisely the same rights as men, or men the same rights as women. The wife usually can neither sue nor be sued, while the husband, except in particular cases, is made liable to all legal claims on account of the wife. Minors are deprived of many of their civil rights, or it would be better to say, do not attain them until they reach a period of life that has been arbitrarily fixed and which varies in different countries according to their several policies. Neither is the equality of political rights ever absolute. In those countries where the suffrage is said to be universal, exceptions exist that arise from the necessity of things or from that controlling policy which can never be safely lost sight of in the management of human affairs. The interests of women being thought to be so identified with those of their male relatives as to become to a great degree inseparable, females are almost generally excluded from the possession of political rights. There can be no doubt that society is greatly the gainer by thus excluding one half its members and the half that is best adapted to give a tone to its domestic happiness from the strife of parties and the fierce struggles of political controversies. Men are also excluded from political rights previously to having attained the age prescribed by law. Paupers, those who have no fixed abodes, and aliens in law, though their lives may have been principally passed in the country, are also excluded from the enjoyment of political rights everywhere. Thus, birthright is almost universally made a source of advantage. These exceptions, however, do not very materially affect the principle of political equality, since the rules are general and have been made solely with a reference to the good of society or to render the laws less liable to abuses in practice. It follows that equality, whether considered in connection with our civil or political rights, must not be taken as a general and absolute condition of society, but as such an equality as depends on principles that are equitable and which are suited to the actual wants of men. This is the end of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On American Equality. The equality of the United States is no more absolute than that of any other country. There may be less inequality in this nation than in most others, but inequality exists, and in some respects with stronger features than it is usual to meet with in the rest of Christendom. The rights of property being an indispensable condition of civilization, and its quiet possession everywhere guaranteed, equality of condition is rendered impossible. One man must labor, while another may live luxuriously on his means. One has leisure and opportunity to cultivate his tastes, to increase his information, and to refine his habits, while another is compelled to toil that he may live. One is reduced to serve, while another commands, and of course there can be no equality in their social conditions. The justice and relative advantage of these differences, as well as their several duties, will be elsewhere considered. By the inequality of civil and political rights that exists in certain parts of the Union, and the great equality that exists in others, we see the necessity of referring the true character of the institutions to those of the states, without a just understanding of which it is impossible to obtain any general and accurate ideas of the real polity of the country. The same general exceptions to civil and political equality that are found in other free countries exist in this, though under laws peculiar to ourselves. Women and minors are excluded from the suffrage and from maintaining suits at law under the usual provisions, here as well as elsewhere. None but natives of the country can fill many of the higher offices, and paupers, felons, and all those who have not fixed residences are also excluded from the suffrage. In a few of the states, property is made the test of political rights, and in nearly half of them, a large portion of the inhabitants who are of a different race from the original European occupants of the soil are entirely excluded from all political and from many of the civil rights that are enjoyed by those who are deemed citizens. A slave can neither choose nor be chosen to office, nor in most of the states can even a free man unless a white man. A slave can neither sue nor be sued. He cannot hold property, real or personal, nor can he in many of the states be a witness in any suit, civil or criminal. It follows from these facts that absolute equality of condition, of political rights, or of civil rights does not exist in the United States, though they all exist in a much greater degree in some states than in others, and in some of the states perhaps to as great a degree as is practicable. In what are usually called the free states of America, or those in which domestic slavery is abolished, there is to be found as much equality in every respect as comports with safety, civilization, and the rights of property. This is also true as respects the white population in those states in which domestic slavery does exist, though the number of the bond is in a large proportion to that of the free. As the tendency of the institutions of America is to the right, we learn in these truths the power of facts, every question of politics being strictly a question of practice. They who fancy it possible to frame the institutions of a country on the pure principles of abstract justice, as these principles exist in theories, know little of human nature, or of the restraints that are necessary to society. Abuses assail us in 1,000 forms, and it is hopeless to aspire to any condition of humanity approaching perfection. The very necessity of a government at all arises from the impossibility of controlling the passions by any other means than that of force. The celebrated proposition contained in the Declaration of Independence is not to be understood literally. All men are not created equal, in a physical or even in a moral sense, unless we limit the signification to one of political rights. This much is true, since human institutions are a human invention with which nature has had no connection. Men are not born equals, physically, since one has a good constitution, another a bad, one is handsome, another ugly, one white, another black. Neither are men born equals morally, one possessing genius or a natural aptitude, while his brother is an idiot. As regards all human institutions, men are born equal, no sophistry being able to prove that nature intended one should inherit wealth and power, another slavery and want. Still, artificial inequalities are the inevitable consequences of artificial ordinances, and in founding a new government principle for the social compact, the American legislatures instituted new modes of difference. The very existence of government at all infers inequality. The citizen who is preferred to office becomes the superior of those who are not, so long as he is the repository of power, and the child inherits the wealth of the parent as a controlling law of society. All that the great American proposition therefore can mean is to set up new and juster notions of natural rights than those which existed previously, by asserting, in substance, that God has not instituted political inequalities as was pretended by the advocates of jus divinium, that men possessed a full and natural authority to form such social institutions as best suited their necessities. There are numerous instances in which the social inequality of America may do violence to our notions of abstract justice, but the compromise of interests under which all civilized society must exist renders this unavoidable. Great principles seldom escape working injustice in particular things, and this so much the more in establishing the relations of a community, for in them many great and frequently conflicting principles enter to maintain the more essential features of which sacrifices of parts become necessary. If we would have civilization and the exertion indispensable to its success, we must have property. If we have property, we must have its rights. If we have the rights of property, we must take those consequences of the rights of property which are inseparable from the rights themselves. The equality of rights in America, therefore, after allowing for the striking exception of domestic slavery, is only a greater extension of the principle than common, while there is no such thing as an equality of condition. All that can be said of the first is that it has been carried as far as a prudent discretion will at all allow, and of the last that the inequality is the simple result of civilization, unaided by any of those fictitious plans that have been elsewhere devised in order to augment the power of the strong and to enfeeble the weak. Equality is nowhere laid down as a governing principle of the institutions of the United States. Neither the word, nor any inference that can be fairly deduced from its meaning, occurring in the Constitution. As respects the states themselves, the professions of an equality of rights are more clear, and, slavery excepted, the intention in all their governments is to maintain it as far as practicable, though equality of condition is nowhere mentioned, all political economists knowing that it is unattainable, if indeed it be desirable. Desirable in practice it can hardly be, since the result would be to force all down to the level of the lowest. All that a good government aims at, therefore, is to add no unnecessary and artificial aid to the force of its own unavoidable consequences, and to abstain from fortifying and accumulating social inequality as a means of increasing political inequalities. This is the end of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On liberty. Liberty, like equality, is a word more used than understood. Perfect and absolute liberty is as incompatible with the existence of society as equality of condition. It is impracticable in a state of nature even, since without the protection of the law, the strong would oppress and enslave the weak. We are then to understand by liberty merely such a state of the social compact as permits the members of a community to lay no more restraints on themselves than are required by their real necessities and obvious interests. To this definition may be added that it is a requisite of liberty that the body of a nation should retain the power to modify its institutions as circumstances shall require. The natural disposition of all men being to enjoy a perfect freedom of action, it is a common error to suppose that the nation which possesses the mildest laws, or laws that impose the least personal restraints, is the freest. This opinion is untenable, since the power that concedes this freedom of action can recall it unless it is lodged in the body of the community itself. There is, therefore, no pledge for the continuance of such a liberty. A familiar supposititious case will render this truth more obvious. A slaveholder in Virginia is the master of 2 slaves. To one he grants his liberty, with the means to go to a town in a free state. The other accompanies his old associate clandestinely. In this town they engage their services voluntarily to a common master, who assigns to them equal shares in the same labor, paying them the same wages. In time the master learns their situation, but being an indulgent man, he allows the slave to retain his present situation. In all material things these brothers are equal. They labor together, receive the same wages, and eat of the same food. Yet one is bond and the other free. Since it is in the power of the master, or of his heir, or of his assignee at any time to reclaim the services of the one who was not legally manumitted and reduce him again to the condition of slavery. One of these brothers is the master of his own acts, while the other, though temporarily enjoying the same privileges, holds them subject to the will of a superior. This is an all-important distinction in the consideration of political liberty, since the circumstances of no 2 countries are precisely the same, and all municipal regulations ought to have direct reference to the actual condition of a community. It follows that no country can properly be deemed free unless the body of the nation possess, in the last resort, the legal power to frame its laws according to its wants. This power must also abide in the nation, or it becomes merely an historical fact. For he that was once free is not necessarily free always, any more than he was once happy is to consider himself happy in perpetuity. This definition of liberty is new to the world, for a government founded on such principles is a novelty. Hitherto a nation has been deemed free whose people were possessed of a certain amount of franchises, without any reference to the general repository of power. Such a nation may not be absolutely enslaved, but it can scarcely be considered in possession of an affirmative political liberty, since it is not the master of its own fortunes. Having settled what is the foundation of liberty, it remains to be seen by what process a people can exercise this authority over themselves. The usual course is to refer all matters of choice to the decision of majorities. The common axiom of democracies, however, which says that the majority must rule, is to be received with many limitations. Were the majority of a country to rule without restraint, it is probable that as much injustice and oppression would follow as are found under the dominion of one. It belongs to the nature of men to arrange themselves in parties, to lose sight of truth and justice in partisanship and prejudice, to mistake their own impulses for that which is proper, and to do wrong because they are indisposed to seek the right. Were it wise to trust power unreservedly to majorities, all fundamental and controlling laws would be unnecessary, since they might, as occasion required, emanate from the will of numbers. Constitutions would be useless. The majority rules in prescribed cases and in no other. It elects to office. It enacts ordinary laws, subject, however, to the restrictions of the Constitution, and it decides most of the questions that arise in the primitive meetings of the people, questions that do not usually affect any of the principal interests of life. The majority does not rule in settling fundamental laws under the Constitution, or when it does rule in such cases, it is with particular checks produced by time and new combinations. It does not pass judgment in trials, at law, or under impeachment, and it is impotent in many matters touching vested rights. In the state of New York, the majority is impotent in granting corporations and in appropriating money for local purposes. Though majorities often decide wrong, it is believed that they are less liable to do so than minorities. There can be no question that the educated and affluent classes of a country are more capable of coming to wise and intelligent decisions in affairs of state than the mass of a population. Their wealth and leisure afford them opportunities for observation and comparison, while their general information and greater knowledge of character enable them to judge more accurately of men and measures. That these opportunities are not properly used is owing to the unceasing desire of men to turn their advantages to their own particular benefit and to their passions. All history proves, when power is the sole possession of a few, that it is perverted to their sole advantage, the public suffering in order that their rulers may prosper. The same nature which imposes the necessity of governments at all seems to point out the expediency of confiding its control in the last resort to the body of the nation as the only lasting protection against gross abuses. We do not adopt the popular polity because it is perfect, but because it is less imperfect than any other. As man by his nature is liable to error, it is vain to expect an infallible whole that is composed of fallible parts. The government that emanates from a single will, supposing that will to be pure, enlightened, impartial, just, and consistent, would be the best in the world, were it attainable for men. Such is the government of the universe, the result of which is perfect harmony. As no man is without spot in his justice, as no man has infinite wisdom or infinite mercy, we are driven to take refuge in the opposite extreme, or in the government of many. It is common for the advocates of monarchy and aristocracy to deride the opinions of the mass as no more than the impulses of ignorance and prejudices. While experience unhappily shows that this charge has too much truth, it also shows that the educated and few form no exemption to the common rule of humanity. The most intelligent men of every country in which there is liberty of thought and action, yielding to their interests or their passions, are always found taking the opposite extremes of contested questions, thus triumphantly refuting any arrogant proposition that of the exclusive fitness of the few to govern by an unanswerable fact. The minority of a country is never known to agree except in its efforts to reduce and oppress the majority. Were this not so, parties would be unknown in all countries but democracies, whereas the factions of aristocracies have been among the fiercest and least governable of any recorded in history. Although real political liberty can have but one character, that of a popular base, the world contains many modifications of governments that are, more or less, worthy to be termed free. In most of these states, however, the liberties of the mass are of the negative character of franchises, which franchises are not power of themselves, but merely an exemption from the abuses of power. Perhaps no state exists in which the people, either by usage or by direct concessions from the source of authority, do not possess some of these franchises. For if there is no such thing in practice as perfect and absolute liberty, neither is there any such thing in practice as total and unmitigated slavery. In the one case, nature has rendered man incapable of enjoying freedom without restraint, and in the other incapable of submitting entirely without resistance to oppression. The harshest despots are compelled to acknowledge the immutable principles of eternal justice, affecting necessity and the love of right for their most ruthless deeds. England is a country in which the franchises of the subject are more than usually numerous. Among the most conspicuous of these are the right of trial by jury and that of the habeas corpus. Of the former it is unnecessary to speak, but as the latter is a phrase that may be unintelligible to many, it may be well to explain it. The literal signification of habeas corpus is, thou mayest have a body. Habeas, the second person singular, present tense, subjective mood of the verb habear, to have. Corpus, a noun signifying body. In arbitrary governments, it is much the usage to oppress men under the pretense of justice by causing them to be arrested on false or trivial charges and subjecting them to long and vexatious imprisonments by protracting or altogether evading the day of trial. The issue of a writ of habeas corpus is an order to bring the accused before an impartial and independent judge who examines into the charge and who orders the prisoner to be set at liberty unless there be sufficient legal ground for his detention. This provision of the English law has been wisely retained in our system, for without some such regulation it would be almost as easy to detain a citizen unjustly under a popular government as to detain a subject of a monarchy, the difference in favor of the first consisting only in the greater responsibility of its functionaries. By comparing the privileges of the habeas corpus, where it exists alone and as a franchise, with those of the citizen who enjoys it merely as a provision of his own against the abuses of ordinances that he had a voice in framing, we learn the essential difference between real liberty and franchises. The Englishman can appeal to a tribunal against the abuse of an existing law, but if the law be not with him, he has no power to evade it, however unjust or oppressive. The American has the same appeal against the abuse of a law with the additional power to vote for its repeal should the law itself be vicious. The one profits by a franchise to liberate his person only, submitting to his imprisonment, however, if legality has been respected, while the other, in addition to this privilege, has a voice in getting rid of the obnoxious law itself and in preventing a recurrence of the wrong. Some countries have the profession of possessing a government of the people because an ancient dynasty has been set aside in a revolution and a new one seated on the throne, either directly by the people or by a combination that has been made to assume the character of a popular decision. Admitting that a people actually had an agency in framing such a system and in naming their ruler, they cannot claim to be free, since they have parted with the power they did actually possess. No proposition can be clearer than that he who has given away a thing is no longer its master. Of this nature is the present government of France. In that country, the ancient dynasty has been set aside by a combination of leaders, through the agency of a few active spirits among the mass, and a prince put upon the throne, who is virtually invested with all the authority of his predecessor. Still, as the right of the last sovereign is clearly derived from a revolution which has been made to assume the appearance of popular will, his government is termed a government of the people. This is a fallacy that can deceive no one of the smallest reflection. Such a system may be the best that France can now receive, but it is a mystification to call it by any other than its proper name. It is not a government of consultation, but one of pure force, as respects a vast majority of Frenchmen. A good deal of the same objection lies against the government of Great Britain, which, though freer in practice than that of France, is not based on a really free system. It may be said that both these governments are as free as comports with discretion, as indeed may be said of Turkey, since men get to be disqualified for the possession of any advantage in time. But such an admission is only an avowal of unfitness and not a proof of enjoyment. It is usual to maintain that in democracies the tyranny of majorities is a greater evil than the oppression of minorities in narrow systems. Although this evil is exaggerated, since the laws being equal in their action, it is not easy to oppress the few without oppressing all. It undeniably is the weak side of a popular government. To guard against this, we have framed constitutions, which point out the cases in which the majority shall decide, limiting their power and bringing what they do possess within the circle of certain general and just principles. It will be elsewhere shown that it is a great mistake for the American citizen to take sides with the public in doubtful cases affecting the rights of individuals, as this is the precise form in which oppression is the most likely to exhibit itself in a popular government. Although it is true that no genuine liberty can exist without being based on popular authority in the last resort, it is equally true that it cannot exist when thus based without many restraints on the power of the mass. These restraints are necessarily various and numerous. A familiar example will show their action. The majority of the people of a state might be in debt to its minority. Were the power of the former unrestrained, circumstances might arise in which they would declare depreciated banknotes a legal tender, and thus clear themselves of their liabilities at the expense of their creditors. To prevent this, the Constitution orders that nothing shall be made a legal tender but the precious metals, thus limiting the power of majorities in a way that the government is not limited in absolute monarchies, in which paper is often made to possess the value of gold and silver. Liberty, therefore, may be defined to be a controlling authority that resides in the body of a nation, but so restrained as only to be exercised on certain general principles that shall do as little violence to natural justice as is compatible with the peace and security of society. This is the end of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Advantages of a Monarchy. The monarchical form of government has the advantages of energy for external purposes as well as of simplicity in execution. It is prompt and efficient in attack. Its legislation is ready, emanating from a single will, and it has the means of respecting treaties with more fidelity than other systems. As laws are framed on general principles, they sometimes work evil in particular cases, and in a government of the will, the remedy is applied with more facility than in a government of law. In a monarchy, men are ruled without their own agency, as their time is not required for the supervision or choice of the public agents or the enactment of laws. Their attention may be exclusively given to their personal interests. Could this advantage be enjoyed without the abuses of such a state of things, it would alone suffice to render this form of government preferable to all others, since contact with the affairs of state is one of the most corrupting of the influences to which men are exposed. As a monarchy recedes from absolutism and takes the character of constitutionality, it loses these advantages to a certain extent, assuming more of those of legality. This is the end of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Robert H. Cherny, The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Advantages of an Aristocracy. The aristocratical form of government, though in an unmitigated form one of the worst known, has many advantages when tempered by franchises. This latter is the real policy of Great Britain, although it is under the pretense of a monarchy. No government, however, can properly be called a monarchy in which the monarch does not form a distinct and independent portion of the state. The King of England, by the theory of the Constitution, is supposed to hold a balance between the Lords and the Commons, whereas he, in truth, may be said merely to hold a casting vote between the several factions of the aristocracy when the forces of these factions neutralize each other. Aristocracies have a facility in combining measures for their interests that is not enjoyed by democracies. The power being in the hands of a few, these few can act with dispatch and energy, which, though unequaled by those of a monarchy, commonly have the material advantage of better agents. In an aristocracy, influence among the aristocrats themselves, depending chiefly on the manly qualities, history shows us that the public agents are usually more chosen for their services than in a monarchy, where the favor of the prince is the chief requisite for success. It may therefore be assumed that the higher qualities of those who fill the public trusts in an aristocracy more than neutralize the greater concentration of a monarchy, and render it the most efficient form of government for the purposes of conquest and foreign policy. That is known. Aristocracy has an absorbing quality, if such a term may be used, by which the active and daring of conquered territories are induced to join the conquerors in order to share in the advantages of the system. Thus, we find that almost all the countries that have made extensive conquests over civilized people and who have long retained them have been aristocracies. We get examples of the facilities of aristocracies to extend their influence as well as to retain it in Rome, England, Venice, Florence, and many other states. An aristocracy is a combination of many powerful men for the purpose of maintaining and advancing their own particular interests. It is consequently a concentration of all the most effective parts of a community for a given end. Hence its energy, efficiency, and success. Of all the forms of government, it is the one best adapted to support the system of metropolitan sway, since the most dangerous of the dependents can be bribed and neutralized by admitting them to a participation of power. By this means it is rendered less offensive to human pride than the administration of one. The present relations between England and Ireland are a striking instance of what is meant. An aristocracy, unless unusually narrow, is peculiarly the government of the enterprising and the ambitious. High honors are attainable, and jealousy of rewards is confined to individuals, seldom affecting the state. The tendency of the system, therefore, is to render the aristocrats bold, independent, and manly, and to cause them to be distinguished from the mass. In an age as advanced as ours, the leisure of the higher class of an aristocracy enable them to cultivate their minds and to improve their tastes. Hence, aristocracies are particularly favorable to knowledge and the arts, as both grow under patronage. It is necessary to distinguish, however, between a political and a merely social aristocracy. These remarks apply chiefly to the former, which alone has any connection with government. The term aristocracy, in fact, applies properly to no other, though vulgar use has perverted its signification to all nobles, and even to the gentry of democracies. This is the end of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Advantages of Democracy. The principal advantage of a democracy is a general elevation in the character of the people. If few are raised to a very great height, few are depressed very low. As a consequence, the average of society is much more respectable than under any other form of government. The vulgar charge that the tendency of democracies is to leveling, meaning to drag all down to the level of the lowest, is singularly untrue, its real tendency being to elevate the depressed to a condition not unworthy of their manhood. In the absence of privileged orders, entails, and distinctions devised permanently to separate men into social castes, it is true none are great but those who become so by their acts. But confining the remark to the upper classes of society, it would be much more true to say that democracy refuses to lend itself to unilateral and arbitrary distinctions than to accuse it of a tendency to level those who have a just claim to be elevated. A denial of a favor is not an invasion of a right. Democracies are exempt from the military charges, both pecuniary and personal, that become necessary in governments in which the majority are subjects, since no force is required to repress those who, under other systems, are dangerous to the state by their greater physical power. As the success of democracies is mainly dependent on the intelligence of the people, the means of preserving the government are precisely those which most conduce to the happiness and social progress of man. Hence we find the state endeavoring to raise its citizens on the scale of being, the certain means of laying the broadest foundation of national prosperity. If the arts are advanced in aristocracies through taste of patrons, in democracies, though of slower growth, they will prosper as a consequence of general information or as a superstructure reared on a wider and more solid foundation. Democracies being, as nearly as possible, founded in natural justice, little violence is done to the sense of right by the institutions, and men have less occasion than usual to resort to fallacies and false principles in cultivating the faculties. As a consequence, common sense is more encouraged, and the community is apt to entertain juster notions of all moral truths than under systems that are necessarily sophisticated. Society is thus a gainer in the greatest element of happiness, or in the right perception of the different relations between men and things. Democracies being established for the common interests and the public agents being held in constant check by the people, their general tendency is to serve the whole community and not small portions of it, as is the case in narrow governments. It is as rational to suppose that a hungry man will first help his neighbor to bread when master of his own acts, as to suppose that any but those who feel themselves to be truly public servants will first bethink themselves of the public when in situations of public trust. In a government of one, that one and his parasites will be the first and best served. In a government of a few, the few, and in a government of many, the many. Thus, the general tendency of democratical institutions is to equalize advantages and to spread its blessings over the entire surface of society. Democracies, other things being equal, are the cheapest form of government, since little money is lavished in representation, and they who have to pay the taxes have also, directly or indirectly, a voice in imposing them. Democracies are less liable to popular tumults than any other politics, because the people, having legal means in their power to redress wrongs, have little inducement to employ another. The man who can right himself by a vote will seldom resort to a musket. Grievances, moreover, are less frequent, the most corrupt representatives of a democratic constituency generally standing in awe of its censure. As men in bodies usually defer to the right, unless acting under erroneous impressions or excited by sudden resentments, democracies pay more respect to abstract justice in the management of their foreign concerns than either aristocracies or monarchies, an appeal always lying against abuses or violations of principle to a popular sentiment that in the end seldom fails to decide in favor of truth. In democracies with a due allowance for the workings of personal selfishness, it is usually a motive with those in places of trust to consult the interests of the mass, there being little doubt that in this system the entire community has more regard paid to its wants and wishes than in either of the two others. This is the end of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Disadvantages of a Monarchy. A monarchy is liable to those abuses which follow favoritism, the servants of the prince avenging themselves for their homage to one by oppressing the many. A monarchy is the most expensive of all forms of government, the regal state requiring a costly parade, and he who depends on his own power to rule must strengthen that power by bribing the active and enterprising whom he cannot intimidate. Thus, the favorites of an absolute prince, in connection with the charges of himself and family, frequently cost the state as much as its necessary expenditures. It is the policy of a monarch to repress thought, a knowledge of human rights being always dangerous to absolute or exclusive power. Thus, the people of monarchies are divided into the extremes of society, the intermediate and happiest classes being usually small and inclined to favor their superiors from apprehension of the brutal ignorance of those below them. Monarchies are subjected to the wars and to the policies of family alliances, the feelings and passions of the prince exercising a malign influence on the affairs of state. In monarchies, the people are required to maintain a military force sufficient to support the throne, the system always exacting that the subject should pay the troops that are kept on foot to hold him in subjection. Truth is trammeled in a monarchy, the system dreading collision with a power so dangerous to all factious and one-sided theories. Monarchies, especially those in which the crown possesses a real and predominant power, discourage sincerity and frankness of character, substituting appearances for virtue and flattery and deception for wholesome facts. Women often exercise an improper influence, and this from an impure motive, in monarchies, history tracing even wars to the passions of an offended mistress. The public money is diverted from legitimate objects to those which support the personal views, passions, caprices, or enmities of the prince. Monarchies are subject to all these abuses, which depend on an irresponsible administration of power and an absence of publicity, abuses that oppress the majority for the benefit of a few, and which induce subserviency of character, frauds, flatteries, and other similar vices. If in this age monarchies exhibit these results of the system in milder forms than in other centuries, it is owing to the increasing influence of the people, who may control systems, though in a less degree, indirectly as well as directly. This is the end of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the disadvantages of aristocracy. Aristocracy has in common with monarchy the evils of an expenditure that depends on representation, the state maintaining little less pomp under aristocrats than under princes. It is compelled to maintain itself against the physical superiority of numbers also by military charges that involve heavy personal services and large expenditures of money. Being a government of the few, it is in the main as a necessity of human selfishness, administered in the interests of the few. The ruled are depressed in consequence of the elevation of their rulers. Information is kept within circumscribed limits, lest the mass should come to a knowledge of their force. For horses would not submit to be put in harness and made to toil for hard taskmasters, did they know as much as men. Aristocracies partaking of the irresponsible nature of corporations are soulless, possessing neither the personal feelings that often temper even despotism, nor submitting to the human impulses of popular bodies. This is one of the worst features of an aristocracy, a system that has shown itself more ruthless than any other, though tempered by civilization, for aristocracy and barbarism cannot exist in common. As there are many masters in an aristocracy, the exactions are proportionately heavy, and this the more so as they who impose the burdens generally find the means to evade their payment. The apothegm that it is better to have one tyrant than many, applying peculiarly to aristocracies, and not to democracies, which cannot permanently tyrannize at all without tyrannizing over those who rule. Aristocracies have a natural tendency to wars and aggrandizement, which bring with them the inevitable penalties of taxes, injustice, demoralization, and bloodshed. This charge has been brought against republics generally, but a distinction should be made between a republic with an aristocratical base and a republic with a democratical base, their characters being as dissimilar as those of any two forms of government known. Aristocracies, feeling less of the better impulses of man, are beyond their influence, while their means of combining are so great that they oftener listen to their interests than to those of the sentiments of natural justice that in a greater or less degree always control masses. Aristocracies usually favor those vices that spring from the love of money, which there is divine authority for believing to be the root of all evil. In modern aristocracies, the controlling principle is property, an influence the most corrupting to which men submit, and which, when its ordinary temptations are found united to those of political patronage and power, is much too strong for human virtue. Direct bribery, therefore, has been found to be the bane of aristocracies. The influence of individuals supplying the place of merit, services, and public virtue. In Rome, this system was conducted so openly that every man of note had his clients, a term which then signified one who depended on the favor of another for the advancement of his interests and even for the maintenance of his rights. Aristocracies wound the sense of natural justice and consequently unsettle principles by placing men altogether unworthy of trust in high hereditary situations, a circumstance that not only offends morals, but sometimes, though possibly less often than is commonly imagined, inflicts serious injuries on a state. On this point, however, too much importance must not be attached to theories, for in the practices of states a regard is necessarily paid to certain indispensable principles, and the comparative merits of systems are to be established from their general tendencies, rather than from the accidental exceptions that may occasionally arise, the quality in the personnel of administrations depending quite as much on the general civilization of a nation as on any other cause. This is the end of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Disadvantages of Democracy. Democracies are liable to popular impulses which, necessarily arising from imperfect information, often work injustice from good motives. Tumults of the people are less apt to occur in democracies than under any other form of government, for, possessing the legal means of redressing themselves, there is less necessity to resort to force. But public opinion, constituting virtually the power of the state, measures are more apt to be influenced by sudden mutations of sentiment than under systems where the rulers have better opportunities and more leisure for examination. There is more feeling and less design in the movements of masses than in those of small bodies, except as design emanates from demagogues and political managers. The efforts of the masses that are struggling to obtain their rights in monarchies and aristocracies, however, are not to be imputed with democracy. In such cases, the people use their natural weapon, force, mainly because they are denied any participation in the legal authority. When democracies are small, these impulses frequently do great injury to the public service, but in large states they are seldom of sufficient extent to produce results before there is time to feel the influence of reason. It is therefore one of the errors of politicians to imagine democracies more practicable in small than in large communities, an error that has probably arisen from the fact that the ignorance of masses, having hitherto put man at the mercy of the combinations of the affluent and intelligent, democracies have been permitted to exist only in countries insignificant by their wealth and numbers. Large democracies, on the other hand, while less exposed to the principal evil of this form of government than smaller, are unable to scrutinize and understand character with the severity and intelligence that are of so much importance to all representative governments, and consequently the people are peculiarly exposed to become the dupes of demagogues and political schemers. Most of the crimes of democracy arising from the faults and designs of men of this character, rather than from the propensities of the people, who, having little temptation to do wrong, are seldom guilty of crimes, except through ignorance. Democracies are necessarily controlled by public opinion, and failing of the means of obtaining power more honestly, the fraudulent and ambitious find a motive to mislead and even to corrupt the common sentiment to attain their ends. This is the greatest and most pervading danger of all large democracies, since it is sapping the foundations of society by undermining its virtue. We see the effects of this baneful influence in the openness and audacity with which men avow improper motives and improper acts, trusting to find support in a popular feeling, for while vicious influences are perhaps more admitted in other countries than in America, in none are they so openly avowed. It may also be urged against democracies that nothing being more corrupting than the management of human affairs, which are constantly demanding sacrifices of permanent principles to interests that are as constantly fluctuating, their people are exposed to assaults on their morals from this quarter, that the masses of other nations escape. It is probable, however, that this evil, while it ought properly to be enumerated as one of the disadvantages of the system, is more than counterbalanced by the main results, even on the score of morals. The constant appeals to public opinion in a democracy, though excellent as a corrective of public vices, induce private hypocrisy, causing men to conceal their own convictions when opposed to those of the mass, the latter being seldom wholly right or wholly wrong. A want of national manliness is a vice to be guarded against, for the man who would dare to resist a monarch shrinks from opposing an entire community. That the latter is quite often wrong, however, is abundantly proved by the fact that its own judgments fluctuate, as it reasons and thinks differently this year, or this month even, from what it reasoned and thought the last. The tendency of democracies is in all things to mediocrity, since the tastes, knowledge, and principles of the majority form the tribunal of appeal. This circumstance, while it certainly serves to elevate the average qualities of a nation, renders the introduction of a high standard difficult. Thus do we find in literature, the arts, architecture, and in all acquired knowledge, a tendency in America to gravitate towards the common center in this, as in other things, lending a value and estimation to mediocrity that are not elsewhere given. It is fair to expect, however, that a foundation so broad may in time sustain a superstructure of commensurate proportions, and that the influence of masses will in this, as in the other interests, have a generally beneficial effect. Still, it should not be forgotten that with the exception of those works of which, as they appeal to human sympathies or the practices of men, an intelligent public is the best judge. The mass of no community is qualified to decide the most correctly on anything which in its nature is above its reach. It is a besetting vice of democracies to substitute public opinion for law. This is the usual form in which masses of men exhibit their tyranny. When the majority of the entire community commits this fault, it is a sore grievance. But when local bodies, influenced by local interests, pretend to style themselves the public, they are assuming powers that properly belong to the whole body of the people, and to them only under constitutional limitations. No tyranny of one, nor any tyranny of the few, is worse than this. All attempts in the public, therefore, to do that which the public has no right to do should be frowned upon as the precise form in which tyranny is the most apt to be displayed in a democracy. Democracies, depending so much on popular opinion, are more liable to be influenced to their injury through the management of foreign and hostile nations than other governments. It is generally known that in Europe secret means are resorted to influence sentiment in this way, and we have witnessed in this country open appeals to the people against the acts of their servants in matters of foreign relations, made by foreign, not to say hostile, agents. Perhaps no stronger case can be cited of this weakness on the part of the democracies than is shown in this fact. For here we find men sufficiently audacious to build the hope of so far abusing opinion as to persuade a people to act directly against their own dignity and interests. The misleading of public opinion in one way or another is the parent of the principal disadvantages of a democracy, for in most instances it is first corrupting a community in order that it may be otherwise injured. Were it not for the counteracting influence of reason, which in the end seldom, perhaps never, fails to assert its power, this defect would of itself be sufficient to induce all discreet men to decide against this form of government. The greater the danger, the greater the necessity that all well-intentioned and right-minded citizens should be on their guard against its influence. It would be hazardous, however, to impute all the peculiar faults of American character to the institutions, the country existing under so many unusual influences. If the latter were overlooked, one might be induced to think frankness and sincerity of character were less encouraged by popular institutions than was formerly supposed, close observers affirming that these qualities are less frequent here than in most other countries. When the general ease of society is remembered, there is unquestionably more deception of opinion practiced than one would naturally expect, but this failing is properly to be imputed to causes that have no necessary connection with democratical institutions, though men defer to public opinion, right or wrong, quite as submissively as they defer to princes. Although truths are not smothered together in democracies, they are often temporarily abandoned under this malign influence, unless there is a powerful motive to sustain them at the moment. While we see in our own democracy this manifest disposition to defer to the wrong in manners that are not properly subject to the common sentiment, in deference to the popular will of the hour, there is a singular boldness in the use of personalities, as if men avenged themselves for the restraints of the one case by a licentiousness that is without hazard. The base feelings of detraction and envy have more room for exhibition, and perhaps a stronger incentive in a democracy than in other forms of government, in which the people get accustomed to personal deference by the artificial distinctions of the institutions. This is the reason that men become impatient of all superiority in a democracy, and manifest a wish to prefer those who affect a deference to the public rather than those who are worthy. This is the end of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America by James Fenimore Cooper. On Prejudice. Prejudice is the cause of most of the mistakes of bodies of men. It influences our conduct and warps our judgment in politics, religion, habits, tastes, and opinions. We confide in one statesman and oppose another, as often from unfounded antipathies as from reason. Religion is tainted with uncharitableness and hostilities without examination. Usages are condemned, tastes ridicule, and we decide wrong from the practice of submitting to a preconceived and an unfounded prejudice, the most active and the most pernicious of all the hostile agents of the human mind. The migratory propensities of the American people and the manner in which the country has been settled by immigrants from all parts of the Christian world have an effect in diminishing prejudices of a particular kind, though in other respects few nations are more bigoted or provincial in their notions. Innovations on the usages connected with the arts of life are made here with less difficulty than common reason, interest, and enterprise, proving too strong for prejudice. But in morals, habits, and tastes, few nations have less liberality to boast of than this. America owes most of its social prejudices to the exaggerated religious opinions of the different sects which were so instrumental in establishing the colonies. The Quakers, or Friends, proscribed the delightful and elevated accomplishment of music, as indeed did the Puritans, with the exception of the psalmody. The latter confined marriage ceremonies to the magistrates, lest religion should be brought into disrepute. Most of these innocent recreations which help the charities and serve to ameliorate manners were also forbidden until an unnatural and monastic austerity with a caustic habit of censoriousness got to be considered as the only outward signs of that religious hope which is so peculiarly adapted to render us joyous and benevolent. False and extravagant notions on the subject of manners never fail to injure a sound morality by mistaking the shadow for the substance. Positive vice is known by all, for happily conscience and revelation have made us acquainted with the laws of virtue. But it is as indiscreet unnecessarily to enlarge the circle of sins as it is to expose ourselves to temptations that experience has shown we are unable to resist. The most obvious American prejudices connected with morality are the notions that prevail on the subject of misspending time. That time may be misspent is undeniable, and few are they who ought not to reproach themselves with this neglect. But the human mind needs relaxation and amusement as well as the human body. There ought to be sought in the different expedients of class, each finding the most satisfaction in those indulgences that conform the nearest to their respective tastes. It is the proper duty of the legislator to endeavor to elevate these tastes, and not prevent their indulgence. Those nations in which the cord of moral discipline, according to the dogmas of fanatics, has been drawn the tightest, usually exhibit the gravest scenes of depravity on the part of those who break loose from restraints so ill-judged and unnatural. On the other hand, the lower classes of society in nations where amusements are tolerated are commonly remarkable for possessing some of the tastes that denote civilization and refinement. Thus do we find in Catholic countries that the men who in Protestant nations would pass their leisures in the coarsest indulgences frequent operas and theatrical representations, classes of amusements which, well conducted, may be made powerful auxiliaries of virtue, and which generally have a tendency to improve the tastes. It is to be remarked that these exhibitions themselves are usually less gross and more intellectual in Catholic than in Protestant countries, a result of this improvement in manners. The condition of this country is peculiar and requires greater exertions than common in extricating the mind from prejudices. The intimate connection between popular opinion and positive law is one reason, since under a union so close there is danger that the latter may be colored by motives that have no sufficient foundation in justice. It is vain to boast of liberty if the ordinances of society are to receive the impression of sectarianism, or of a provincial and narrow morality. Another motive peculiar to the country for freeing the mind from prejudice is the mixed character of the population. Natives of different sections of the United States and of various parts of Europe are brought in close contact, and without a disposition to bear with each other's habits, association becomes unpleasant and enmities are engendered. The main result is to liberalize the mind beyond a question. Yet we see neighborhoods in which oppressive intolerance is manifested by the greater number, for the time being, to the habits of the less. This is a sore grievance, more especially when, as is quite frequently the case, the minority happen to be in possession of usages that mark the highest stage of civilization. It ought never to be forgotten, therefore, that every citizen is entitled to indulge without comment or persecution in all his customs and practices that are lawful and moral. Neither is morality to be regulated by the prejudices of sects or social classes, but it is to be left strictly to the control of the laws, divine and human. To assume the contrary is to make prejudice, and prejudice of a local origin too, more imperious than the institutions. The justice, not to say necessity, of these liberal concessions is rendered more apparent when we remember that the parties meet as immigrants on what may be termed neutral territory. For it would be the height of presumption for the native of New York, for instance, to insist on his own peculiar customs that other portions of the company perhaps repudiate within the territory of New England, in opposition not only to the wishes of many of their brother emigrants, but to those of the natives themselves. This is the end of Chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On station. Station may be divided into that which is political or public, and that which is social or private. In monarchies and aristocracies, the two are found united, since the higher classes, as a matter of course, monopolize all the offices of consideration. But in democracies there is not, nor is it proper that there should be, any intimate connection between them. Political or public station is that which is derived from office, and in a democracy must embrace men of very different degrees of leisure, refinement, habits, and knowledge. This is characteristic of the institutions which, under a popular government, confer on political station more power than rank, since the latter is expressly avoided in this system. Social station is that which one possesses in the ordinary associations, and is dependent on birth, education, personal qualities, property, tastes, habits, and in some instances on caprice or fashion. Although the latter undeniably is sometimes admitted to control social station, it generally depends, however, on the other considerations named. Social station in the main is a consequence of property. So long as there is civilization, there must be the rights of property, and so long as there are the rights of property, their obvious consequences must follow. All that democracies legitimately attempt is to prevent the advantages which accompany social station from accumulating rights that do not properly belong to the condition, which is effected by pronouncing that it shall have no factious political aids. They who have reasoned ignorantly, or who have aimed at effecting their personal ends by flattering the popular feeling, have boldly affirmed that one man is as good as another, a maximum that is true in neither nature, revealed morals, nor political theory. That one man is not as good as another in natural qualities is proved on the testimony of our senses. One man is stronger than another. He is handsomer, taller, swifter, wiser, or braver than all his fellows. In short, the physical and moral qualities are unequally distributed, and as a necessary consequence, in none of them can one man be justly said to be as good as another. Perhaps no two human beings can be found so precisely equal in everything that one shall not be pronounced the superior of the other, which of course establishes the fact that there is no natural equality. The advocates of exclusive political privileges reason on this circumstance by assuming that as nature has made differences between men, those institutions which create political orders are no more than carrying out the great designs of Providence. The error of their argument is in supposing it a confirmation of the designs of nature to attempt to supplant her. For while the latter has rendered men unequal, it is not from male to male according to the order of primogeniture, as is usually established by human ordinances. In order not to interfere with the inequality of nature, her laws must be left to their own operations, which is just what is done in democracies after a proper attention has been paid to the peace of society by protecting the weak against the strong. That one man is not deemed as good as another in the grand moral system of providence is revealed to us in Holy Writ by the scheme of future rewards and punishments, as well as by the whole history of those whom God has favored in this world for their piety or punished for their rebellion. As compared with perfect holiness, all men are frail, but as compared with each other, we are throughout the whole of sacred history made to see that in a moral sense one man is not as good as another. The evildoer is punished, while they who are distinguished for their qualities and acts are intended to be preferred. The absolute moral and physical equality that are inferred by the maxim that one man is as good as another would at once do away with the elections, since a lottery would be both simpler, easier, and cheaper than the present mode of selecting representatives. Men in such a case would draw lots for office as they are now drawn for juries. Choice supposes a preference, and preference inequality of merit or of fitness. We are then to discard all visionary theories on this head and look at things as they are. All that the most popular institutions attempt is to prohibit that one race of men shall be made better than another by law from father to son, which would be defeating the intentions of Providence, creating a superiority that exists in neither physical nor moral nature, and substituting a political scheme for the will of God and the force of things. As a principle, one man is as good as another in rights. Such is the extent of the most liberal institutions of this country, and this provision is not general. The slave is not as good as his owner, even in rights. But in those states where slavery does not exist, all men have essentially the same rights. An equality which, so far from establishing that one man is good as another in a social sense, is the very means of producing the inequality of condition that actually exists. By possessing the same rights to exercise their respective faculties, the active and frugal become more wealthy than the idle and dissolute, the wise and gifted more trusted than the silly and ignorant, the polished and refined more respected and sought than the rude and vulgar. In most countries, birth is a principal source of social distinction, society being divided into castes, the noble having an hereditary claim to the superior of the plebeian. This is an unwise and an arbitrary distinction that has led to most of the social diseases of the Old World, and from which America is happily exempt. But great care must be had in construing the principles that have led to this great change, for America is the first important country of modern times in which such positive distinctions have been destroyed. Still, some legal differences and more social advantages are produced by birth even in America. The child inherits the property and the portion of the consideration of the parent. Without the first of these privileges, men would not exert themselves to acquire more property than would suffice for their own personal necessities. Parental affection being one of the most powerful incentives to industry. Without such an inducement, then it would follow that civilization would become stationary, or it would recede. The incentives of individuality and of the affections being absolutely necessary to impel men to endure the labor and privations that alone can advance it. The hereditary consideration of the child, so long as it is kept within due bounds by being confined to a natural sentiment, is also productive of good, since no more active inducement to great and glorious deeds can offer than the deeply seated interest that a man takes in his posterity. All that reason and justice require is effected by setting bounds to such advantages in denying hereditary claims to trusts and power. But evil would be the day, and ominous the symptom, when a people shall deny that any portion of the consideration of the ancestor is due to the descendant. It is as vain to think of altogether setting aside sentiment and the affections in regulating human affairs as to imagine it possible to raise a nature known to be erring and weak to the level of perfection. The deity, in that terrible warning delivered from the Mount, where he declares that he will visit the sins of the father upon the children into the third and fourth generation, does no more than utter one of those sublime moral truths which, in conformity with his design providence, pervade nature. It is merely an announcement of a principle that cannot safely be separated from justice, and one that is closely connected with all the purest motives and highest aspirations of man. There would be a manifest injustice in visiting the offense of the criminal on his nearest of kin by making the innocent man participate in the disgrace of a guilty relative, as is notoriously done most by those most disposed to rail at reflected renown, and not to allow of the same participation in the glory. Both depend on a sentiment deeper than human laws, and have been established for purposes so evidently useful as to require no explanation. All that is demanded of us is to have a care that this sentiment do not degenerate into a prejudice, and that in the one case we do not visit the innocent too severely, or in the other exalt the unworthy beyond the bounds of prudence. It is a natural consequence of the rights of property and of the sentiment named that birth should produce some advantages, in a social sense, even in the most democratical of the American communities. The son imbibes a portion of the intelligence, refinement, and habits of the father, and he shares in his associations. These must be enumerated as the legitimate advantages of birth, and without invading the private arrangements of families and individuals, and establishing a perfect community of education, they are unavoidable. Men of the same habits, the same degree of cultivation and refinement, the same opinions naturally associate together in every class of life. The day laborer will not mingle with the slave. The skillful mechanic feels his superiority over the mere laborer, claims higher wages, and has a pride in his craft. The man in trade justly fancies that his habits elevate him above the mechanic, so far as social position is concerned, and the man of refinement, with his education, tastes, and sentiments, is superior to all. Idle declamation on these points does not impair the force of things, and life is a series of facts. These inequalities of condition, of manners, of mental cultivation must exist, unless it be intended to reduce all to a common level of ignorance and vulgarity, which would be virtually to return to a condition of barbarism. The result of these undeniable facts is the inequalities of social station in America as elsewhere, though it is an inequality that exists without any more arbitrary distinctions than are indispensably connected with the maintenance of civilization. In a social sense, there are orders here, as in all other countries, but the classes run into each other more easily, and the lines of separation are less strongly drawn, and their shadows are more intimately blended. This social inequality of America is an unavoidable result of the institutions, though nowhere proclaimed in them, the different constitutions maintaining a profound silence on the subject. They who framed them probably knowing that it is as much a consequence of civilized society as breathing is a vital function of animal life. This is the end of Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Duties of Station. The duties of station are divided into those of political or public station and those of social or private station. They are not necessarily connected and shall be considered separately. On the duties of public or political station. By the duties of public station we understand those of the private citizen, as well as those of the citizen who fills a public trust. The first lie at the root of the social compact and are entitled to be the first enumerated. On the manner in which the public duties of the private citizen are discharged in a really free government depend the results of the institutions. If the citizen is careless of his duties, regardless of his rights, and indifferent to the common weal, it is not difficult to foresee the triumph of abuses, peculation, and frauds. It is as unreasonable to suppose that the private servant who is not overlooked will be faithful to his master as to suppose that the public servant who is not watched will be true to his trusts. In both cases, a steady, reasoning, but vigilant superintendence is necessary to the good of all concerned, to the agent by removing the temptation to err, and to the principal by securing an active attention to his interests. The American citizens are possessed of the highest political privileges that can fall to the lot of the body of any community, that of self-government. On the discreet use of this great power depends the true character of the institutions. It is consequently an imperious duty of every elector to take care and employ none but the honest and intelligent in situations of high trust. Every position in life has its peculiar dangers, men erring more from an inability to resist temptation than from any morbid inward impulses to do wrong without an inducement. The particular danger of a democracy arises from the arts of demagogues. It is a safe rule, the safest of all, to confide only in those men for public trusts in whom the citizen can best confide in private life. There is no quality that more entirely pervades the moral system than probity. We often err on certain points, each man having a besetting sin, but honesty colors the whole character. He who in private is honest, frank, above hypocrisy and double-dealing, will carry those qualities with him into public, and may be confided in, while he who is the reverse is inherently a knave. The elector who gives his vote for one whom he is persuaded on good grounds is dishonest in his motives, abuses the most sacred of his public duties. It is true that party violence, personal malice, and love of gossip frequently cause upright men to be distrusted, and that great care is necessary to guard against slander, the commonest of human crimes, and a besetting voice of a democracy. But the connection between the constituent and the representative is usually so close that the former, by resorting to proper means, can commonly learn the truth. Let it be repeated, then, that the elector who gives his vote on any grounds, party or personal, to an unworthy candidate violates a sacred public duty and is unfit to be a freeman. Obedience to the laws and a sacred regard to the rights of others are imperative public duties of the citizen. As he is a lawmaker, he should not be a lawbreaker, for he ought to be conscious that every departure from the established ordinances of society is an infraction of his rights. His power can only be maintained by the supremacy of the laws. As in monarchies, the authority of the king is asserted by obedience to his orders. The citizen, in lending a cheerful assistance to the ministers of the law, on all occasions is merely helping to maintain his own power. This feature in particular distinguishes the citizen from the subject. The one rules, the other is ruled. One has a voice in framing the ordinances, and can be heard in his efforts to repeal them. The other has no choice but submission. In democracies, there is a besetting disposition to make public opinion stronger than the law. This is the particular form in which tyranny exhibits itself in a popular government. For wherever there is power, there will be found a disposition to abuse it. Whoever opposes the interests or wishes of the public, however right in principle or justifiable by circumstances, finds little sympathy. For in a democracy, resisting the wishes of the many is resisting the sovereign in his caprices. Every good citizen is bound to separate this influence of his private feelings from his public duties, and to take heed that while pretending to be struggling for liberty, because contending for the advantage of the greatest number, he is not helping despotism. The most insinuating and dangerous form in which oppression can overshadow a community is that of popular sway. All the safeguards of liberty in a democracy have this in view. As in monarchies, they are erected against the power of the crown. The old political saying that the people are their own worst enemies, while false as a governing maxim, contains some truth. It is false to say that a people left to govern themselves would oppress themselves, as monarchs and aristocrats throughout all time are known to oppress the ruled. But it is true to say that the peculiar sins of a democracy must be sought for in the democratical character of the institutions. To pretend otherwise would be to insist on perfection, for in a state of society in which there is neither prince nor aristocrats, there must be faultlessness, or errors of a democratic origin, and of a democratic origin only. It is, therefore, a public duty of the citizen to guard against all excesses of popular power, whether inflicted by mere opinion or under the forms of law. In all his public acts he should watch himself, as under a government of another sort he would watch his rulers, or as vigilantly as he watches the servants of the community at home, for though possessing the power in the last resort, it is not so absolutely an irresponsible power as it first seems, coming from God, and to be wielded in those convictions of right which God has implanted in our breasts, that we may know good from evil. This is the end of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the private duties of station. The private duties of the citizen, as connected with social station, are founded chiefly on the relations between man and man, though others may be referred to a higher source, being derived directly from the relations between the creature and his Creator. A regard for the duties of private station are indispensable to order and to the intercourse between different members of society. So important have they always been deemed that the inspired writers, from the Savior through the greatest of his apostles down, have deemed them worthy of being placed in conspicuous characters in their code of morals. The first direct mandates of God, as delivered on Mount Sinai, were to impress the Jews with a sense of their duties to their heavenly Father. The next to impress them with the first of their social duties, that of honor and obedience to their parents. The fifth commandment, then, may be said to contain the first of our social duties. It is strictly one of station, for it enforces the obligation of the child to its parents. Nor is this all. The entire extent of the family relations are included in principle, since it cannot be supposed that those who precede our immediate parents are excluded from the general deference that we owe to the greater experience, the love, and the care of our predecessors. It is apparent throughout the code of Christian morals that a perfect reciprocity between the duties of social station is nowhere inferred. Nevertheless, says St. Paul, let every one of you in particular so love his wife even as himself, and the wife see that she reverence her husband. There is an obligation of deference imposed on the wife that is not imposed on the husband. Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of heart, as unto Christ. By these and many similar mandates we perceive that the private duties of station are constantly recognized and commanded by the apostles, as well as by the Savior. The old abuses of power, with the attendant reaction, have unsettled the public mind in many essential particulars on this important point. Interested men have lent their aid to mislead the credulous and vain until a confusion in the relations between the different members of society has arisen that must, more or less, lead to confusion in society itself. After the direct family relations come the private duties that are generally connected with station, as between master and servant. Whoever employs with the right to command is a master, and whoever serves with an obligation to obey, a servant. These are the broad signification of the two words, and in this sense they are now used. It is an imperative obligation on those who command to be kind in language, however firm, and to use a due consideration in issuing their orders. The greater the duty of those whose part it is to obey, to comply with all just and reasonable requisitions, or in other words, to conform to the terms of their service, the greater is the duty of the master to see that he does not exact more than propriety will warrant. On the other hand, they who serve owe a respectful and decorous obedience, showing by their manner, as well by their acts, they understand that without order and deference, the different social relations can never be suitably filled. So far from Republican institutions making any difference in this respect in favor of him who serves, they increase the moral duty to be respectful and assiduous, since service in such a case is not the result of political causes, but a matter of convention or bargain. The relations between the master and the domestic servant are peculiar, and are capable of being made of a very endearing and useful nature. The house servant, whether man or woman, fills a more honorable, because a much more confidential station, than the lower mechanic or farm laborer. The domestics are entrusted with the care of the children of those they serve, have necessarily charge of much valuable property, and are in a manner entrusted with the secrets of the domestic economy. The upper servants of a considerable and well-bred family, or of those who are accustomed to the station they fill and have not been too suddenly elevated by the chances of life, are often persons of good education, accustomed to accounts, and in a measure familiarized to the usages of polite life, since they see them daily practiced before their eyes. Such persons invariably gain some of the refinement and tone of mind that marks the peculiar condition of their employers. The rule of most civilized nations is for the master to treat the servant as an humble friend. In the more polished countries of Europe, the confidential domestic holds a high place in the household, and after a long service is commonly considered as an inferior member of the family. It is a misfortune of America to admit so many of the dogmas from the country from which she is derived while living in a state of society so very different. An attempt to treat and consider a domestic as domestics are treated and considered in England is unwise and, in fact, impracticable. The English servant fares worse in many particulars than the servant of almost every other nation. France would be a better and a safer model in this particular, the masters of France being usually much milder and more considerate than those of England, while the servants are altogether superior. The French servant is not as cleanly and thorough in his work as the English servant, a difference in the habits of the country forbidding it, but he is generally more attached, better informed, more agreeable as a companion, quite as serviceable, the exception mentioned apart, and more faithful, honest, and prudent. This is true of both sexes. The female domestics of France, while less tidy in household work than those of England or America, being altogether superior to both in moral qualities, tastes, general usefulness, and knowledge. A beautiful instance of the effect of the duties of social station is before the eyes of the writer, even while he pens this paragraph, that of an aged woman who passed her youth in the service of one family, ministering to the wants of 3 generations, and is now receiving the gratitude which long and patient toil has earned. On the one side is affection, delicacy, and attention to the wants of age. On the other, a love little short of that of a mother's, softened by the respect that has always marked the life of one in whom a sense of the duties of social station has never been weakened. Nothing still makes this venerable servant more happy than to be employed for those whom she has seen ushered into life, whom she first fondled on the knee, while these again, mindful of her years and increasing infirmities, feel it a source of pleasure to anticipate her little wants and to increase her comforts. The conditions of master and servant are those of co-relatives, and when they are properly understood, they form additional ties to the charities and happiness of life. It is an unhappy effect of the unformed habits of society in this country and of domestic slavery that we are so much wanting in this beautiful feature in domestic economy. The social duties of a gentleman are of high order. The class to which he belongs is the natural repository of the manners, tastes, tone, and to a certain extent of the principles of a country. They who imagine this portion of the community useless, drones who consume without producing, have not studied society, or they have listened to the suggestions of personal envy instead of consulting history and facts. If the laborer is indispensable to civilization, so is also the gentleman. While the one produces, the other directs his skill to those arts which raise the polished man above the barbarian. The last brings his knowledge and habits to bear upon industry, and taking the least favorable view of his claims, the indulgence of his very luxuries, encourages the skill that contributes to the comforts of the lowest. Were society to be satisfied with a mere supply of the natural wants, there would be no civilization. The savage condition attains this much. All beyond it notwithstanding is so much progress made in the direction of the gentleman, and has been made either at the suggestions or by the encouragement of those whose means have enabled and whose tastes have induced them to buy. Knowledge is as necessary to the progress of a people as physical force, for with our knowledge beasts of burden who now toil for men would soon compel man to toil for them. If the head is necessary to direct the body, so is the head of society. The head in a social, if not a political sense, necessary to direct the body of society. Anyone may learn the usefulness of a body of enlightened men in a neighborhood by tracing their influence on its civilization. Where many such are found, the arts are more advanced, and men learn to see that there are tastes more desirable than those of the mere animal. In such a neighborhood they acquire habits which contribute to their happiness by advancing their intellect. They learn the value of refinement in their intercourse, and obtain juster notions of the nature and of the real extent of their rights. He who would honor learning, and taste, and sentiment, and refinement of every sort, ought to respect its possessors, and in all things but those which affect rights defer to their superior advantages. This is the extent of the difference that is due from him who is not a gentleman to him who is. But this much is due. On the other hand, the social duties of an American gentleman, in particular, require of him a tone of feeling and a line of conduct that are of the last importance to the country. One of the first of his obligations is to be a guardian of the liberties of his fellow citizens. It is peculiarly graceful in the American, whom the accidents of life have raised above the mass of the nation, to show himself conscious of his duties in this respect by asserting at all times the true principles of government, avoiding equally the cant of demagogism with the impracticable theories of visionaries, and the narrow and selfish dogmas of those who would limit power by castes. They who do not see and feel the importance of possessing a class of such men in a community to give it tone, a high and far-sighted policy, and lofty views in general, can know little of history, and have not reflected on the inevitable consequences of admitted causes. The danger to the institutions of denying to men of education their proper place in society is derived from the certainty that no political system can long continue in which this violence is done to the natural right of a class so powerful. It is as unjust to require that men of refinement and training should defer in their habits and associations to the notions of those who are their inferiors in these particulars, as it is to insist that political power should be the accompaniment of birth. All who are in the least cultivated know how irksome and oppressive is the close communion with ignorance and vulgarity, and the attempt to push into the ordinary associations the principles of equality that do and ought to govern states in their political characters, is virtually an effort to subvert a just general maxim by attaching it to impracticable consequences. Whenever the enlightened, wealthy, and spirited of an affluent and great country seriously conspire to subvert democratical institutions, their leisure, money, intelligence, and means of combining will be found too powerful for the ill-directed and conflicting efforts of the mass. It is therefore all important to enlist a portion of this class at least in the cause of freedom, since its power at all times renders it a dangerous enemy. Liberality is peculiarly the quality of a gentleman. He is liberal in his attainments, opinions, practices, and concessions. He asks for himself no more than he is willing to concede to others. He feels that his superiority is in his attainments, practices, and principles, which, if they are not always moral, are above meanness, and he has usually no pride in the mere vulgar consequence of wealth. Should he happen to be well born, for birth is by no means indispensable to the character, his satisfaction is in being allied to men of the same qualities as himself, and not to a senseless pride in an accident. The vulgar-minded mistake motives that they cannot feel, but he at least is capable of distinguishing between things that are false and the things that make him what he is. An eminent writer of our own time has said in substance that a nation is happy in which the people possessing the power to select their rulers select the noble. This was the opinion of a European who had been accustomed to see the liberal qualities in the exclusive possession of a caste, and who was not accustomed to see the people sufficiently advanced to mingle in affairs of state. Power cannot be extended to a caste without castes reaping its principal benefit. But happy, indeed, is the nation in which power, being a common property, there is sufficient discrimination and justice to admit the intelligent and refined to a just participation of its influence. This is the end of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny, The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. An Aristocrat and a Democrat. We live in an age when the words aristocrat and democrat are much used without regard to the real significations. An aristocrat is one of the few who possess the political power of a country. A democrat, one of the many. The words are also properly applied to those who entertain notions favorable to aristocratical or democratical forms of government. Such persons are not necessarily either aristocrats or democrats in fact, but merely so in opinion. Thus, a member of a democratical government may have an aristocratical bias, and vice versa. To call a man who has the habits and opinions of a gentleman an aristocrat from that fact alone is an abuse of terms, and betrays ignorance of the true principles of government as well as of the world. It must be an equivocal freedom under which every one is not the master of his own innocent acts and associations, and he is a sneaking democrat, indeed, who will submit to be dictated to in those habits over which neither law nor morality assumes a right of control. Some men fancy that a democrat can only be one who seeks the level, social, mental, and moral of the majority, a rule that would at once exclude all men of refinement, education, and taste from the class. These persons are enemies of democracy, as they at once render it impracticable. They are usually great sticklers for their own associations and habits, too, though unable to comprehend any of a nature that are superior. They are in truth aristocrats in principle, though assuming a contrary pretension, the groundwork of all their feelings and arguments being self. Such is not the intention of liberty, whose aim is to leave every man to be the master of his own acts, denying hereditary honors, it is true, as unjust and unnecessary, but not denying the inevitable consequences of civilization. The law of God is the only rule of conduct in this as in other matters. Each man should do as he would be done by. Were the question put to the greatest advocate of indiscriminate association, whether he would submit to have his company and habits dictated to him, he would be one of the first to resist the tyranny, for they who are the most rigid in maintaining their own claims in such matters are usually the loudest in decrying those whom they fancy to be better off than themselves. Indeed, it may be taken as a rule in social intercourse that he who is the most apt to question the pretensions of others is the most conscious of the doubtful position he himself occupies, thus establishing the very claims he affects to deny by letting his jealousy of it be seen. Manners, education, and refinement are positive things, and they bring with them innocent tastes which are productive of high enjoyments, and it is as unjust to deny their possessors their indulgence as it would be to insist on the less fortunate's passing the time they would rather devote to athletic amusements in listening to operas for which they have no relish, sung in a language they do not understand. All that democracy means is as equal a participation in rights as is practicable, and to pretend that social equality is a condition of popular institutions is to assume that the latter are destructive of civilization. For as nothing is more self-evident than the impossibility of raising all men to the highest standard of tastes and refinement, the alternative would be to reduce the entire community to the lowest. The whole embarrassment on this point exists in the difficulty of making men comprehend qualities they do not themselves possess. We can all perceive the difference between ourselves and our inferiors, but when it comes to a question of the difference between us and our superiors, we fail to appreciate merits of which we have no proper conception. In face of this obvious difficulty, there is the safe and just governing rule already mentioned, or that of permitting everyone to be the undisturbed judge of his own habits and associations, so long as they are innocent and do not impair the rights of others to be equally judges for themselves. It follows that social intercourse must regulate itself independently of institutions, with the exception that the latter, while they withhold no natural, bestow no factious advantages beyond those which are inseparable from the rights of property and general civilization. In a democracy, men are just as free to aim at the highest attainable places in society as to obtain the largest fortunes, and it would be clearly unworthy of all noble sentiment to say that the groveling competition for money shall alone be free, while that which enlists all the liberal acquirements and elevated sentiments of the race is denied the democrat. Such an avowal would be at once a declaration of the inferiority of the system, since nothing but ignorance and vulgarity would be its fruits. The democratic gentleman must differ in many essential particulars from the aristocratical gentleman, though in their ordinary habits and tastes they are virtually identical. Their principles vary, and to a slight degree their deportment accordingly. The democrat, recognizing the right of all to participate in power, will be more liberal in his general sentiments, a quality of superiority in itself. But in conceding this much to his fellow man, he will proudly maintain his own independence of vulgar domination, as indispensable to his personal habits. The same principles and manliness that would induce him to depose a royal despot would induce him to reduce a vulgar tyrant. There is no more capital, though more common error, than to suppose him an aristocrat who maintains his independence of habits, for democracy asserts the control of the majority only in matters of law, and not in matters of custom. The very object of the institution is the utmost practicable personal liberty, and to affirm the contrary would be sacrificing the end to the means. An aristocrat, therefore, is merely one who fortifies his exclusive privileges by positive institutions, and a democrat one who is willing to admit of a free competition in all things. To say, however, that the last supposes this competition will lead to nothing is an assumption that means are employed without any reference to an end. He is the purest democrat who best maintains his rights, and no rights can be dearer to a man of cultivation than exemptions from unseasonable invasions on his time by the coarse-minded and ignorant. This is the end of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Demagogues. A demagogue, in the strict signification of the word, is a leader of the rabble. It is a Greek compound that conveys this meaning. In these latter times, however, the signification has been extended to suit the circumstances of the age. Thus, before the art of printing became known, or cheap publications were placed within the reach of the majority, the mass of all nations might properly enough be termed a rabble, when assembled in bodies. In nations in which attention is paid to education, this reproach is gradually becoming unjust. Though a body of Americans, even collected under what is properly termed an excitement, losing sight of that reason and respect for their own deliberately framed ordinances, which alone distinguish them from the masses of other people, is neither more nor less than a rabble. Men properly derive their designations from their acts, and not from their professions. The peculiar office of a demagogue is to advance his own interests by affecting a deep devotion to the interests of the people. Sometimes the object is to indulge malignancy, unprincipled and selfish men submitting but to two governing motives, that of doing good to themselves and that of doing harm to others. The true theater of a demagogue is a democracy, for the body of the community possessing the power, the master he pretends to serve is best able to reward his efforts. As it is all important to distinguish between those who labor in behalf of the people on the general account and those who labor in behalf of the people on their own account, some of the rules by which each may be known shall be pointed out. The motive of the demagogue may usually be detected in his conduct. The man who is constantly telling the people that they are unerring in judgment and that they have all power is a demagogue. Bodies of men being composed of individuals can no more be raised above the commission of error than individuals themselves, and in many situations they are more likely to err from self-excitement and the division of responsibility. The power of the people is limited by the fundamental laws, or the Constitution. The rights and opinions of the minority, in all but those cases in which a decision becomes indispensable, being just as sacred as the rights and opinions of the majority. Else would a democracy be indeed what its enemies term it, the worst species of tyranny. In this instance, the people are flattered in order to be led, as in kingdoms the prince is blinded to his own defects in order to extract favor from him. The demagogue always puts the people before the Constitution and the laws in face of the obvious truth that the people have placed the Constitution and the laws before themselves. The local demagogue does not distinguish between the whole people and a part of the people, and is apt to betray his want of principles by contending for fancied or assumed rights in favor of a county or a town, though the act is obviously opposed to the will of the nation. This is a test that the most often betrays the demagogue, for while loudest in proclaiming his devotion to the majority, he is in truth opposing the will of the entire people in order to effect his purposes with a part. The demagogue is usually sly, a detractor of others, a professor of humility and disinterestedness, a great stickler for equality as respects all above him, a man who acts in corners, and avoids open and manly expositions of his course, calls blackguards gentlemen, and gentlemen folks, appeals to passions and prejudices rather than to reason, and is in all respects a man of intrigue and deception, of sly cunning and management, instead of manifesting the frank, fearless qualities of the democracy he so prodigally professes. The man who maintains the rights of the people on pure grounds may be distinguished from the demagogue by the reverse of all these qualities. He does not flatter the people even while he defends them, for he knows that flattery is a corrupting and dangerous poison. Having nothing to conceal, he is frank and fearless, as are all men with the consciousness of right motives. He oftener chides than commends, for power needs reproof and can dispense with praise. He who would be a courtier under a king is almost certain to be a demagogue in a democracy. The elements are the same, though brought into action under different circumstances. Ordinary observers are apt to fancy them the extremes of opposite moral castes. Travelers have often remarked that Americans who have made themselves conspicuous abroad for their adulation of rank and power have become zealous advocates of popular supremacy upon returning home. Several men of this stamp are at this moment in conspicuous political stations in the country, having succeeded by the commonest arts of courtiers. There is a large class of political men in this country who, while they scarcely merit the opprobrium of being termed demagogues, are not properly exempt from the imputation of falling into some of their most dangerous vices. These are they whose habits and tastes and better opinions indeed are all at variance with vulgar errors and vulgar practices, but who imagine it a necessary evil in a democracy to defer to prejudices and ignorance, and even to popular jealousies and popular injustice, that a safe direction may be given to the public mind. Such men deceive themselves in the first place as to their own motives, which are rather their private advancement than the public good, and admitting the motives to be pure, they err greatly, both in their mode of construing the system under which they live, and in the general principles of correcting evil and of producing good. As the greatest enemy of truth is falsehood, so is the most potent master of falsehood truth. These qualities are correlatives, that which is not true being false, and that which is not false being true. It follows as a pervading rule of morals that the advancement of one is the surest means of defeating the other. All good men desire the truth, and on all public occasions on which it is necessary to act at all, the truth would be the most certain, efficient, and durable agency in defeating falsehoods, whether of prejudices, reports, or principles. The perception of truth is an attribute of reason, and the groundwork of all institutions that claim to be founded in justice is this high quality. Temporary convenience and selfish considerations beyond a doubt are both favored by sometimes closing the eyes to the severity of truth. But in nothing is the sublime admonition of God in his commandments, where he tells us that he will visit the sins of the fathers unto the third and fourth generations of their children, more impressively verified than in the inevitable punishments that await every sacrifice of truth. Most of the political men of the day belong to this class of doubtful moralists, who, mistaking a healthful rule which admonishes us that even truth ought not to be too offensively urged, in their desire to be moderate, lend themselves to the side of error. The ingenuity of sophisms and the audacity of falsehoods receive great support from this mistaken alliance, since a firm union of all the intelligent of a country in the cause of plain and obvious truths would exterminate their correlative errors. The public opinion, which is now enlisted in the support of the latter, following to the right side, as a matter of course, in the train of combined knowledge. This is the mode in which opinions rooted in the wrong have been gradually eradicated by the process of time, but would yield faster were it not for the latitude and delusion that selfishness imposes on men of this class, who flatter themselves with soothing a sore that they are actually irritating. The consequence of this mistaken forbearance is to substitute a new set of errors for those which it has already taken ages to get rid of. On the subject of government and society, it is a misfortune that this country is filled with those who would take the opposite extremes, the one side clinging to prejudices that were founded in the abuses of the feudal times, and the other to the exaggerations of impracticable theories. That the struggle is not fiercer is probably owing to the overwhelming numbers of the latter class. But, as things are, truth is a sufferer. The American doctrinaire is the converse of the American demagogue, and in his way is scarcely less injurious to the public. He is as much a visionary on one side as the extreme theoretical democrat is a visionary on the other. The first deals in poetry, the last in cant. The first affirms a disinterestedness and purity in education and manners, when exposed to the corruption of power, that all experience refutes, and the last an infallibility in majorities that God himself has denied. These opposing classes produce the effect of all counteracting forces, resistance, and they provoke each other's excesses. In the doctrinaire, or theorist of the old school, we see men clinging to opinions that are purely the issue of arbitrary facts, ages after the facts themselves have ceased to exist, confounding cause with effect. And in the demagogue, or his tool, the impracticable democrat, one who permits envy, jealousy, opposition, selfishness, and the unconsciousness of his own inferiority and demerits, so far to blind his faculties as to obscure the sense of justice, to exclude the sight of positive things, and to cause him to deny the legitimate consequences of the very laws of which he professes to be proud. This is the dupe who affirms that one man is as good as another. These extremes lead to the usual inconsistencies and follies. Thus do we see men who sigh for titles and factious and false distinctions, so little conscious of truth as to shrink from asserting the real distinctions of their social station, or those they actually and undeniably possess, as if nature ever intended a man for an aristocrat who has not the manhood to maintain his just rights, and those again who cant of equality and general privileges, while they stubbornly refuse to permit others to enjoy in peace a single fancied indulgence or taste, unless taken in their company, although nature, education, and habits have all unfitted them to participate, and their presence would be sure to defeat what they could not, in the nature of things, enjoy. The considerate and modest and just-minded man of whatever social class will view all this differently. In asserting his own rights, he respects those of others. In indulging his own tastes, he is willing to admit there may be superior. In pursuing his own course in his own manner, he knows his neighbor has an equal right to do the same, and most of all, he is impressed with the great moral truths that flatterers are inherently miscreants, that fallacies never fail to bring their punishments, and that the empire of God is reason. This is the end of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny, The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America by James Fenimore Cooper. On representation. Representation is the vital principle of all free governments, with the exception of those which rule over unusually small territories. A pure democracy infers institutions under which the people, in primary assemblies, enact their own laws, a system of which the good is questionable under any circumstances, and which is evidently impracticable in large communities. The governments of the several states of this Union, with some slight modifications, are representative democracies, and as the federal government receives its distinctive character from the states themselves, the latter is necessarily a confederated representative democracy. Representation, therefore, lies at the root of the entire American system. Conflicting opinions exist on the subject of the relations between the representative and his constituent, impracticable notions and contradictory errors being equally maintained. These notions may be divided into those of two schools, equally ultra, one taking its rise in the sophisms and mystifications of English politics, the other arising from the disposition of men to obtain their objects by flattering popular power. This subject is grave and all important to a country like this. With the exception of a few popular boroughs and a county or two, England has no free representation. In most of the counties, even, the control of the elections is in the hands of the great landholders. In far the larger number of the boroughs, the power of the landlords is so great that they name the successful candidate as openly as the minister himself names to official employments. In the case of contested elections, even, the struggle is really between the power of two or more great families, and not between bodies of the electors, seats for boroughs being bought and sold like any other commodity. Under such circumstances, it is quite apparent that instructions from a constituency that is itself instructed whom to return would be a useless mockery. We are not to look at England, therefore, for principles on this subject, the fundamental systems of the two countries being so dissimilar, one giving power to property, the other to numbers. There is no doubt it is the intention of the American system that the will of the constitutional majorities, to a certain extent, should be properly regarded by the representative, and that when the latter, who has been elected with the express understanding that he is to support a particular measure or a particular set of principles, sees reason to change his opinion, he would act most in conformity with the spirit of the institutions, by resigning his trust. All human contracts are made subject to certain predominant moral obligations, which are supposed to emanate from divine truth. Thus a representative, conscientiously entertaining convictions in its favor, may give a pledge to support a particular measure as a condition of his election, there being no sufficient reason to doubt that the doctrine of specific pledges is sound, the people having a free option to exact them, and the candidate as free an option to withhold them, as each may see fit. These pledges, however, must be in conformity with the spirit and letter of the Constitution, and not opposed to good morals, the first being a governing condition of the social compact, and the last a controlling principle of human actions. But while this much is admitted in favor of the power of the constituency, great care must be had not to extend it too far. In the first place, no constituency has a right to violate the honest convictions of a representative. These are a matter of conscience, and if the subject be of sufficient magnitude to involve conscientious scruples, the power of the representative is full and absolute. This freedom of conscience is an implied obligation of the compact between the parties. Therefore, in a case of importance that admits of moral doubts, and one in which the will of the constituency is unequivocally expressed, it becomes the representative to return the trust, and this too in season, circumstances allowing to permit the other party to be represented in the matter agreeably to its own opinions. As there are so many governing circumstances of great delicacy in all such cases, it is evident that they must be rare, and that the rule exists as an exception rather than as one of familiar practice. Great care must be always taken to see that the wishes of the constituency are actually consulted before the American representative is bound, morally even, to respect their will, for there is no pretense that the obligation to regard the wishes of his constituents is more than implied under any circumstances. The social compact, in a legal sense, leaving him the entire master of his own just convictions. The instant a citizen is elected, he becomes the representative of the minority as well as of the majority, and to create any of the implied responsibility that has been named, the opinion of the first, so far as their numbers go, is just as much entitled to respect as the opinion of the last. The power to decide in cases of elections is given to the majority only from necessity, and as the safest, practicable, general rule that can be used. But it is by no means the intention of the institutions to disfranchise all those who prefer another to the successful candidate. The choice depends on 100 considerations that are quite independent of measures, men judging differently from each other in matters of character. Any other rule than this might be made the means of putting the government in the hands of the minority, as the following case will show. A is elected to Congress by a vote of 1,001 against a vote of 999. He has consequently 2,000 constituents, supposing all to have voted. The majority meet to instruct their representative, and the instructions are carried by a vote of 501 to 500. If these instructions are to be received as binding, the government, so far as the particular measure is concerned, may be in the hands of 501 electors, as opposed to 1,499. This case may be modified by all the changes incidental to numbers. To assume that majorities of caucuses or of ex parte collections of electors have a right to instruct is to pretend that the government is a government of party and not a government of the people. This notion cannot honestly be maintained for an instant. Recommendations emanating from such a source may be entitled to a respectful consideration, but not more so than a counter-recommendation from an opposing party. In all such cases, the intention of the representative system is to constitute the representative a judge between the conflicting opinions, as judges at law are intended to settle questions of law, both being sworn to act on the recognized principles that control society. In the cases that plainly invade the Constitution, the constituents having no power themselves can dictate none to their representative. Both parties are bound equally to respect that instrument, and neither can evade the obligation by any direct or indirect means. This rule covers much of the disputed ground, for they who read the Constitution with an honest desire to understand it can have little difficulty in comprehending most of its important provisions, and no one can claim a right to impose sophistry and selfishness on another as reason and justice. As doubtful cases may certainly arise under the Constitution, the right of the constituency to influence the representative in instances of that sort may plausibly be supposed to be greater than in those of constructions plainly proceeding from the excitement and schemes of partisans. Still, the power of the constituency to interfere after an election beyond the right to urge their own sentiments as opinions entitled to particular respect from their particular representative is very questionable. The Constitution contains the paramount laws of society. These laws are unchangeable except as they are altered agreeable to prescribed forms, and until thus altered, no evasion of them is admissible. In the necessity of things, every public functionary must be permitted to interpret this instrument for himself, subject to the liabilities and responsibilities, official and otherwise, of his station. In this respect, the legislator, by the nature of his trust, having full power to enact and to repeal, knows no other control than his conscience. The expressed compact between the representative and the constituent gives to the first an absolute discretionary power, subject to this great rule, and by the implied, no instructions can ever weaken this high obligation, since it is clearly a governing condition of the bargain between them. A judge is representative in a government like this in a general sense, since he acts for and through the people. Now, it will not be pretended that the people can instruct the courts how to interpret the Constitution, although they can alter it. Nor should it be contended that the constituency can instruct a representative how to interpret the Constitution, when it involves a matter of conscience. The remedy in the one case is to alter the Constitution, and in the other to send a new representative, with pledges given previously to the election, to interpret the Constitution according to the conceptions of the right entertained by the constituency. Of course, such a pledge ought not to be given unless given conscientiously. The Constitution specifically guarantees the right of the citizens to assemble and petition Congress, a provision that would be a mockery did that instrument suppose a right to instruct. It has been said that the representative has the same relations to the minority as the majority of his constituents when elected. In a broader and equally binding sense, he has the same relations to the entire country as to his own immediate constituents. Else would legislation be reduced to a mere contest of local interests, without regard to justice or to general principles. If this be true, and it must be true, or all the fundamental governing rules of the social compact become of no account, the constituents of a particular representative can have no right even to request, much less to instruct him to support their local interests at the expense of others. And least of all can they have a right to violate the Constitution in order to do so. In this particular, the question has been involved in the same sophisms, and to a degree is to be settled by the same principles as those which appertain to the relations between the accused and his legal counsel. Some latitudinarians in morals have contended that the legal adviser of an accused has a right to do in his defense whatever the accused himself would do, that he is an attorney with full powers to execute all that the other's feelings, interests, and passions might dictate. This is a monstrous and untenable doctrine, being destructive of all moral responsibility, to say nothing of the laws. The counsel has a right to do no more than his client has a right to do, nor can the constituent in any case have a right to instruct his representative to do that which he has no right in a moral or legal sense to do himself, even admitting the general doctrine of instruction to be sound. Although the principle that the representative chosen by a few becomes the representative of all is sound as a general principle, it is not an unqualified rule anywhere, and still less so in the federal government. The Constitution requires that the representative should reside in the state from which he is sent, expressly to identify him with its particular interests, and in order to prevent that concentration which exists in other countries. Half the French deputies are from Paris, and a large portion of the English members of Parliament are virtually from the capital. Their systems are peculiarly systems of concentration, but ours is as peculiarly a system of diffusion. It may be questioned, therefore, how far the American representative ought to sacrifice the good of his particular state in order to achieve the general good. Cases may certainly occur in which the sacrifice ought to be made, but the union of these states is founded on an express compromise, and it is not its intention to reach a benefit, however considerable, by extorting undue sacrifices from particular members of the Confederacy. All cases to the contrary should be clear, and the necessary relations between good and evil beyond cavil. In identified governments, the principle that a few shall be sacrificed to the general good must always in a greater or less degree prevail. But it is not the intention of the American Compact that any one state should ruin itself, or even do itself any great and irreparable injury that the rest of the Union should become more prosperous. In this sense, then, the member of Congress represents his immediate constituents, or perhaps it would be better to say his immediate state, and although he has no right to further his interests at the expense of the interests of other states, he is not called on to sacrifice them for the benefit of the sisters of the Union. This is one of the cases in which the doctrines of English representation do not apply to the American system. The difference arises from the circumstances that in the one case the government is a compact between persons, in the other a compact between states. In a government like that of the United States, the executive is as much representative as the legislature. Will it therefore be pretended that the president is also bound to respect the instructions of the people? Is he to appoint those whom the people will, remove those whom the people denounce, pardon those whom the people order, and approve of such bills as the people dictate? Is he to command the army and navy, see that the laws are executed, and conduct the negotiations of the country according to the opinions and intimations of a majority of his constituents, or according to his own conceptions of duty and the light of his own knowledge and experience? If the representative is bound to obey the will of his constituents, all this must the president do, or prove false to the institutions. As the commander-in-chief, his own soldiers would have a right to instruct him in the mode of performing his military functions, as indeed they would have a right to tell Congress when and against whom to declare war. If the representative of the executive functions is thus bound to respect instructions, a majority of the people might virtually repeal an unpopular law by instructing the president not to see it enforced, and thus destroy the rights of third parties. Such a doctrine would throw society into confusion, leave nothing stable, and set up a dangerous and irresponsible power that would be stronger than the institutions themselves. A principal reason for sending representatives to Congress is the impossibility of masses of men meeting to legislate with due knowledge and deliberation, and it can scarcely be contended that the results, which cannot be obtained by any expedient of law, method, and arrangement, are to be expected from extralegal, voluntary, and immethodical means. We ought not, consequently, to give an authority to those opinions of the people informally expressed that the Constitution would seem to show cannot be rendered available when formally expressed. The term representative implies full power to act, or at least full power to act under the limitations that environ the trust. A delegate is less gifted with authority and is understood to act under instructions. These are ancient distinctions, and existing as they did at the time the Constitution was framed, they are entitled to respect as explaining its intention. A representative is a substitute, a delegate, an ambassador. It is, moreover, an admission of imbecility to suppose that the institutions infer a right to instruct when no such right is expressed. All the machinery of the state is opposed to it, while in other countries, as in Switzerland, where the delegate acts under instructions, the machinery of the state is framed to meet such an end. On the whole, when we take into consideration the received signification of terms as they were understood when the Constitution was framed, the legal effect of legislative acts, which are binding, though the entire constituency instruct to the contrary, the omission in the Constitution to point out any legal means of instructing, and the practical difficulties in obtaining instructions that shall be above the reproach of being ex parte and insufficient, the permanent obligations of the Constitution, the doubt and indecision instructions would induce into a government that was expressly framed to obviate these weaknesses, the dangers that constantly arise from the activity of the designing and the supineness of the well-meaning, the want of unity and of fixed principles it might give to a legislation that controls peace and war and the foreign relations, as well as the exposure to foreign influence directly exercised over irresponsible men, and the general character of deliberation and examination which is secured to Congress, which may be called on to act on information known only to itself. We are led to conclude that the doctrine of instruction is unconstitutional, whether applied to the Senate or to the House of Representatives, and that so far from being a doctrine that is adapted to secure the domination of real majorities, it is rather an invention of intriguing politicians to effect their own wishes, in opposition to those of the nation. Exceptions may occur, but governing principles are to be settled on general rules and by general effects. It being established that the representative is placed beyond the control of instructions, as beyond doubt is at least his legal position, the importance of making careful selections becomes apparent. There is no safer rule in selecting a representative than that already named, or that of choosing the man for public confidence, who may be relied on in private. Most of all is the time-server and demagogue to be avoided, for such a man is certain to use power as an instrument of his private good. It is a mistake to suppose on correct principles that the representative is the obliged party. The man who faithfully does his duty in Congress is a servant to whom a difficult task is assigned with a very insufficient compensation, and such a man should always be selected with care and rewarded with a frank gratitude. It is a painful admission, extorted by truth, that in human institutions the intention is never long respected. Representation may not be in practice what it was intended for in theory, but still it might be drawn much nearer to what it ought to be than it actually is. If party be not necessary to this government as a good, it is perhaps unavoidable as an evil. But no elector should ever submit himself so implicitly to party as to support a man whose private acts prove him to be unfit for a public trust. The basis of the representative system is character, and without character no man should be confided in. In discriminating between candidates, however, it should be remembered that there are wolves in sheep's clothing, in character as well as in other things. Personal vanity induces ordinary men to confide most in those who most flatter their frailties. But it is a tolerably safe rule that he who is not afraid to speak the truth is not afraid to act the truth, and truths, moral, political, and social, are peculiarly the aim of this government. This is the end of Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Candor. Candor is a proof of both a just frame of mind and of a good tone of breeding. It is a quality that belongs equally to the honest man and to the gentleman, to the first as doing to others as we would ourselves be done by, to the last as indispensable to the liberality of the character. By candor we are not to understand trifling and uncalled for expositions of truth, but a sentiment that proves a conviction of the necessity of speaking truth when speaking at all, a contempt for all designing evasions of our real opinions, and a deep conviction that he who deceives by necessary implication deceives willfully. In all the general concerns, the public has a right to be treated with candor. Without this manly and truly Republican quality, Republican because no power exists in the country to intimidate any from its exhibition, the institutions are converted into a stupendous fraud. Foreigners reproach Americans on a want of directness and candor in conducting their ordinary intercourse. It is said that they dissemble thoughts that might properly be expressed in the presence of the parties interested, to express them openly and in a way to insinuate more than is asserted behind their backs. It is to be feared that this is a vice of humanity, but still one people may be more under its influence than another. It would be a singular and false effect of freedom to destroy a nation's character for candor. But we are not to be deceived by names, it being quite possible that a tyranny of opinion should produce such results, even in a democracy. America is under many powerful influences that have little connection with the institutions. The want of large towns, the scattered population, and the absence of much marked inequality of condition necessarily lend a provincial character to the population, a character that everywhere favors the natural propensity of man to bring all his fellows within the control of his own strictures. The religionists who first settled the country, too, have aided in bringing individual opinion in subjection to public opinion, and as the latter is always controlled by combinations and design, consequently more or less to error. There is no doubt that these combined causes have had the effect to make a large portion of the population less direct, frank, candid, and simple in the expression of their honest sentiments, and even in the relation of facts, than the laws of God and the social duties require. It is to this feeling that the habit has arisen of making cautious and evasive answers, such as, I guess, I conclude, some think. I shouldn't wonder if such a man had said so-and-so, when the speaker is the whole time confident of the fact. This practice has the reproach of insincerity and equivocation, is discreditable, makes intercourse treacherous and unsafe, and is beneath the frankness of freemen. In all these respects, a majority of the American people might take a useful lesson from the habits of England, a country which, though remarkable for servility to superiors, can boast of more frankness in ordinary life than our own. Candor has the high merit of preventing misconceptions, simplifies intercourse, prevents more misunderstandings than equivocation, elevates character, inculcates the habit of sincerity, and has a general tendency to the manly and virtuous qualities. This is the end of Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On language. Language being the medium of thought, its use enters into our most familiar practices. A just, clear, and simple expression of our ideas is a necessary accomplishment for all who aspire to be classed with gentlemen and ladies. It renders all more respectable, besides making intercourse more intelligible, safer, and more agreeable. The common faults of American language are an ambition of effect, a want of simplicity, and a turgid abuse of terms. To these may be added ambiguity of expression. Many perversions of significations also exist, and a formality of speech which, while it renders conversation ungraceful and destroys its playfulness, seriously weakens the power of the language by applying to ordinary ideas words that are suited only to themes of gravity and dignity. While it is true that the great body of the American people use their language more correctly than the mass of any other considerable nation, it is equally true that a smaller proportion than common attain to elegance in this accomplishment, especially in speech. Contrary to the general law in such matters, the women of the country have a less agreeable utterance than the men, a defect that great care should be taken to remedy, as the nursery is the birthplace of so many of our habits. The limits of this work will not permit an enumeration of the popular abuses of significations, but a few shall be mentioned in order that the student may possess a general clue to the faults. Creek, a word that signifies an inlet of the sea or of a lake, is misapplied to running streams and frequently to the outlets of lakes. A square is called a park. Lakes are often called ponds, and arms of the sea are sometimes termed rivers. In pronunciation, the faults are still more numerous, partaking decidedly of provincialisms. The letter U sounded like double O or oo, or like I, as in virtu, fortin, fortunate, and eu, pronounced also like oo, are common errors. This is an exceedingly vicious pronunciation, rendering the language mean and vulgar. New, pronounced as new, is an example, and few, as in foo, and the true sounds are new and few, the U retaining its proper soft sound and not that of oo. The attempt to reduce the pronunciation of the English language to a common rule produces much confusion, and taking the usages of polite life as the standard, many uncouth innovations. All know the pronunciation of plow, but it will scarcely do to make this sound as the only power of the same combinations of final letters, for we should be compelled to call though, thou, through, throw, and tough, tow. False accentation is a common American fault. Ensign, ensign, is called ensign, and engine, engine, engine. Indeed, it is a common fault of narrow associations to suppose that words are to be pronounced as they are spelled. Many words are in a state of mutation, the pronunciation being unsettled even in the best society, a result that must often arise where language is as variable and undetermined as the English. To this class belong clerk, cucumber, and gold, which are often pronounced as spelled, though it were better and more in conformity with polite usage to say Clark. Cowcumber, not cowcumber, and Gould. For lieutenant, there is not sufficient authority, the true pronunciation being lieutenant. By making a familiar compound of this word, we see the uselessness of attempting to reduce the language to any other laws than those of the usages of polite life, for they who affect to say lieutenant do not say lieutenant colonel, but lieutenant colonel. The polite pronunciation of either and neither is either and neither, not either and neither. This is a case in which the better usage of the language has respected derivations, for ei in German are pronounced as in height and slight, i.e. making the sound of ee. We see the arbitrary uses of the English, however, by comparing these legitimate sounds with those of the words lieutenant, colonel, which are derived from the French, in which language the latter is called colonel. Some changes of the language are to be regretted, as they lead to false inferences, and society is always a loser by mistaking names for things. Life is a fact, and it is seldom any good arises from a misapprehension of the real circumstances under which we exist. The word gentleman has a positive and limited signification. It means one elevated above the mass of society by his birth, manners, attainments, character, and social condition. As no civilized society can exist without these social differences, nothing is gained by denying the use of the term. If blackguards were to be called gentlemen, and gentlemen blackguards, the difference between them would be as obvious as it is today. The word gentleman is derived from the French gentilhomme, which originally signified one of noble birth. This was at a time when the characteristics of the conditions were never found beyond a caste. As society advanced, ordinary men attained the qualifications of nobility without that of birth, and the meaning of the word was extended. It is now possible to be a gentleman without birth, though even in America, where such distinctions are purely conditional, they who have birth, except in extraordinary instances, are classed with gentlemen. To call a laborer one who has neither education, manners, accomplishments, tastes, associations, nor any one of the ordinary requisites a gentleman is just as absurd as to call one who is thus qualified a fellow. The word must have some special signification, or it would be synonymous with man. One may have gentlemanlike feelings, principles, and appearance without possessing the liberal attainments that distinguish the gentleman. Least of all does money alone make a gentleman, though as it becomes a means of obtaining the other requisites, it is usual to give it a place in the claims of the class. Men may be, and often are, very rich, without having the smallest title to be deemed gentleman. A man may be a distinguished gentleman and not possess as much money as his own footman. This word, however, is sometimes used instead of the old terms sirs, my masters, etc., etc., as in addressing bodies of men. Thus we say gentlemen in addressing a public meeting, in complaisance, and as by possibility some gentlemen may be present. This is a license that may be tolerated, though he who should insist that all present were as individuals, gentlemen, would hardly escape ridicule. What has been just said of the word gentleman is equally true of that of lady. The standard of these two classes rises as society becomes more civilized and refined. The man who might pass for a gentleman in one nation or community not being able to maintain the same position in another. The inefficiency of the effort to subvert things by names is shown in the fact that in all civilized communities there is a class of men who silently and quietly recognize each other as gentlemen, who associate together freely and without reserve, and who admit each other's claims without scruple or distrust. This class may be limited by prejudice and arbitrary enactments as in Europe, or it may have no other rules than those of taste, sentiment, and the silent laws of usage, as in America. The same observations may be made in relation to the words master and servant. He who employs laborers with the right to command is a master, and he who lets himself to work with an obligation to obey, a servant. Thus there are house or domestic servants, farm servants, shop servants, and various other servants, the term master being in all these cases the correlative. In consequence of the domestic servants of America having once been Negro slaves, a prejudice has arisen among the laboring class of the whites, who not only dislike the term servant, but have also rejected that of master. So far has this prejudice gone that in lieu of the latter, they have resorted to the use of the word boss, which has precisely the same meaning in Dutch. How far a subterfuge of this nature is worthy of a manly and common-sense people will admit of question. A similar objection may be made to the use of the word help, which is not only an innovation on a just and established term, but which does not properly convey the meaning intended. Those who aid their masters in the toil may be termed helps, but they who perform all the labor do not assist or help to do the thing, but they do it themselves. A man does not usually hire his cook to help him cook dinner, but to cook it herself. Nothing is therefore gained, while something is lost in simplicity and clearness by the substitution of new and imperfect terms for the long-established words of the language. In all cases in which the people of America have retained the things of their ancestors, they should not be ashamed to keep the names. The love of turgid expressions is gaining ground and ought to be corrected. One of the most certain evidences of a man of high breeding is his simplicity of speech, a simplicity that is equally removed from vulgarity and exaggeration. He calls a spade a spade. His enunciation, while clear, deliberate, and dignified, is totally without strut, showing his familiarity with the world, and in some degree reflecting the qualities of his mind, which is polished without being addicted to sentimentalism or any other bloated feeling. He never calls his wife his lady, but his wife, and he is not afraid of lessening the dignity of the human race by styling the most elevated and refined of his fellow creatures, men and women. He does not say, in speaking of a dance, that the attire of the ladies was exceedingly elegant and peculiarly becoming at the late assembly, but that the women were well dressed at the last ball. Nor is he apt to remark that the Reverend Mr. G. gave us an elegant and searching discourse this past Sabbath, but that the parson preached a good sermon last Sunday. The utterance of a gentleman ought to be deliberate and clear without being measured. All idea of effort should be banished, though nothing lost for want of distinctness. His emphasis ought to be almost imperceptible, never halting or abrupt, and least of all, so placed as to give an idea of his own sense of cleverness, but regulated by those slight intonations that give point to wit and force to reason. His language should rise with the subject, and he must be an educated and accomplished man. He cannot but know that the highest quality of eloquence and all sublimity is in the thought rather than in the words, though there must be an adaptation of one to the other. This is still more true of women than of men, since the former are the natural agents in maintaining the refinement of a people. All cannot reach the highest standard in such matters, for it depends on early habit, and particularly on early associations. The children of gentlemen are as readily distinguished from other children by these peculiarities as by the greater delicacy of their minds and higher tact in breeding, but we are not to abandon all improvement, because perfection is reached but by few. Simplicity should be the first aim, after one is removed from vulgarity, and let the finer shades of accomplishment be acquired as they can be attained. In no case, however, can one who aims at turgid language, exaggerated sentiment, or pedantic utterance lay claim to be either a man or a woman of the world. This is the end of Chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Press. It would seem that Providence, for some of its own great ends, has denied to man any particular blessing which his own waywardness is not destined to lessen, if not entirely to neutralize. In nothing connected with human happiness is this grave truth more apparent than in the history of the press. In despotisms where the weakness of the body of nations is derived from an ignorance of their force and from the want of means to act in concert, the press is the lever by which the thrones of tyrants and prejudices are the most easily overturned, and under such circumstances men often contend for privileges on its behalf that become dangerous to the peace of society when civil and political rights are obtained. In a popular government, so far from according an entire immunity from penalties to the press, its abuses are those which society is required by its very safety to visit with its heaviest punishments. In a democracy, misleading the public mind as regards facts, characters, or principles is corrupting all that is dear to society at its source, opinion being the fountain whence justice, honors, and the laws equally flow. It is a misfortune that necessity has induced men to accord greater license to this formidable engine in order to obtain liberty than can be borne with less important objects in view, for the press, like fire, is an excellent servant but a terrible master. It may be taken as rules that without the liberty of the press there can be no popular liberty in a nation, and with its licentiousness neither public honesty, justice, nor a proper regard for character. Of the two, perhaps that people is the happiest which is deprived altogether of a free press, since private honesty and a healthful tone of the public mind are not incompatible with narrow institutions, though neither can well exist under the constant corrupting action of a licentious press. The governing principle connected with this interest would seem to depend on a general law which under abuses converts the most beneficial moral agents to be the greatest enemies of the race, The press is equally capable of being made the instrument of elevating man to the highest point of which his faculties admit, or of depressing him to the lowest. In struggling for liberty and emancipation from errors and prejudices, men have not always paused to reflect on the influence of the agents they have employed, when those agents, from contending with a powerful enemy, shall have become conquerors, and have begun to look about them for the fruits of victory. The press, so efficient as the opponent of tyrants, may become despotic itself. It may substitute new errors for those it has eradicated, and like an individual spoiled by success, may generally abuse its advantages. Many false notions have been introduced into society in the desire to vindicate the rights of so powerful an agent. Of these, one of the worst is the admission of a claim in the press to interfere in any manner with private character. The good of such an interference is at the best but doubtful, and the oppression in those cases in which injustice is done is of the most intolerable and irreparable kind. It would be a proper and a just, though an insufficient, atonement in cases of established libel to vest a power in the courts to compel the libeller to publish for a series of weeks or months or even years his own condemnation in his own columns, that the antidote might accompany the poison, though it is to be feared that the possession of popular rights is still too recent to permit the majority of men to entertain correct notions concerning an instrument that they rightly fancy has been so serviceable in the conflict they have just escaped. It ought never to be forgotten that the press, contending for natural but forbidden rights, is no more like the press when these rights are obtained than the man struggling with adversity and chastened by misfortune is like the man flushed with success and corrupted by prosperity. The history of the press is everywhere the same. In its infancy it is timid, distrustful, and dependent on truth for success. As it acquires confidence with force, it propagates just opinions with energy, scattering errors and repelling falsehood until it prevails. When abuses rush in, confounding principles, truths, and all else that is estimable until it becomes a serious matter of doubt whether a community derives most good or evil from the institution. This is the end of Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Liberty of the Press. What is called the liberty of the press is very generally misconceived. In despotic or narrow governments, persons styled censors are appointed to examine the columns of journals before the latter are issued, with power to suppress all offensive or injurious articles. This, of course, is putting the press under the control of government, and the press is not a free press, since it cannot publish what its editors please. By the liberty of the press, we are to understand only an exemption from this restraint, or a condition of things which enables the citizen to publish what he please, as he can utter what he may please with his tongue. All men in a civilized country, however, are responsible for what they say or publish. If a man speaks slander against another, he is liable to the individual injuried in damages. If a man publish a libel, he incurs the same liability. Some persons suppose that the press possesses privileges in this respect that are not accorded to individuals. But the reverse is the fact, as a man may utter with impunity that which he cannot publish with impunity. The distinction arises from the greater circulation and the greater power to injure of a published libel than of a spoken slander. The editor of a journal, therefore, does not possess the same immunities as an editor that he possesses as a private citizen. Without such a distinction, the community would possess a set of men in its bosom who would enjoy a power to tyrannize over it with impunity through its means of publicity. The liberty of the press, in principle, resembles the liberty to bear arms. In the one case, the Constitution guarantees a right to publish; in the other, a right to keep a musket. But he who injures his neighbor with his publications may be punished, as he who injures his neighbor with his musket may be punished. The Constitution of the United States does not guarantee even the right to publish except as against the laws of Congress. As has been previously stated, the real liberty of the press depending altogether on the provisions of the several state governments, in common with most of the other liberties and rights of the citizen. This is the end of Chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the American Press. The newspaper press of this country is distinguished from that of Europe in several essential particulars. While there are more prints, they are generally of a lower character. It follows that in all in which they are useful, their utility is more diffused through society, and in all in which they are hurtful, the injury they inflict is more widespread and corrupting. The great number of newspapers in America is a cause of there being so little capital and consequently so little intelligence employed in their management. It is also a reason of the inexactitude of much of the news they circulate. It requires a larger investment of capital than is usual in this country to obtain correct information, while on the other hand the great competition renders editors reckless and impatient to fill their columns. To these circumstances may be added the greater influence of vague and unfounded rumors in a vast and thinly settled country than on a compact population covering a small surface. Discreet and observing men have questioned whether, after excluding the notices of deaths and marriages, one half of the circumstances that are related in the newspapers of America as facts are true in their essential features. And in cases connected with party politics, it may be questioned if even so large a proportion can be set down as accurate. This is a terrible picture to contemplate, for when the number of prints is remembered and the avidity with which they are read is brought into the account, we are made to perceive that the entire nation, in a moral sense, breathes an atmosphere of falsehoods. There is little use, however, in concealing the truth. On the contrary, the dread in which the public men and writers commonly stand of the power of the press to injure them has permitted the evil to extend so far that it is scarcely exceeding the bounds of a just alarm to say that the country cannot much longer exist in safety under the malign influence that now overshadows it. Anyone who has lived long enough to note changes of the sort must have perceived how fast men of probity and virtue are losing their influence in the country to be superseded by those who scarcely deem an affectation of the higher qualities necessary to their success. This fearful change must in a great measure be ascribed to the corruption of the public press, which as a whole owes its existence to the schemes of interested political adventurers. Those who are little acquainted with the world are apt to imagine that a fact or an argument that is stated publicly in print is entitled to more credit and respect than the same fact or argument presented orally or in conversation. So far from this being true, however, in regard to the press of this country, it would be safer to infer the very reverse. Men who are accustomed daily to throw off their misstatements become reckless of the consequences, and he who would hesitate about committing himself by an allegation made face to face, as it were on his personal responsibility, would indite a paragraph behind the impersonality of his editorial character to be uttered to the world with the irresponsible columns of a journal. It is seldom in cases which admit of doubt that men are required to speak on the moment, but with the compositor in waiting, the time pressing, and the moral certainty that a rival establishment will circulate the questionable statement if he decline, the editor too often throws himself into the breach. The contradiction of today will make a paragraph, as well as the lie of yesterday, though he who sees the last and not the first, unless able to appreciate the character of his authority, carries away an untruth. Instead of considering the editor of a newspaper as an abstraction, with no motive in view but that of maintaining principles and disseminating facts, it is necessary to remember that he is a man, with all the interests and passions of one who has chosen this means to advance his fortunes, and of course with all the accompanying temptations to abuse his opportunities, and this, too, usually with the additional drawback of being a partisan in politics, religion, or literature. If the possession of power in ordinary cases is a constant inducement to turn it to an unjust profit, it is peculiarly so in the extraordinary case of the control of a public press. Editors praise their personal friends and abuse their enemies in print, as private individuals praise their friends and abuse their enemies with their tongues. Their position increases the number of each, and the consequence is that readers obtain inflated views of the first and unjust notions of the last. If newspapers are useful in overthrowing tyrants, it is only to establish a tyranny of their own. The press tyrannizes over public men, letters, the arts, the stage, and even over private life. Under the pretense of protecting public morals, it is corrupting them to the core, and under the semblance of maintaining liberty, it is gradually establishing a despotism as ruthless, as grasping, and one that is quite as vulgar as that of any Christian state known. With loud professions of freedom of opinion, there is no tolerance. With a parade of patriotism, no sacrifice of interests. And with fulsome panegyrics on property, too frequently, no decency. There is but one way of extricating the mind from the baneful influence of the press of this country, and that is by making a rigid analysis of its nature and motives. By remembering that all statements that involve disputed points are ex parte, that there is no impersonality except in professions, that all the ordinary passions and interests act upon its statements with less than the ordinary responsibilities, and that there is the constant temptation to abuse whichever accompanies power, one may come at last to a just appreciation of its merits, but in a degree learn to neutralize its malignant influence. But this is a freedom of mind that few attain, for few have the means of arriving at these truths. The admixture of truth and falsehood in the intelligence circulated by the press is one of the chief causes of its evil. A journal that gave utterance to nothing but untruths would lose its influence with its character. But there are none so ignorant as not to see the necessity of occasionally issuing truths. It is only in cases in which the editor has a direct interest to the contrary, in which he has not the leisure or the means of ascertaining facts, or in which he is himself misled by the passions, cupidity, and interests of others, that untruths find a place in his columns. Still, these instances may perhaps include a majority of the cases. In a country like this, it is indispensable to mental independence that every man should have a clear perception of the quality of the political views and of the political opinions circulated by the press, for he who confides implicitly to its statements is yielding himself blindly to either the designed and exaggerated praises of friends or to the calculated abuse of opponents. As no man is either as good or as bad as vulgar report makes him, we can at once see the value that ought to be given to such statements. All representations that dwell wholly on merits or on faults are to be distrusted, since none are perfect, and it may perhaps be added, none utterly without some redeeming qualities. Whenever the papers unite to commend, without qualification, it is safe to believe in either venality or a disposition to defer to a preconceived notion of excellence. Most men choose to float with the current rather than resist it, when no active motive urges a contrary course, feeding falsehood because it falters a predilection, and whenever censure is general and sweeping, one may be almost certain it is exaggerated and false. Puffs, political, literary, personal, and national, can commonly be detected by their ex parte statements, as may be their counterpart, detraction. Dishonesty of intention is easily discovered by the man of the world, in both by the tone, and he who blindly receives either eulogium or censure because they stand audaciously in print demonstrates that his judgment is still in its infancy. Authors review themselves, or friends are employed to do it for them. Political adventurers have their dependents who build their fortunes on those of their patrons. Artists, players, and even religionists are not above having recourse to such expedients to advance their interests and reputations. The world would be surprised to learn the tyranny that the press has exercised in our own times over some of the greatest of modern names. Few men possessing the manliness and moral courage that are necessary to resist its oppression. The people that has overturned the throne of a monarch and set up a government of opinion in its stead, and which blindly yields its interests to the designs of those who would rule through the instrumentality of newspapers, has only exchanged one form of despotism for another. It is often made a matter of boasting that the United States contain so many public journals. It were wiser to make it a cause of mourning, since the quality in this instance diminishes in an inverse ratio to the quantity. Another reason may be found for the deleterious influence of the American press in the peculiar physical condition of the country. In all communities, the better opinion, whether as relates to moral or scientific truths, tastes, manners, and facts, is necessarily in the keeping of a few, the great majority of mankind being precluded by their opportunities from reaching so high in the mental scale. The proportion between the intelligent and whole numbers, after making a proper allowance on account of the differences in civilization, is probably as great in this country as in any other. Possibly it is greater among the males, but the great extent of the territory prevents its concentration, and consequently weakens its influence. Under such circumstances, the press has less to contend with than in other countries, where designing and ignorant men would stand rebuked before the collected opinion of those who, by their characters and information, are usually too powerful to be misled by vulgarity, sophistry, and falsehood. Another reason is to be found in the popular character of government. bodies of men requiring to be addressed in modes suited to the average qualities of masses. In America, while the contest was for great principles, the press aided in elevating the common character, in improving the common mind, and in maintaining the common interests. But since the contest has ceased and the struggle has become one purely of selfishness and personal interests, it is employed as a whole in fast undermining its own work and in preparing the nation for some terrible reverses, if not in calling down upon it a just judgment of God. As the press of this country now exists, it would seem to be expressly devised by the great agent of mischief to depress and destroy all that is good and to elevate and advance all that is evil in the nation. The little truth that is urged is usually urged coarsely, weakened and rendered vicious by personalities, while those who live by falsehoods, fallacies, enmities, partialities, and the schemes of the designing find the press the very instrument that the devils would invent to effect their designs. A witty but unprincipled statesman of our own times has said that speech was bestowed on man to conceal his thoughts. Judging from its present condition, he might have added, and the press to pervert truth. This is the end of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On property. As property is the base of all civilization, its existence and security are indispensable to social improvement. Were it possible to have a community of property, it would soon be found that no one would toil, but that men would be disposed to be satisfied with barely enough for the supply of their physical wants, since none would exert themselves to obtain advantages solely for the use of others. The failure of all attempts to form communities, even on a small scale with a common interest, goes to prove this. Where there is a rigid equality of condition as well as of rights, that condition must necessarily be one of a low scale of mediocrity, since it is impossible to elevate those who do not possess the requisite qualities any higher. Thus we see that societies or religious sects in which a community of property prevails are content with merely supplying the wants of life, knowing little or nothing of its elegancies, refinements, or mental pleasures. These communities, moreover, possess an outlet for their idle and dissolute by resorting to expulsion, a remedy that society itself cannot apply. The principle of individuality, or to use a less winning term, of selfishness, lies at the root of all voluntary human exertion. We toil for food, for clothes, for houses, lands, and for property in general. This is done because we know that the fruits of our labor will belong to ourselves or to those who are most dear to us. It follows that all which society enjoys beyond the mere supply of its first necessities is dependent on the rights of property. It is not known that man exists anywhere without establishing rules for the protection of property. Even insects, reptiles, beasts, and birds have their several possessions in their nests, dens, and supplies. So completely is animal exertion in general, whether in man or beast, dependent on the enjoyment of this right, under limitations which mark their several conditions, that we may infer that the rights of property, to a certain extent, are founded in nature. The food obtained by his toil cannot be taken from the mouth of man or beast without doing violence to one of the first of our natural rights. We apply the term of robber or despoiler to the reptile or bird that preys on the aliment of another animal, as well as to the human thief. So long as natural justice is admitted to exist, the party assailed in such cases has a right to defend his own. The rights of property become artificial and extended as society becomes civilized. In the savage state, the land is without owners, property consisting in the hut, the food, and the arms used in war and in the chase. In pastoral or semi-barbarous states, use gives claims, not to individuals but to tribes, and flocks are pastured on grounds that belong to one entire community, but to that one only. Private property is composed of cattle, sheep, tents, horses, camels, with the common claims to share in the common fields. Civilization has established various, and in some cases arbitrary and unjust distinctions as pertaining to the rights of property. These are abuses, the tendency of man being to convert into curses things that Providence designed to provide benefits. Still, most of the ordinances of civilized society that are connected with this interest are founded in reason and ought to be rigidly maintained. The first great principle connected with the rights of property is its inviolability in all cases in which the laws leave it in possession of the proprietor. Every child should be taught to respect the sanctity of his neighbor's house, garden, fields, and all that is his. On those parts of another's possessions where it is permitted to go, he should go with care not to abuse the privilege, and from those parts which he is forbidden to use, he should religiously abstain. The child that is properly impressed in infancy with the rights of property is in little danger of committing theft in after life, or in any other manner of invading that which is the just possession of another. The doctrine that anyone may do as he please with his own, however, is false. One may do with his own whatever the laws and institutions of his country allow, and no more. One may even respect the letter and yet violate the spirit of those laws and institutions, committing a moral, if not a legal, offense in so doing. Thus, he who would bring his money to bear upon the elections of a country like this abuses his situation, unless his efforts are confined to fair and manly discussions before the body of the people. In nations where the mass have no political rights, means have been found to accumulate power by the aid of wealth. The pretense has been made that none but the rich have a stake in society. Every man who has wants, feelings, affections, and character has a stake in society. Of the two, perhaps the necessities of men are a greater corrective of political abuses than their surplus means. Both may lead to evil, beyond a doubt, but as laws which are framed by all must be tolerably impartial and general in their operation, less danger arises from the rule of the former than from the rule of the latter. When property rules, it rules alone. But when the poor are admitted to have a voice in government, the rich are never excluded. Such is the nature of man, that all exclusive power is uniformly directed to exclusive purposes. Property always carries with it a portion of indirect political influence, and it is unwise and even dangerous to strengthen this influence by adding to it constitutional privileges, the result always being to make the strong stronger and the weak weaker. On the other hand, all who love equal justice, and indeed the safety of free institutions, should understand that property has its rights, and the necessity of rigidly respecting them. It is the right of the possessor of property to be placed on an equal footing with all his fellow citizens in every respect. If he is not to be exalted on account of his wealth, neither is he to be denounced. In this country, it is the intention of the institutions that money should neither increase nor lessen political influence. There are habits that belong to every condition of life. The man of hereditary wealth is usually a man of leisure, and he little understands the true spirit of democracy who supposes that such a man is not to enjoy the tastes and inclinations which are the fruits of leisure and cultivation without let or hindrance. Democracy leaves every man the master of his acts and time, his tastes and habits, so long as he discharges his duty to the public and respects the laws. He who declaims against another for holding himself aloof from general association arrogates to himself a power of censure that he does not rightly possess, and betrays his own consciousness of inferiority. Men of really high social station never make this complaint, for they are above jealousy, and they who do only discover a feeling that is every way removed from the manliness and spirit of true independence. One may certainly be purse-proud, and of all these sources of human pride, mere wealth is the basest and most vulgar-minded. Real gentlemen are almost invariably above this low feeling, and they who attribute habits that have their rise in sentiment, tastes, knowledge, and refinement to such a cause usually make the mistake of letting their own ignorance of the existence of motives so elevated be known. In a word, if the man of property has no more personal legal immunities than the man who has none, neither has he fewer. He is privileged to use his own means under the general regulations of society in the pursuit of his own happiness, and they who would interfere with him so far from appreciating liberty are ignorant of its vital principles. If left to itself, unsupported by factious political aid, but sufficiently protected against the designs and rapacity of the dishonest, property is an instrument of working most of the good that society enjoys. It elevates a national character by affording the means of cultivating knowledge and the tastes. It introduces all above barbarism into society, and it encourages and sustains laudable and useful efforts in individuals. Like every other great good, its abuses are in proportion to its benefits. The possessor of property is not, half the time, as much the object of envy as the needy imagine, for its corrupting influence endangers eternal peace. Great estates are generally of more benefit to the community than to their owners. They bring with them anxiety, cares, demands, and usually exaggerated notions on the part of the public of the duties of the rich. So, far from being objects of envy, their possessors are oftener the subjects of commiseration. He who has enough for his rational wants, agreeably to his habits and education, always proving the happier man. The possessions of new families are commonly exaggerated in the public mind, while those of long-established families are as commonly diminished. A people that deems the possession of riches its highest source of distinction admits one of the most degrading of all influences to preside over its opinions. At no time should money be ever ranked as more than a means, and he who lives as if the acquisition of property were the sole end of his existence betrays the dominion of the most sordid, base, and groveling motive that life offers. Property is desirable as the groundwork of moral independence, as a means of improving the faculties and of doing good to others, as the agent in all that distinguishes the civilized man from the savage. Property has been made the test of political rights in two distinct forms. It has been represented, and it has been established as a qualification. The representation of property is effected in two modes. First, by giving the proprietor more votes than one, according to the number and situation of his freeholds, and secondly, by raising the test of qualification so high as to exclude all but the affluent from the franchise. The first was the English system previously to the recent changes, and the last is the actual system of France. A government founded on the representation of property, however, direct or indirect, is radically vicious, since it is a union of two of the most corrupting influences to which man is subject. It is the proper business of government to resist the corruptions of money, and not to depend on them. To a qualification of property, if placed so low as to embrace the great majority of the people, there is no very serious objection, though better tests might perhaps be devised. Residence, character, information, and fixed relations with society ought to be added to this qualification, and it might be better even could they be made entirely to supersede it. In local governments, or those of towns and villages, which do little more than control property, a low property qualification is the true test of the franchise. Though, even in these cases, it might be well to add information and character. This is the end of Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Universal Suffrage. There is no more a literal universal suffrage than a literal equality. All these terms must be received in a limited sense, their meaning amounting merely to a comparison with other and older conditions of society. 1/2 of every population is excluded from the suffrage on account of sex, more than half of the remainder on account of age. From the class that these two great rules do not affect, another but small portion is excluded for their extreme poverty, their crimes, a want of residence, or as vagabonds, or for some other cause. The most popularly governed of the American states admit these doctrines. The policy of adopting a suffrage as wide as that which is commonly called universal has been much and plausibly contested. Better political tests perhaps might be applied than those which now exist, and there can be little doubt that the present system is carried too far in its application and under the particular circumstances of the country, if not too far as a general principle. The governments of towns and villages, for instance, are almost entirely directed to the regulation of property and to the control of local interests. In such governments, universal suffrage is clearly misplaced for several grave and obvious reasons, a few of which shall be mentioned. Towns and villages having no legislative control over the greater interests, such as the general protection of life, the person, the character, and property, there is neither the same necessity for nor the same justice in letting in all classes to participate in power. The laws which control the great and predominant interests, or those which give a complexion to society, emanate from the states, which may well enough possess a wide political base. But towns and villages, regulating property chiefly, there is a peculiar propriety in excluding those from the suffrage who have no immediate local interests in them. An undue proportion of the dissolute, unsettled, vicious, and disorganized collect in towns, and that balance of society which under other circumstances might neutralize their influence is destroyed. leaving as a consequence the power to control their governments under a suffrage that is universal in the hands of the worst part of community. For though these persons may not be in sufficient force absolutely to elevate men of their own class to office, they hold a balance between conflicting parties, uniformly act together, and commonly in favor of those who are most disposed to sacrifice principle to expediency. A system must be radically wrong when the keeper of a tavern or of a grocery, through his facilities in humoring one of the worst of our vices, can command more votes than a man of the highest attainments or of the highest character. The great immigration of foreigners into the country and the practice of remaining or of assembling in the large towns renders universal suffrage doubly oppressive to the citizens of the latter. The natives of other countries bring with them the prejudices of another and an antagonistic state of society, or what is still worse, their reaction. And it is a painful and humiliating fact that several of the principal places of this country are virtually under the control of men of this class, who have few convictions of liberty beyond those which arise from a love of licentiousness, who are totally ignorant of its governing principles, and who, in their hearts and language, are hostile to the very people whose hospitality they enjoy. Many of these men cannot even speak the language of the land, and perhaps a majority of them cannot read the great social compact by which society is held together. Whatever may be said on general principles of the necessity of giving to a government the broadest possible base, few will contend that circumstances like these ought not to qualify the regulation in practice. Local and limited governments, like those of towns and villages, are best managed in the hands of men who have permanent and fixed interests within their boundaries, and there is little propriety in admitting the more floating part of the population to a participation of an authority that scarcely controls a single right which affects transient persons. Universal suffrage, in the more extended sense, cannot be received as a naked proposition without reference to facts. Some nations are totally unqualified to exercise this trust intelligently and safely, while in others it may be the best and most sure foundation of society. As a general rule, it would be highly dangerous, though the communities that can safely bear it are to be envied and esteemed. Systems are to be appreciated by their general effects and not by particular exceptions. Principles also become modified in practice by facts, and universal suffrage presents very different results in one state of society from that which it presents in another. So long as the laboring classes of a country can receive high wages, the love of independence that is natural to man will induce them to give their votes according to their own interests, pleasure, judgment, passions, or caprices, for these are equally governing motives of human actions. But when the pressure of society shall become so great as to compel the man of small means to depend on the man of large for his comforts, or even for his bread, as is the natural tendency of all civilized society, the power of money will probably be felt adversely under a suffrage that includes all, or as nearly so as practicable. It may then become necessary to liberty itself to limit the suffrage. The representative will necessarily have a direct moral relation to his constituency. In a community that contains many men of character and intelligence, the representation will be of a higher order than in a community that contains few. We are not to judge of the general effects of the American system, therefore, by the present condition of its representation, though those who have the best means of observation are of opinion that it will even now sustain a favorable comparison with that of any other country. There are periods in the histories of all countries in which entire nations may be said to be on their good behavior. These are times of struggles and changes, when attention is drawn to the acts of public men and principles have unusual influence. Such was the case at the commencement of the American Revolution and at one point of the French, and is in a degree the present state of the British Parliament. At such periods the same representative acts under impulses very different from those which commonly influence him, and care must be had in comparing systems to take into account all the facts that would be likely to affect them. Universal suffrage is capricious and uncertain in its minor consequences, often producing results directly contrary to those which were expected. The transitory nature of the American population renders universal suffrage less advantageous and more injurious than it would prove to be in a less vacillating condition of society. Thus it is we see new men, and even strangers, filling offices in places that they entered a year previously, to quit the year that will succeed. The effect of this passing connection with a community is bad on many accounts, but it becomes seriously so when the floating and unstable members of society have sufficient interest to unsettle its concerns with their own fluctuating interests. This is the end of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Publick. There is a disposition under popular governments to mistake the nature and authority of the public. Public opinion as a matter of course can only refer to that portion of the community that has cognizance of the particular circumstances it affects, but in all matters of law, of rights, and of principles as they are connected with the general relations of society, the public means the entire constituency, and that too only as it is authorized to act by the fundamental laws or the Constitution. Thus, the citizen who asserts his legal rights in opposition to the wishes of a neighborhood is not opposing the public, but maintaining its intentions, while the particular neighborhood is arrogating itself to a power that is confided to the whole body of the state. Tyranny can only come from the public in a democracy, since individuals are powerless, possessing no more rights than it pleases the community to leave in their hands. The pretense that an individual oppresses the public is to the last degree absurd, since he can do no more than exercise his rights as they are established by law, which law is enacted, administered, and interpreted by the agents of the public. As every man forms a portion of the public, if honest and influenced by right principles, the citizen will be cautious how he takes sides against particular members of the community, for he is both deciding his own case, a circumstance under which few make impartial judges, and combining with the strong to oppress the weak. In this country, in which political authority is the possession of the body that wields opinion, influences that elsewhere counteract each other, there is a strong and dangerous disposition to defer to the public in opposition to truth and justice. This is a penalty that is paid for liberty, and it depends on the very natural principle of flattering power. In a monarchy, adulation is paid to the prince; in a democracy, to the people or the public. Neither hears the truth as often as is wholesome, and both suffer for the want of the corrective. The man who resists the tyranny of a monarch is often sustained by the voices of those around him, But he who opposes the innovations of the public in a democracy not only finds himself struggling with power, but with his own neighbors. It follows that the oppression of the public is of the worst description, and all real lovers of liberty should take especial heed not to be accessories to wrongs so hard to be borne. As between the public and individuals, therefore, the true bias of a Democrat, so far as there is any doubt of the real merits of the controversy, is to take sides with the latter. This is opposed to the popular notion, which is to fancy the man who maintains his rights against the popular will an aristocrat. But it is none the less true, the popular will in cases that affect popular pleasure being quite as likely to be wrong as an individual will in cases that affect an individual interest. It ought to be impressed on every man's mind in letters of brass that in a democracy the public has no power that is not expressly conceded by the institutions, and that this power, moreover, is only to be used under the forms prescribed by the Constitution. All beyond this is oppression when it takes the character of acts, and not infrequently when it is confined to opinion. Society has less need of the corrective of public opinion under such a system than under a narrow government, for possessing all the power, the body of the community, by framing the positive ordinances, is not compelled to check abuses by resisting or overawing the laws. Great care should be had, therefore, to ascertain facts before the citizen of a free country suffers himself to inflict the punishment of public opinion, since it is aiding oppression in its worst form when in error, and this, too, without a sufficient object. Another form of oppression practiced by the public is arrogating to itself a right to inquire into and to decide on the private acts of individuals beyond the cognizance of the laws. Men who have designs on the favor of the public invite invasions on their privacy, a course that has rendered the community less scrupulous and delicate than it ought to be. All assumptions of a power to decide on conduct that is unaccompanied by an authority to investigate facts is adding the danger of committing rank injustice to usurpation. The practice may make hypocrites, but it can never mend morals. The public everywhere is proverbially soulless. All feel when its rights, assumed or real, are invaded, but none feel its responsibilities. In republics, the public is also accused of ingratitude to its servants. This is true. Few citizens of a democracy retaining the popular favor without making a sacrifice of those principles which conflict with proper caprices. The people, being sovereign, require the same flattery, the same humoring of their wishes, and the same sacrifices of truths as a prince. It is not more true, however, that the people in a democracy are ungrateful than that monarchs are ungrateful. The failing is common to all power, which as a rule is invariably as forgetful of services as it is exacting. The difference in the rewards of the servants of a prince and the rewards of the service of a democracy is to be found in the greater vigilance of the first, who commonly sees the necessity of paying well. No dignities or honors conferred on a subject, moreover, can raise him to a level with his master, while a people reluctantly yield distinctions that elevate one of their own number above themselves. In America, it is indispensable that every well-wisher of true liberty should understand that acts of tyranny can only proceed from the public. The public, then, is to be watched. In this country, as in other countries, kings and aristocrats are to be watched. The end of liberty is the happiness of man, and its means that of leaving the greatest possible personal freedom of action that comports with the general good. To supplant the exactions of the laws, therefore, by those of an unauthorized public is to establish restraints without the formalities and precision of legal requirements. It is putting the prejudices, provincialisms, ignorance, and passions of a neighborhood in the place of statutes, or it is establishing a power equally without general principles and without responsibility. Although the political liberty of this country is greater than that of nearly every other civilized nation, its personal liberty is said to be less. In other words, men are thought to be more under the control of extra-legal authority and to defer more to those around them in pursuing even their lawful and innocent occupations than in almost every other country. That there is much truth in this opinion, all observant travelers agree, and it is a reproach to the moral civilization of the country that it should be so. It is not difficult to trace the causes of such a state of things, but the evil is none the less because it is satisfactorily explained. One principal reason, beyond a question, is the mistake that men are apt to make concerning the rights and powers of the public in a popular government. The pretense that the public has a right to extend its jurisdiction beyond the reach of the laws and without regard to the principles and restraints of the fundamental compact that binds society together is indeed to verify the common accusation of the enemies of democracy, who affirm that by substituting this form of government for that of a despotism, people are only replacing one tyrant by many. This saying is singularly false as it respects the political action of our institutions. But society must advance farther. The country must collect more towns, a denser population, and possess a higher degree of general civilization before it can be as confidently pronounced that it is untrue as respects the purely social. This disgraceful desire to govern by means of mobs, which has lately become so prevalent, has arisen from misconceiving the rights of the public. Men know that the public or the community rules, and becoming impatient of any evil that presses on them, or which they fancy presses on them, they overstep all the forms of law, overlook deliberation and consultation, and set up their own local interests, and not unfrequently their passions, in the place of positive enactments and the institutions. It is scarcely predicting more than the truth will warrant to say that if this substitution of the caprices, motives, and animosities of a portion of the public for the solemn ordinances of the entire legal public should continue, even those well affected to a popular government will be obliged to combine with those who wish its downfall in order to protect their persons and property against the designs of the malevolent. For no civilized society can long exist with an active power in its bosom that is stronger than the law. This is the end of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Deportment. Much of the pleasure of social communication depends on the laws of deportment. Deportment may be divided into that which, by marking refinement and polish, is termed breeding, and that which, though less distinguished for finesse and finish, denoting a sense of civility and respect, is usually termed manners. The first can only be expected in men and women of the world, or those who are properly styled gentlemen and ladies, while an absence of the last is a proof of vulgarity and coarseness that every citizen of a free state should be desirous of avoiding. Breeding is always pleasant, though often arbitrary in its rules, but manners are indispensable to civilization. It is just as unreasonable to expect high breeding in any but those who are trained to it from youth upward, as it would be to expect learning without education. But a tone of manners that shall mark equally self-respect and a proper regard for others is as easily acquired as reading and writing. The gentleman should aim at a standard of deportment that is refined by sentiment and tastes, without the sickliness of overstrained feelings and those beneath him in condition, at a manly humanity that shall not pretend to distinctions the party does not comprehend, while it carefully respects all the commoner observances of a civilized intercourse. A refined simplicity is the characteristic of all high-bred deportment in every country, and a considerate humanity should be the aim of all beneath it. This is the end of Chapter 30. Chapter 31 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On American Deportment. The American people are superior in deportment in several particulars to the people of Europe and inferior in others. The gentlemen have less finesse, but more frankness of manner, while the other classes have less vulgarity and servility, relieved by an agreeable attention to each other's rights and to the laws of humanity in general. On the whole, the national deportment is good without being polished, supplying the deficiency in this last essential by great kindness and civility. In that part of deportment which affects the rights of all, such as the admission of general and common laws of civility, the absence of social selfishness, and a strict regard to the wants and feebleness of woman, all other nations might be benefited by imitating this. The defects in American deportment are notwithstanding numerous and palpable. Among the first may be ranked insubordination in children and a general want of respect for age. The former vice may be ascribed to the business habits of the country, which leave so little time for parental instruction, and perhaps, in some degree, to the arts of political agents who, with their own advantage in view, among the other expedients of their cunning, have resorted to the artifice of separating children from their natural advisers by calling meetings of the young to decide on the fortunes and policy of the country. Every advertisement calling assemblies of the young to deliberate on national concerns ought to be deemed an insult to the good sense, the modesty, and the filial piety of the class to which it is addressed. The Americans are reproached also with the want of a proper deference for social station, the lower classes manifesting their indifference by an unnecessary insolence. As a rule, this charge is unmerited, civility being an inherent quality of the American character. Still, there are some who mistake a vulgar audacity for independence. Men and women of this disposition require to be told that in thus betraying their propensities, they are giving the strongest possible proofs that they are not what their idle vanity would give reason to suppose they fancy themselves, the equals of those whom they insult by their coarseness. More of this class err from ignorance, want of reflection, or a loose habit of regulating their conduct in their intercourse with others than from design. The following anecdote will give an instance of what is meant, and as the circumstance related is true, the reader will perceive the ludicrous impression that is left by the gross improprieties of behavior. A gentleman, who shall be called Winfield, perceiving a girl of 8 or 10 years of age endeavoring to find an entrance to his house, inquired her errand. "I have some hats for Winfield's girls," was the answer. Though shocked at this rudeness, Mr. Winfield told the child that by going to a certain door he would find a servant to receive her. "Oh," replied the girl, "I have already seen the Irish lady in the kitchen." This Irish lady was the cook, a very good woman in her way, but one who had no pretensions to be so termed. Such a confusion in the ideas of this child is a certain proof of a want of training, for the young ladies who were treated so disrespectfully were not the less ladies, nor did the cook become more than a cook for the vulgarity. Facts are not to be changed by words, and all they obtain, who fancy their language and deportment can alter the relations of society, is an exposure of their own ignorance. The entire complexion, and in many respects the well-being of society, depends on the deportment of its different members to each other. It behooves the master to be kind to the servant to be respectful and obedient to his master, the young and inexperienced to defer to the aged and experienced, the ignorant to attend to the admonitions of the wise, and the unpolished to respect the tastes and habits of the refined. In other countries where positive ordinances create social distinctions in furtherance of these ends, it is believed they cannot be obtained in any other manner. But it is to be hoped that America is destined to prove that common sense and the convictions of propriety and fitness are as powerful agents as force. The servility and arrogance of a highly artificial social scale are not to be desired. But having positive social facts also which cannot be dispensed with, it is vain to resist them. Civility and respect are the sure accompaniments of a high civilization, and the admission of obvious facts is an indispensable requisite of common sense, as their denial is evidence of infatuation and folly. There is a moral obligation in every man to conduct himself with civility to all around him. Neither are his particular notions of what is proper to be taken as an excuse for his rudeness and insults. Refinement and the finesse of breeding are not expected from the majority, but none are so ignorant in this country as not to distinguish between what is proper and what is improper in deportment. Some men imagine they have a right to ridicule what are termed airs in others, if it could be clearly established what are airs and what are not. A corrective of this sort might not be misimplied. But the term is conventional, one man experiencing disgust at what enters into the daily habits of another. It is exceedingly hazardous, therefore, for any but those who are familiar with the best usages of the world to pronounce anything airs, because it is new to them, since what has this appearance to such persons may be no more than a proof of cultivation and of a good tone of manners. On the other hand, many who have been thrown accidentally and for short periods into the society of the more refined classes adopt their usages without feeling or understanding their reasons and advantages, caricaturing delicacy and sentiment, and laying stress on habits which, though possibly convenient in themselves, are not deemed at all essential by men and women of the world. These affectations of breeding are laughed at as the silver forkisms of pretenders. To the man of the world it is unnecessary to point out the want of taste in placing such undue stress on these immaterial things. But it may not be unnecessary to the novice in the usages of the better circles to warn him that his ignorance will be more easily seen by his exaggerations than by his deficiencies of manner. The Duc de Richelieu is said to have detected an impostor by his not taking olives with his fingers. But these are points of little interest with the mass, while civility and decency lie at the root of civilization. There is no doubt that, in general, America has retrograded in manners within the last 30 years. Boys, and even men, wear their hats in the houses of all classes, and before persons of all ages and conditions. This is not independence, but vulgarity, for nothing sooner distinguishes a gentleman from a blackguard than the habitual attention of the former to the minor civilities established by custom. It has been truly said that the man who is well dressed respects himself more and behaves himself better than the man that is ill dressed. But it is still more true that the man who commences with a strict observance of the commoner civilities will be the most apt to admit of the influence of refinement on his whole character. This is the end of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny, The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Publick Opinion. Public opinion is the lever by which all things are moved in a democracy. It has even become so powerful in monarchies as virtually to destroy despotism in all really civilized countries, holding in check the will and passions of princes. Public opinion, however, like all things human, can work evil in proportion to its power to do good, on the same principle that the rebound is proportionate to the blow in physics. There can be no moral agent capable of benefiting man that has not an equal power to do him harm. Public opinion, rightly directed, is the highest source of national virtue, as public opinion which has taken a wrong direction is the surest means of serving the devil. In a democracy, as a matter of course, every effort is made to seize upon and create public opinion, which is substantially securing power. One of the commonest arts practiced in connection with this means of affecting objects is to simulate the existence of a general feeling in favor or against any particular man or measure, so great being the deference paid to public opinion in a country like this, that men actually yield their own sentiments to that which they believe to be the sentiment of the majority. In politics, however, and indeed in all other matters that are of sufficient magnitude to attract general attention, there are adverse sentiments, which, were it not for the absurdity of the phrase, might almost be termed two public opinions. This is the result of party feeling which induces men to adopt in gross the prejudices, notions, and judgments of the particular faction to which they belong, often without examination and generally without candor. When two men of equal intelligence, of the same means of ascertaining facts, and of the same general fairness of disposition, hold the opposite extremes of opinion on the character of a particular individual or of a particular measure, we see the extent to which a bias may be carried, and the little value that those who wish only to support the truth ought to attach even to public opinion in matters that will admit of doubt. As no reparation can ever be made in this world to the individual who has been wronged by public opinion, All good men are cautious how they listen to accusations that are unsupported by testimony, vulgar report being more likely to be wrong than to be right. In matters that admit of investigation and proof, public opinion in the end, when passion, prejudice, and malice have had their day, is very apt to come to a just decision. But this is often too late to repair the wrong done to the sufferer. In matters that by their nature cannot be clearly established, artifice, the industry of the designing and studied misrepresentations, permanently take the place of facts. History itself being as a whole but an equivocal relation of all the minor events and a profound mystification as to motives. Public opinion will be acted on in this country by its enemies as the easiest and most effectual mode of effecting their purpose, bodies of men never being sufficiently clear-sighted to detect remote consequences. It is said to be a common practice in Europe for the governments to incite commotions when they wish to alarm the country on the subject of any particular opinion as the surest and promptest method of checking its advance. The excesses of the French Revolution are now attributed to the schemes of agents of this sort, the opponents of liberty finding it impossible to stem the torrent, having recourse to the opposite policy of pushing it into revolting extremes. Excitement is a word that, as regards the public in a country like this, ought to be expunged from its dictionary. In full possession of the power, there is every motive for deliberation and enquiry on the part of the people, and every inducement to abstain from undue agitation. Excitement may favor the views of selfish individuals, but it can never advance the interests of truth. All good citizens should turn a deaf ear to every proposal to aid in producing an excitement, as it is calling into existence a uniform enemy of reason and the most certain agent of defeating the intention of the institutions which are based on investigation and common sense. Whenever the government of the United States shall break up, it will probably be in consequence of a false direction having been given to public opinion. This is the weak point of our defenses, and the part to which the enemies of the system will direct all their attacks. Opinion can be so perverted as to cause the false to seem the true, the enemy a friend, and the friend an enemy. The best interests of the nation to appear insignificant, and the trities of the moment, in a word, the right and the wrong the right. In a country where opinion has sway, to seize upon it is to seize upon power. As it is a rule of humanity that the upright and well-intentioned are comparatively passive, while the designing, dishonest, and selfish are the most untiring in their efforts, the danger of public opinion's getting a false direction is fourfold, since few men think for themselves. Perhaps there is not, in all America, apart from general principles, a sentiment that is essentially just, and which is recognized as public opinion, a sufficient proof of which is to be found in the fact that public opinion is constantly vibrating around truth, which alone is unchangeable. Public opinion has got a wrong, if not a dangerous direction already in this country on several essential points. It has a fearfully wrong direction on the subject of the press, which it sustains in its tyranny and invasions on private rights, violating all sanctity of feeling, rendering men indifferent to character, and indeed rendering character itself of little avail, besides setting up an irresponsible and unprincipled power that is stronger than the government itself. One of its consequences is a laxity of opinion on the subject of wrongs committed by the press that amounts to a denial of justice. Another, and a still graver result, is to give an unrestrained supremacy to an engine that is quite as able and perhaps more likely to corrupt and destroy society than to reform it. This fearful state of things, which is better adapted than any other to restrain good and to prefer bold and bad men, has been brought about by the action of the press itself on public opinion, and is an example of the manner in which this tremendous agent can be perverted to evil in a popular government. It follows that public opinion should be watched and protected from receiving a wrong bias, as we would protect and overlook the first impressions of a child. Public opinion in America is exposed to another danger growing out of the recent colonial origin of the country. There is no question that the people of this country defer to an unusual manner to foreign opinions, more particularly to those of the nation from which they are derived. The proof of this is ample, but one may constantly see quotations from English journals in support of the pretensions of politicians, writers, artists, and all others who are liable to the decisions of their fellow citizens for the estimation in which they are held. An opinion is seldom given in Europe of anything American unless from impure motives. The country attracts too little attention in the other hemisphere to be included in the ordinary comments of the civilized world. There are and may be an occasional exception, but this is the rule. As many of the interests of this country are opposed to the interests of European nations, efforts are constantly made to influence opinion here in favor of interests there. The doctrine of free trade, as it is called, has this origin, having been got up by English writers to prevent other states from resorting to the same expedients to foster industry that have so well succeeded in Great Britain. The factious condition of all things in that great empire renders any derangement hazardous, and while America trifles with her welfare like a vigorous youth who is careless of his health through reliance on his constitution, England watches over every material concern with the experience, vigilance, and distrust of age. Hence it is that every means is resorted to extol men who have become the dupes of English sophistry and to depreciate those who resist her schemes. We have lately seen on the part of France an open and a direct attempt to interfere between the people and the government in an affair touching the character and highest interests of the country, and although the appeal injured the cause of those who urged it by exposing their sophistry and bad faith, it proves the reliance that foreign powers have on their ability to influence public opinion, here, even in matters touching our own dearest interests. Another familiar and recent instance of the efforts of foreigners to influence American opinion may be cited in connection with the late quarrel with France. It is known that the English government mediated to prevent a war. This mediation was accepted on the part of the American government with the express reservation that France must comply with the terms of the treaty. In other words, we merely conditioned it to delay acting until the effort could be made to induce France to comply with all we asked. France saw reasons to change her policy and to comply with our terms before the acceptance of the English mediation was known, and yet strong efforts have been made to persuade the American people that the accommodation was produced through English mediation, and that England was pledged to see this accommodation effected in the character of an arbitrator. The first is untrue as to fact, and the last is opposed to all the principles of arbitration, as nothing was placed at the decision of the English government. The case is a recent proof of the vigilance that is necessary to keep the public opinion independent of foreign domination. Opinion is the moving power of this country, and it would be extreme weakness to suppose that other nations, which are ever ready to lavish their treasure and to shed their blood in order to effect their purposes, would neglect means so sure, easy, and noiseless as that of acting on the common mind. The danger of evil from this source will increase with the growing power of the country, or as her policy will be likely to influence foreign interests in a ratio proportioned to her strength and wealth. No nation can properly boast of its independence while its opinion is under the control of foreigners, and least of all a nation with institutions dependent on the popular will. This is the end of Chapter 32. Chapter 33 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Civilization. Civilization means a condition of society that is the opposite of the savage or barbarous state. In other languages, this term is more strictly applied to the arts of life than in the English, in which we are more apt to associate it with the moral condition of a country. England stands at the head of modern civilization as a whole, although many countries surpass her in particular parts. The higher tastes of England are not as refined and cultivated, perhaps, as those of Italy and France, but the base of society is infinitely more advanced. America occupies a middle place in the scale, wanting most of the higher tastes, and excelling in that species of civilization which marks ease and improvement in the middling and lower classes. There is one feature connected with the civilization of this country that is peculiar, for while the people have long been accustomed to the habits of England, they have not been possessed of those arts by which the different objects of the comforts they have enjoyed are produced. For a long time, articles as humble as hats, shovels, and hoes were not fabricated in the country, though the time never has been when the Anglo-Americans were unaccustomed to their use. Although there is a difference between the civilization of the towns and that of the country, in America it is less marked than in Europe. The disparity between the refinement, mental cultivation, and the elegances of life is much less apparent than usual as between an American capital and an American village, though the localities, of course, make some distinctions. As a whole, civilization, while it is less perfect in this country than in the European nations, is more equally diffused throughout the entire community. Still, it better becomes the American people to strive to advance their condition than to manifest a weak, unmanly, and provincial sensibility to the faults that are occasionally commented on, nations, like individuals, merely betraying a consciousness of their own demerits by meeting admonition with insult and anger. The Americans are deficient in many points of civilization, solely for the want of physical force in given places, the practice of covering large surfaces unavoidably retarding the improvements of the nation. This is rather the subject of regret than a matter of reproach. They are almost ignorant of the art of music, one of the most elevating, innocent, and refining of human tastes, whose influence on the habits and morals of a people is of the most beneficial tendency. This taste and knowledge are not only wanting to the people, but an appreciation of their importance. They are also wanting in most of the high tastes, and consequently in the high enjoyments that accompany a knowledge of all the fine arts in general, and in much that depends on learning, research, and familiarity with the world. The Americans excel in humanity. In the ordinary comforts, though inferior to the English in this respect, in general civility, in the means of motion while confined to great routes, in shipping and most of the facilities of trade, in common instruction, and in an aptitude to ordinary pursuits, and in an absence of the sophisms that beset older and more artificial systems. It is, however, to be regretted that as the nation recedes from the struggle that created the present system, the truths that came uppermost in the collision are gradually yielding to a new set of sophisms, more peculiar to the present order of things. There is a familiar and too much despised branch of civilization of which the population of this country is singularly and unhappily ignorant, that of cookery. The art of eating and drinking is one of those on which more depends perhaps than on any other, since health, activity of mind, constitutional enjoyments, even learning, refinement, and to a certain degree morals, are all more or less connected with our diet. The Americans are the grossest feeders of any civilized nation known. As a nation, their food is heavy, coarse, ill-prepared, and indigestible, while it is taken in the least artificial forms that cookery will allow. The predominance of grease in the American kitchen, coupled with the habits of hasty eating and of constant expectoration, are the causes of the diseases of the stomach so common in America. The science of the table extends far beyond the indulgence of our appetites, as the school of manners includes health and morals, as well as that which is agreeable. Vegetable diet is almost converted into an injury in America from an ignorance of the best modes of preparation, while even animal food is much abused and loses half its nutriment. The same is true as respects liquors. The heating and exciting wines, the brandies, and the coarser drinks of the laboring class all conspire to injure the physical and the moral man while they defeat their own ends. These are points of civilization on which this country has yet much to learn, for while the tables of the polished and cultivated partake of the abundance of the country, and wealth has even found means to introduce some knowledge of the kitchen, there is not perhaps on the face of the globe the same number of people among whom the good things of the earth are so much abused or ignorantly wasted as among the people of the United States. National character is in some measure affected by a knowledge of the art of preparing food, there being as good reason to suppose that a man is as much affected by diet as any other animal, and it is certain that the connection between our moral and physical qualities is so intimate as to cause them to react on each other. This is the end of Chapter 33. Chapter 34 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Right of Petition. The right of petition is guaranteed to the American citizen by an amendment to the Constitution made in 1801. By this clause, Congress is prohibited from passing any law to prevent the people from peaceably assembling in order to petition the government for a redress of grievances. This prohibition, like those on the subjects of the liberty of the press, liberty of speech, and liberty of conscience, was perfectly supererogatory, these states having conceded to Congress no authority to pass any law to the contrary. It is understood that all these provisions were introduced through the influence of Mr. Jefferson, who was desirous that the Constitution should exhibit on its face what might be termed its profession of political faith, since foreigners did not comprehend the negative restrictions on the power of the federal government that grow out of the fact of its being purely a government of deputed and defined authority. The right of petition is by no means an important political right in this country, where the constituents hold so strong a check on their representatives, and where no important laws can long exist without their approbation. In countries in which the people cannot assemble to cause public opinion to act on their rulers, and in which the great majority are disfranchised or never possessed a vote, the right of petition is an all-important right. Men confound the characters of the institutions of different nations when they ascribe the same importance to it here. Although the people have a right to petition, Congress is not bound to waste its time in listening to and discussing the matter of petitions, on the merits of which that body has already decided. A discretionary power rests in Congress to receive or to reject a petition at pleasure, the right going no further than the assembling and petitioning, else would it be in the power of a small proportion of the people to occupy all the time of the national legislature on vexatious and useless questions. A state has no right to petition Congress at all. The legislature of a state has its limited powers as well as Congress. And did the Constitution of a particular state include this among the other powers of its legislature, the governing principle of the federal Constitution is opposed to it. The right of petition as claimed by a state can do no legitimate good, and may lead to much evil, as a brief examination will show. The federal government acts directly on the people through agents of its own, for whenever it accepts the agency of a state, the agents of that state are in effect the agents of the general government. Now, the representation in one body of Congress is not a state representation, but it is a representation founded on numbers. As a state, if possessing authority to petition, one state ought to have the weight of another, whereas in Congress one state has much more influence than another, as the following example will show. The senators of 14 states may vote for the passage or the repeal of a law under the influence of petitions from their several state legislatures, and yet the veto of the representatives of the remaining 12 states shall defeat the measure in the other house. It follows that the states, purely as states, are not so strictly constituents of Congress as to claim a right to petition. The danger of the practice is derived from the tendency of creating local feelings through the agency of the local governments, and of thus endangering the peace of the Union. It would be difficult to show that a state has more right to petition Congress than Congress has to petition a state. This interference of the different parts of a complicated and nicely balanced machine might derange its entire movement. This is the end of Chapter 34. Chapter 35 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On commerce. Commerce, in a general sense, is trade, but it is also usual to apply the word particularly to the traffic between nations. Navigation is not commerce, but a means of conducting commerce. Commerce is merely an incident of civilized society, though there is always a strong disposition in commercial communities to treat it as a principle. The interests of commerce, in a general sense, depend on certain great principles which ought always to be respected. But as these interests by their nature are also liable to be influenced by the constant vicissitudes arising out of the fluctuations of trade, there is a strong disposition in those connected with commerce to sacrifice all governing rules to protect the interests of the day. This disposition is common to man, but it is more active in merchants, on account of the magnitude and precarious nature of the risks they run. The agriculturist who loses a crop suffers an injury, more or less serious, that another year will repair, but the merchant who loses his adventures is usually ruined. It follows that a community governed by men in trade, or which is materially influenced by men in trade, is governed without any fixed principles, everything being made to yield to the passing interests of the hour, those interests being too engrossing to admit of neglect or postponement. It is a mistake to suppose commerce favorable to liberty. Its tendency is to a moneyed aristocracy, and this, in effect, has always been the polity of every community of merchants. Commerce is an enemy of despotic power in the hands of a prince, of church influence, and of hereditary aristocracies, from which facts it has obtained its reputation of sustaining freedom. But, as a class, merchants will always be opposed to the control of majorities. The true office of commerce is to facilitate exchanges of articles between men to the amount that their wants and interests require. But as every transfer of property leaves a profit with the merchant, he has a disposition to increase his gains by pushing his transactions beyond the just limits of trade. This disposition is best checked by the penalties of bankruptcies. But in a country like this, in which no such penalty exists, the consequence is to produce an unbroken succession of commercial reverses that affect the value of all the property in the nation almost periodically. Commerce is entitled to a complete and efficient protection in all its legal rights, but the moment it presumes to control a country or to substitute its fluctuating expedients for the high principles of natural justice that ought to lie at the root of every political system, it should be frowned on and rebuked. The merchant who is the immediate agent in paying the duties on goods has no more claims than another, as the money eventually comes from the pocket of the consumer, and the factor is amply paid for his services in his profits. All legislation affecting the currency, commerce, and banking in a country like this ought to be limited, as far as circumstances will allow, to general and simple provisions. The nature of the institutions forbidding the interference that is elsewhere practiced with advantage. A familiar example will show our meaning. In all commercial communities there is a commercial mart, or a capital, where exchanges are effected, cargoes disposed of in gross, and where all the great interests of trade concentrate, as the blood flows to and from the heart. In identified governments like that of England, for instance, legislation may respect this natural tendency to concentration in commerce, and enact laws for its especial benefit and protection. Thus, an English law may have an especial relation to the interests of London, as the mart that regulates the entire currency of the kingdom. But, on the other hand, in a government like that of America, there is a principle of diffusion, which requires that the legislation should be general in its application. New York and New Orleans, for instance, regulate the currency and exchanges of the whole country, but Congress cannot pass a law to aid these legitimate efforts of trade, since any legislation that should favor New York at the expense of Philadelphia, in appearances even, would be opposed to the controlling principle of the compact. It follows that the interference of the government with all such questions in this country should be infrequent and cautious, since it possesses a power to injure with very little power to benefit. The real merchant is a man of high pursuit, and has need of great general knowledge, much firmness of character, and of far-sighted views to succeed in his objects. He is a principal agent in extending knowledge and civilization, and is entitled to a distinguished place in the scale of human employments. But the mere factor, who is the channel of communication between the producer and the consumer in what is called a regular trade, has no more claims to this character than the clerk who copies a treaty has a claim to be considered a negotiator. This is the end of Chapter 35. Chapter 36 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On the Circulating Medium. Necessity has induced men to establish a certain standard of value by means of the precious metals to represent property. As it is desirable that this standard of value should fluctuate as little as possible, laws have been passed rendering it illegal to receive more than a fixed rate of interest for money. There can be no question that these laws would be singularly useful did not dealers find means to evade them. For a variation in the value of the representative of property renders all contracts liable to the hazards of a fluctuation, in addition to that of the article purchased. It is to be feared, however, that nothing short of making usury criminal will ever affect this object, if indeed such a remedy be practicable. As the world does not contain a sufficiency of the precious metals to represent any considerable amount of its debts, it has been found necessary to resort to a system of credits for the purposes of commerce that is based on gold and silver. This system is so simple that anyone can understand it. The precious metals have a currency throughout Christendom, and while the credit of an individual or of a banking institution is limited. All that is required of the two latter, therefore, is that its paper should be redeemed in specie, as specie shall be wanted. In a country like America, a purely specie currency is utterly impracticable. Although money is not actually wanted for a tithe of the debts that are due at any one moment, so much more is wanted than can be obtained in the precious metals that a recourse to the credit system is unavoidable, as a single feature of the true condition of the country will show. America in the states and territories contains about 1,200,000 square miles. This immense country is in the course of settlement, and the transfers of real estate are 100-fold what they are in Europe on the same extent of surface. A piece of land is frequently sold several times in the course of a single year, whereas centuries often elapse in older countries without the sale of a given property. Every transfer of title causes an indebtedness, and consequently a necessity for a circulating medium to represent it. The earth does not probably contain a sufficiency of the precious metals at their present value to represent all the debts of this one country. On the other hand, nothing is easier than to abuse a system of credits. The unrestrained issue of paper money with its attendant contractions keeps the value of property unsettled, creates pressures and bankruptcies, and otherwise produces the instability that so peculiarly marks the condition of American trade. Specie should be the basis of all currency. There should also be enough of the precious metals floating in the community to meet its minor daily wants, the proper office of credit being to represent money in large sums and not to represent money in small sums. For all the purposes of payments from the pocket, nothing is so convenient or so safe as gold and silver, as all who have tried it well know. Indeed, so palpable is the fact that in Europe men of wealth almost invariably use gold for this purpose. Even in those countries in which it is slightly above the standard of value in price, and it may be questioned if any paper ought to be issued of a value less than $50 or $100, in short, the precious metals are intended to circulate among those who have not the leisure or knowledge to ascertain the credit of paper, while the credit system is to facilitate the operations of trade and to supply the deficiency in gold and silver in the payment of larger sums. Any effort to make paper do more than legitimately belongs to its office is an attempt to supplant the interests of society by serving the interests of money dealers. This is the end of Chapter 36. Chapter 37 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Slavery. Domestic slavery is an institution as old as human annals, and probably will continue in its spirit through different modifications, as long as man shall remain under the different degrees of civilization that mark his actual existence. Slavery is no more sinful by the Christian code than it is sinful to wear a whole coat while another is in tatters, to eat a better meal than a neighbor, or otherwise to enjoy ease and plenty while our fellow creatures are suffering and in want. According to the doctrines of Christ, we are to do as we would be done by. But this law is not to be applied to slavery more than to any other interest of life. It is quite possible to be an excellent Christian and a slaveholder, and the relations of master and slave may be a means of exhibiting some of the mildest graces of the character, as may those of king and subject, or principal and dependent, in any of the other modifications of human institutions. In one sense, slavery may actually benefit a man, there being little doubt that the African is in nearly all respects better off in servitude in this country than when living in a state of barbarism at home. But while slavery in the abstract can no more be considered a sin than most human ordinances, it leads to sin in its consequences, in a way peculiarly its own, and may be set down as an impolitic and vicious institution. It encourages those faults of character that depend on uncontrolled will on the one side and an abject submission on the other. It usually limits the moral existence of the slave, too, as there is a necessity of keeping him ignorant in order that he may be held in subjection. Slavery is of two kinds, one in which the slave is a chattel and may be disposed of as such, and one in which he is attached to the soil like a fixture and can only be sold with the land. The former is the condition of the American slave, the latter the condition of the European serf. All Europe formerly had serfs or slaves of the latter class, though their existence is now confined to a few countries in the north and east of that quarter of the world. Still, the consequences of the old system are, more or less, to be traced in most European countries, and though differing in degree, their people may as fairly be termed slaves in principle as those of our own southern states. This is the end of Chapter 37. Chapter 38 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On American Slavery. American slavery is of the most unqualified kind, considering the slave as a chattel that is transferable at will and in full property. The slave, however, is protected in his person to a certain extent, the power of the master to chastise and punish amounting to no more than the parental power. American slavery is distinguished from that of most other parts of the world by the circumstance that the slave is a variety of the human species and is marked by physical peculiarities so different from his master as to render future amalgamation improbable. In ancient Rome, in modern Europe generally, and in most other countries, the slave, not being thus distinguished on obtaining his freedom, was soon lost in the mass around him. But nature has made a stamp on the American slave that is likely to prevent this consummation, and which menaces much future ill to the country. The time must come when American slavery shall cease. And when that day shall arrive, unless early and effectual means are devised to obviate it, two races will exist in the same region whose feelings will be embittered by inextinguishable hatred, and who carry on their faces the respective stamps of their factions. The struggle that will follow will necessarily be a war of extermination. The evil day may be delayed, but can scarcely be averted. American slavery is mild in its general features, and physical suffering cannot properly be enumerated among its evils. Neither is it just to lay too heavy a stress on the personal restraints of the system, as it is a question whether men feel very keenly, if at all, privations of the amount of which they know nothing. In these respects, the slavery of this country is but one modification of the restraints that are imposed on the majority even throughout most of Europe. It is an evil, certainly, but in a comparative sense not as great an evil as it is usually imagined. There is scarcely a nation of Europe that does not possess institutions that inflict as gross personal privations and wrongs as the slavery of America. Thus the subject is compelled to bear arms in a quarrel in which he has no real concern, and to incur the risks of demoralization and death in camps and fleets without any crime or agency of his own. From all this the slave is exempt, as well as from the more ordinary cares of life. Slavery in America is an institution purely of the states, and over which the United States has no absolute control. The pretense, however, that Congress has no right to entertain the subject is unsound and cannot be maintained. Observing the prescribed forms, slavery can be legally abolished by amending the Constitution. And Congress has power, by a vote of 2/3 of both houses, to propose amendments to that instrument. Now, whatever Congress has power to do, it has power to discuss. By the same rule that it is a moral innovation on the rights of the states to discuss matters in Congress on which Congress has no authority to legislate. A constitutional right and expediency, however, are very different things. Congress has full power to declare war against all the nations of the earth, but it would be madness to declare war against even one of them without sufficient cause. It would be equal madness for Congress, in the present state of the country, to attempt to propose an amendment of the Constitution to abolish slavery altogether, as it would infallibly fail, thereby raising an irritating question without an object. This is the end of Chapter 38. Chapter 39 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints in the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. on slavery in the District of Columbia. Congress having all power to legislate for the District of Columbia, there can be no reasonable doubt of its power to legislate on slavery, as well as any other interest under the limits of the Constitution. A plausible question might even be raised whether the ordinary restrictions of the Constitution apply at all to the legislation of the district, and whether the powers of Congress over this particular portion of the country are not as absolute as the powers of Parliament in Great Britain. Still, the legislation for the district in principle depends on that general rule which ought to guide all just legislators. To pretend that a member of Congress from Vermont or a member of Congress from Louisiana is to respect the opinions of his own immediate constituents in legislating especially for the District of Columbia is like pretending that the Emperor of Austria, who is equally sovereign in both countries, should consult the interests of the people of the Kingdom of Bohemia in establishing the laws for the Kingdom of Hungary. The relation between the constituent of the member and the district is altogether anomalous, and on no just principle can be made to extend to this absolute control. All legislation that is especially intended for the district should keep the interests of the district alone in view, subject to the great reasons for which this territory was formed, and to the general principles of morality. So far as any influence beyond that of the district is concerned on the question of slavery, this legislation should be more in the interest of the slaveholding states than in the interest of the non-slaveholding states, as with the latter it is purely a negative question, whereas with the former it has a positive affirmative connection with their immediate interests in more senses than one. Thus, the slaveholder has a claim to be able to visit the seat of government, attended by his body servants, and this, too, without incurring any unpleasant risks of their loss, merely to satisfy the abstract notions of right of the citizens of the non-slaveholding states. This claim may not be so great as to overshadow those of the inhabitants of the district itself, should they demand a law for the emancipation of their slaves, but is quite great enough to overshadow the negative interests of the resident of a non-slaveholding state. In the management of this interest in general, it ought to be remembered that to the citizen of the non-slaveholding state, slavery offers little more than a question of abstract principles, while to the citizen of the slaveholding state it offers a question of the highest practical importance, and one that, mismanaged, might entirely subvert the order of his social organization. This is the end of Chapter 39. Chapter 40 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On Party. It is commonly said that the political parties are necessary to liberty. This is one of the mistaken opinions that have been inherited from those who, living under governments in which there is no true political liberty, have fancied that the struggles which are inseparable from their condition must be common to the conditions of all others. England, the country from which this people is derived, and until the establishment of our own form of government, the freest nation of Christendom, enjoys no other liberty than that which has been obtained by the struggles of parties. Still, retaining in the bosom of the state a power in theory which, if carried out in practice, would eventually overshadow all the other powers of the state, it may truly be necessary to hold such a force in check by the combinations of political parties. But the condition of America in no respect resembles this. Here, the base of the government is the constituencies, and its balance is in the divided action of their representatives, checked as the latter are by frequent elections. As these constituencies are popular, the result is a free or a popular government. Under such a system, in which the fundamental laws are settled by a written compact, it is not easy to see what good can be done by parties, while it is easy to see that they may effect much harm. It is the object of this article to point out a few of the more prominent evils that originate from such a source. Party is known to encourage prejudice and to lead men astray in the judgment of character. Thus it is we see one half the nation extolling those that the other half condemns, and condemning those that the other half extols. Both cannot be right, and as passions, interests, and prejudices are all enlisted on such occasions, it would be nearer the truth to say that both are wrong. Party is an instrument of error by pledging men to support its policy instead of supporting the policy of the state. Thus we see party measures almost always in extremes, the resistance of the opponents inducing the leaders to ask for more than is necessary. Party leads to vicious, corrupt, and unprofitable legislation for the sole purpose of defeating party. Thus we have seen those territorial divisions and regulations which ought to be permanent, as well as other useful laws, altered for no other end than to influence an election. Party has been a means of entirely destroying that local independence which elsewhere has given rise to a representation that acts solely for the nation, and which under other systems is called the country party, every legislator being virtually pledged to support one of two options, or if a shade of opinion between them, a shade that is equally fettered, though the truth be with neither. The discipline and organization of party are expedients to defeat the intention of the institutions by putting managers in the place of the people, it being of little avail that a majority elect when the nomination rests in the hands of a few. Party is the cause of so many corrupt and incompetent men's being preferred to power as the elector who in his own person is disposed to resist a bad nomination yields to the influence and a dread of factions. Party pledges the representative to the support of the executive, right or wrong, when the institutions intend that he should be pledged only to justice, expediency, and the right under the restrictions of the Constitution. When party rules, the people do not rule, but merely such a portion of the people as can manage to get the control of party. The only method by which the people can completely control the country is by electing representatives known to prize and understand the institutions, and who, so far as being pledged to support an administration, are pledged to support nothing but the right, and whose characters are guarantees that this pledge will be respected. The effect of party is always to supplant established power. In a monarchy, it checks the king. In a democracy, it controls the people. Party, by feeding the passions and exciting personal interests, overshadows truth, justice, patriotism, and every other public virtue, completely reversing the order of a democracy by putting unworthy motives in the place of reason. It is a very difficult thing to be a Democrat and to be a member of what is called a Democratic Party, for the first insists on his independence and an entire freedom of opinion, while the last is incompatible with either. The great body of the nation has no real interest in party. Every local election should be absolutely independent of great party divisions, and until this be done, the intentions of the American institutions will never be carried out in their excellence. Party misleads the public mind as to the rights and duties of the citizen. An instance has recently occurred in which a native-born citizen of the United States of America, the descendant of generations of Americans, has become the object of systematic and combined persecution because he published a constitutional opinion that conflicted with the interests and passions of party. Although having no connection with party himself, very many of his bitterest assailants being foreigners who have felt themselves authorized to pursue this extraordinary course as the agents of party. No freeman who really loves liberty and who has a just perception of its dignity, character, actions, and objects will ever become a mere party man. He may have his preferences as to measures, and men may act in concert with those who think with himself on occasions that require concert, but it will be his earnest endeavor to hold himself a free agent, and most of all to keep his mind untrammeled by the prejudices, frauds, and tyranny of factions. This is the end of Chapter 40. Chapter 41 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On individuality. Individuality is the aim of political liberty, by leaving to the citizen as much freedom of action and of being as comports with order and the rights of others. The institutions render him truly a freeman. He is left to pursue his means of happiness in his own manner. It is a curious circumstance that in endeavoring to secure the popular rights, an effect has been produced in this country totally opposed to this main object. Men have been so long accustomed to see oppression exercised in the name of one, or in the name of a few, that they have got to consider the sway of numbers as the only criterion of freedom. Numbers, however, may oppress as well as one or a few, and when such oppression occurs, it is usually of the worst character. The habit of seeing the public rule is gradually accustoming the American mind to an interference with private rights that is slowly undermining the individuality of the national character. There is getting to be so much public right that private right is overshadowed and lost. A danger exists that the ends of liberty will be forgotten altogether in the means. All greatness of character is dependent on individuality. The man who has no other existence than that which he partakes in common with all around him will never have any other than an existence of mediocrity. In time, such a state of things would annihilate invention and paralyze genius. A nation would become a nation of commonplace laborers. The pursuit of happiness is inseparable from the claims of individuality. To compel all to follow this object in the same manner is to oppress all above the average tastes and information. It can only be done at the expense of that which is the aim of liberty. An entirely distinct individuality in the social state is neither possible nor desirable. Our happiness is so connected with the social and family ties as to prevent it. But if it be possible to render ourselves miserable by aspiring to an independence that nature forbids, it is also possible to be made unhappy by a too obtrusive interference with our individuality. Of all the Christian countries, individuality as connected with habits is perhaps the most encouraged in England. And of all Christian countries, this is the one, perhaps, in which there is the least individuality of the same nature. The latter fact would be extraordinary could it not be referred to the religious discipline that so much influenced the colonists, and which in a measure supplied the place of law? In communities in which private acts became the subject of public parochial investigation, it followed as a natural consequence that men lived under the constant corrective of public opinion, however narrow, provincial, or prejudiced. This feature of the American character, therefore, is to be ascribed in part to the fanaticism of our ancestors, and in part to the natural tendency in democracies to mistake and augment the authority of the public. This is the end of Chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. They say is the monarch of this country in a social sense. No one asks who says it, so long as it is believed that they say it. Designing men endeavor to persuade the public that already they say what these designing men wish to be said, and the public is only too much disposed blindly to join in the cry of, "They say." This is another consequence of the habit of deferring to the control of the public over matters in which the public has no right to interfere. Every well-meaning man, before he yields his faculties and intelligence to this sort of dictation, should first ask himself who is they, and on what authority they say utters its mandates. This is the end of Chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. Rumour. The people of the United States are unusually liable to be imposed on by false rumors. In addition to the causes that exist elsewhere, such as calculated and interested falsehoods, natural frailty, political machinations, and national antipathies, may be enumerated many that are peculiar to themselves. The great number of and the imperfect organization of the newspaper establishments, as has already been shown, is a principal reason, necessity in some degree compelling a manufacture of news, when none exists in reality. The great extent of the country, the comparative intelligence of the inhabitants, an intelligence that is often sufficient to incite inquiry, but insufficient for discrimination, the habit of forming opinions which is connected with the institutions, the great ease of the population which affords time for gossip, and the vast extent of the surface over which the higher intelligence that can alone rebuke groundless and improbable rumors is diffused, are so many reasons for the origin and increase of false reports. Falsehood and truth are known to be inseparable everywhere, but as rumor gains by distance, they are necessarily more mixed together in this country than in regions where the comparative smallness of the surface renders contradiction easier. The frequency and all-controlling character of the elections keep rumors of a certain sort in constant circulation, bringing in corruption and design in support of other motives. The ability to discriminate between that which is true and that which is false is one of the last attainments of the human mind. It is the result commonly of a long and extensive intercourse with mankind. But one may pass an entire life in a half-settled and half-civilized portion of the world and not gain as much acquaintance with the general things as is obtained by boys who dwell in regions more populous. The average proportion between the numbers and surface in America is about 12 to the square mile, whereas it approaches 300 in the older countries of Europe. On this single fact depends much more in a variety of ways than is commonly believed. This is the end of Chapter 43. Chapter 44 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny. The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper. On religion. As reason and revelation both tell us that this state of being is but a preparation for another of a still higher and more spiritual order, all the interests of life are of comparatively little importance when put in the balance against the future. It is in this grand fact that we are to seek for the explanations of whatever may strike us as unjust, partial, or unkind in the dispensations of Providence, as these dispensations affect our temporal condition. If there is no pure and abstract liberty, no equality of condition, no equal participation in the things of the world that we are accustomed to fancy good, on remembering the speck of time passed in the present state, the possibility that what to us may seem a curse may in truth be a blessing. The certainty that prosperity is more corrupting than adversity, we shall find the solution of all our difficulties. In a religious point of view, it may be permitted to endeavor to improve our temporal condition by the use of lawful and just means, but it is never proper to repine. Christ, in the parable of the vine dressers, has taught us a sublime lesson of justice by showing that to the things which are not our own we can have no just claim. To this obvious truth may be added the uncertainty of the future and the ignorance in which we exist of what is good or what is evil as respects our own wants. There is but one true mode of viewing life, either in a religious or in a philosophical sense, and that is to remember it is a state of probation in which the trials exceed the enjoyments, and that while it is lawful to endeavor to increase the latter, more especially if of an intellectual and elevated kind, both form but insignificant interests in the great march of time. Whatever may be the apparent inequalities here, and even they are less real than they appear to be, it is certain that we bring nothing with us into the world, and that we take nothing out of it. Everything around us serves to teach the lesson that, though inequality of condition here is as probably intended for some great end as it is unavoidable, we come from a state of being in which we know of no such law to go to one that we have divine revelation for believing will render the trifling disparities and the greatest advantages of this life matters of insignificance, except as they have had an influence on our deportment, characters, and faith. It would be just as discreet for a man who is suffering with hunger to murmur at having been created with such a want, while others are feeding, as to repine that another enjoys advantages he cannot possess. In this country, the aim has been to reduce all the factious inequalities of station, condition, wealth, and knowledge to a state as natural as comports with civilization. And beyond this, it extends the power of man to go without returning to the condition of the savage. Let him, then, on whom the world bears hard, seek his consolation in that source which is never drained, and where more contentment is to be found than shadows a throne, or smiles on riches and power. If it be a positive thing to be a gentleman or a lady, and as much a folly to deny it as to deny that a horse is an animal, it is equally positive that we carry in us a principle of existence that teaches us, however good and pleasant may seem the outward blessings of the world, that there are still blessings of infinitely greater magnitude that have the additional merit of being imperishable. The limits and objects of this work neither require nor admit of very profound dissertations, but a few words on the peculiarity of religion and of religious feeling in America may not be misplaced. The causes which led to the establishment of the principal American colonies have left a deep impression on the character of the nation. In some respects, this impression has been for good, in others, for evil. Our business is with the latter. Fanaticism was the fault of the age at the time our ancestors took possession of the country, and its exaggerations have entailed on their descendants many opinions that are, at the best, of very equivocal usefulness. These opinions are to be detected by the contracted notions of those who entertain them, and by a general want of that charity and humility which are the most certain attendants of the real influence of the meek and beneficent Spirit of Christ. In America, the taint of sectarianism lies broad upon the land. Not content with acknowledging the supremacy of the deity and with erecting temples in his honor, where all can bow down with reverence, the pride and vanity of human reason enter into and pollute our worship. And the houses that should be of God and for God alone, where he is to be honored with submissive faith, are too often merely schools of metaphysical and useless distinctions. The nation is sectarian rather than Christian. Religion's first lesson is humility, its fruit, charity. In the great and sublime ends of providence, little things are lost, and least of all is he imbued with a right spirit who believes that insignificant observances, subtleties of doctrine, and minor distinctions enter into the great essentials of the Christian character. The wisest thing for him who is disposed to cavil at the immaterial habits of his neighbor, to split straws on doctrine, to fancy trifles of importance, and to place the man before principles, would be to distrust himself. The spirit of peace is not with him. The institutions of the country, by wisely breaking down all artificial and unnecessary distinctions, while they have preserved the ordinances necessary to civilized society, have removed the factious barriers from one particular vice, which, while it belongs to the nature of man, may be termed a besetting sin of this country. We shall conclude this article, therefore, by simply quoting the stern mandate of the 10th commandment. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is thy neighbor's. This is the end of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of the American Democrat. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Robert H. Cherny, The American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America by James Fenimore Cooper. Conclusion. The inferences to be drawn from the foregoing reasons and facts, admitting both to be just, may be briefly summed up as follows. No expedients can equalize the temporal lots of men, for without civilization and government the strong would oppress the weak, and with them an inducement to exertion must be left by bestowing rewards on talents, industry, and success. All that the best institutions then can achieve is to remove useless obstacles and to permit merit to be the artisan of its own fortune, without always degrading demerit to the place it ought naturally to fill. Every human excellence is merely comparative, there being no good without alloy. It is idle, therefore, to expect a system that shall exhibit faultlessness or perfection. The terms liberty, equality, right, and justice, used in a political sense, are merely terms of convention and of comparative excellence, there being no such thing in practice as either of these qualities being carried out purely according to the abstract notions of theories. The affairs of life embrace a multitude of interests, and he who reasons on any one of them without consulting the rest is a visionary, unsuited to control the business of the world. There is a prevalent disposition in the designing to forget the means in the end, and on the part of the mass to overlook the result in the more immediate agencies. The first is the consequence of cupidity, the last of short-sightedness, and frequently of the passions. Both these faults need to be vigilantly watched in a democracy, as the first unsettles principles while it favors artifice, and the last is substituting the transient motives of a day for the deliberate policy and collected wisdom of ages. Men are the constant dupes of names, while their happiness and well-being mainly depend on things. The highest proof a community can give of its fitness for self-government is its readiness in distinguishing between the two, for frauds, oppression, flattery, and vice are the offspring of the mistakes. It is a governing principle of nature that the agency which can produce the most good, when perverted from its proper aim, is most productive of evil. It behooves the well-intentioned, therefore, vigilantly to watch the tendency of even their most highly prized institutions, since that which was established in the interests of the right may so easily become the agent of the wrong. The disposition of all power is to abuses, nor does it at all mend the matter that its possessors are a majority. Unrestrained political authority, though it be confided to masses, cannot be trusted without positive limitations. Men in bodies being but an aggregation of the passions, weaknesses, and interests of men as individual. It is as idle to expect what is termed gratitude in a democracy as from any other repository of power. Bodies of men, though submitting to human impulses generally, and often sympathetic as well as violent, are seldom generous. In matters that touch the common feeling, they are avaricious of praise, and they usually visit any want of success in a public man as a personal wrong. Thus it is that we see a dozen victories forgotten in a single defeat, an irritable vanity in the place of a masculine pride, and a sensitiveness to opinion instead of a just appreciation of acts. Under every system, it is more especially the office of the prudent and candid to guard against the evils peculiar to that particular system, than to declaim against the abuses of others. Thus, in a democracy, instead of decrying monarchs and aristocrats who are impotent, it is wiser to look into the sore spots of the only form of government that can do any practical injury, and to apply the necessary remedies, than to be glorifying ourselves at the expense of charity, common sense, and not unfrequently of truth. Life is made up of positive things, the existence of which it is not only folly, but which it is often unsafe to deny. Nothing is gained by setting up impracticable theories, but alienating opinion from the facts under which we live, all the actual distinctions that are inseparable from the possession of property, learnings, breeding, refinement, tastes, and principles, existing as well in one form of government as in another. The only difference between ourselves and other nations in this particular lying in the fact that there are no other artificial distinctions than those that are inseparable from the recognized principles and indispensable laws of civilization. There is less real inequality in the condition of men than outward circumstances would give reason to believe. If refinement brings additional happiness, it also adds point to misery. Fortunately, the high consolations of religion, in which lies the only lasting and true relief from the cares and seeming injustice of the world, are equally attainable. Or if there be a disadvantage connected with this engrossing interest, it is against those whose lots are vulgarly supposed to be the most desirable. This is the end of Chapter 45. This is the end of the American Democrat, or Hints on the Social and Civic Relations of the United States of America, by James Fenimore Cooper.